Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Charlie's Collectible Show 50K Cash Tournament Invitational Disney Lorcana stream. I am Liam from the Illumiteers, and I'm here with Mike this morning. Mike, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm super excited to be doing this. For those who've been paying attention to the Disney Lorcana space and the Charlie space in this tournament, this stream almost did not happen for a variety of reasons, but we're able to work with some awesome folks like you and some amazing people to pull this together last minute. And I'm super excited that we get to see some top tier Disney Lorcana here. Because frankly, we've been looking forward to this tournament all year, right?
Yeah, I've been following a lot of the CCS tournaments up to now. I haven't been able to really attend any because of work and life, but I had a lot of friends going down to this one, so I'm actually really excited to be here for that reason because I get to see them live how things are going.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Like it was funny because before the stream, Mike was digging through like the Melee link and looking, oh, I know this person, this person, like looking at matchups. And there's like after the round pair, like there's a whole bunch of people I know you were trying to see like who is paired into who. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be really fun. Honestly, following the tournament with you here today. So it's gonna be great. If you're joining us this morning, I know there's no shortage of Disney Lorcana content today. There's going to be a Disney Lorcana stream on their Twitch channel talking about the future of the season 3 sometime today. And then also I know the CCQ is happening out there, D23 as well. So if you're choosing to spend some of your day here with us, it's going to be awesome. A lot of fantastic players, Golden Mickey winners, DLC winners, Worlds competitors out at Charlie's this morning. 128 players. So it's going to be great. But feel free to bounce back and forth. And yeah, we just appreciate anybody hanging out with us for a little bit as we get ready for the North American Championship, which is coming up sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I still need to see if I can somehow book a flight to the North American. I have my LCQ ticket. I haven't been able to get the flight, and I still haven't gotten like the final thumbs up I could take off work, even though it's in 2 weeks. So we're gonna find out if I can go or not next week, or I'm going to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Nico over there in the Twitch chat highlighting the challenge that a lot of people are going to face today: CCS or D23. This is CCS. In terms of what you're going to watch, I don't know. Make a choice. Bounce back and forth. You can watch both. Both. I think both are being streamed now, so you will get to see both. So you got to dual stream both. Yeah, it's gonna be great play like on both sides. I mean, people competing for that CCQ spot. There's some great players out there. There's a lot of people I'm rooting for out there, but I'm pulling for Logan, my partner in crime. Really hoping he takes that down. And there's some great players here at CCS, so it's gonna be great.
I will say on the CCQ front, like I have to cheer for Logan because I'm friends with him and I know Logan. But I also cheer for Avery because he's part of like the Questing Queens team with my wife and I. And it's one of those like I've known both of them for the same amount of time. So if either of them like do well or win, I'm happy. I hope I don't end up in a situation I have to pick because then it's gonna be really awkward.
Yeah, that's gonna be yeah, that's always the worst, right? And it always feels like that always happens. Like like there's something about the tournament software or just fate in TCGs where if like you road trip to an event with somebody, or if you could be like from rural Maine, and if you and a buddy travel to like a 2,000 person DLC, you will pair into each other in the first 2 rounds. It just like the universe knows, and it just sets you up for that, which is really funny. Yeah, Mike, that's 100% what happened. I said, anybody got cameras?
Yeah.
And people said, yeah.
No, I'm very happy you put that on Twitter though, because I was wondering if this would happen.
It was not going to, like, without you and stepping forward and
Skipper
like
Yeah.
saying, yeah, I've got a camera, I'm driving down to play, I'll set up a camera. This wouldn't be happening. So huge shout out there. I will say for anybody jumping in, if you're expecting like this won't be the same level of production as we do on site, just because you can't, like, without you being on site with a whole team. But we've got the video feed, we've got the overlay, we've got the judges working to get good matches on stream. We've got all the things that you could want to make this happen. We'll take a look. Here's the table view. Look at that. You get a nice clean view there. Great overlay. Lorebots rocking. Shout out to Bobby McHugh for that. So we're gonna get to see some games, and it's gonna be fun. So again, like, it's not gonna be the level of production that Quest World or some other folks will pull off with with like an on-site production, but it's pretty good. And we're gonna get to see the games, and that's what really matters. So shout out to everybody for pulling it together. TCG Penguin, by the way, over on YouTube says, "Are there any kids in the tournament?" TCG Penguin, who is the winner of the CCQ out there in Gen Con. I don't know, actually. There is a kids tournament, Charlie, this weekend. I don't know if there are any kids who qualified for the Invitational. We'll have to get back to you on that. But I did want to shout out TCG Penguin on his awesome win. Congrats. We're looking for you to see how you're doing at the Continental Championship here in a few weeks. What are you excited to see today, Mike? Like any particular decks, people? Like, what are you looking forward to?
I'm excited to see another tournament free NACC. That's like, there's not a specific deck or meta call I'm looking for. I just want to see the end result of the differences between CCS and then the CCQ. Because I honestly, from looking and knowing the groups of players that are going to both events, I suspect that the meta call, like the metas, will be very different between both events. And I think two different meta shares between both events going into the NACC is a recipe for no one's going to know what's going to happen and absolute chaos in LCQ brackets.
I that's a great observation. I completely agree with you. Like, so sometimes these events, as we're going in, they can clarify things. When we get these big events, we get a clear idea for the meta share. I wonder if we are going to have the opposite effect here, where it just confuses things for a variety of reasons. One of which is there's going to be there's a lot of players here at the CCS who are going to play at the Continental Championship. You know, like, so for example, if you're Diego Saz, right, and you're working on some spice, like, do you save it? Do you save the tech? Because one, it may be cracked by the time, or may become public by the time the Continental Championship rolls around. But two, like, there's a big prize pool on the line here. I think,
so,
you know, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I will. No, don't apologize. I'm laughing because I was casting ICL this Wednesday, and in the middle of switching between games, I made an actual comment about like tech pieces into the current meta, and I got messages from 3 different people separately as I did that, saying, "Don't talk about Bruno," because they didn't want me to mention a tech piece that I thought about over the weekend that they were also testing. So I do think that there may be cases where people are holding some things back, especially for CCS, but I don't think that will be the case for the CCQ, which is like one of the reasons I suspect the meta will be different between the two of them. Because the big thing with this CCQ is it is the first CCQ of season 3. So it's everyone's first chance at that playmat, at the foil Mother's Knows Best cards, and everyone's still getting that participation Mother's Best, which, to be honest, is some of the best art I've seen in a while for like a song and of that level. Like, I love the art, I love the card, and I suspect that while, yeah, the CCS is a big cash prize, saying I won the first CCQ of the season 3 season is also a big deal.
Yeah. Completely agree. Dakota Lego says, and we're going to get to the table in a second. We see them shuffling. Does CCS or D23 have more qualified players? Probably D23. I actually think CCS may have more qualified players.
CCS has more qualified players. Yeah. I've been looking at the number. It's most likely CCS.
Yeah. Well, with that, we see them shuffling down there. We can see them getting ready for this match here. We've got a banger for you all in this first round. Let's head down to the table. You know, we were in there, we were scraping the matchups, looking at who's out there, and just to highlight who some of the amazing players out there are. This is some of the caliber of play that you'll see here today. It's Diego Saz, level 9001, coming down from the Great White North in Canada. He always performs well at CCS, versus Joshua Satterfield, another fantastic Disney Lorcana player. So already right off the bat, we're getting a banger of a matchup. And, you know, when you go to any tournament, and you're sitting down, you're thinking, okay, I just got to get through like the first few rounds, and then I'll start pairing into, you know, more high level players, things go on. But when you sit down round 1 and you're facing off like against this caliber opponent, whether you're Diego pairing into Josh or whether you're Josh pairing into a Worlds competitor, it's like, oh man, like, it's right off the bat, here we go.
Yeah, I think I do know they Josh and Diego, I'm pretty sure have played each other and have at the ETB CCQ. So I don't think this is the first time that these two are actually sitting down and doing a face down like this before.
I've got this. I've got this really cool app that can actually tell me the matchup spread between these two. I got to. I'll try to dig it out. I'm sorry, I'm producing on this, and I've got like 1,000 different things going on. But if I can find that, I'm interested to look up their match history because I'm sure you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going off of being there.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if they actually faced off, but I know they were staring each other down at one point because they could have.
On here,
Josh was a day tour, and so was Diego. Oh, and I guess we're starting. So Diego's inking. I think that was a big Phillip and already passing.
It was a no turn one play here. Not surprised to see Diego on Emerald. I wouldn't be surprised if this is well, it's clearly Amber Emerald. And we may see nope, it's gonna be Steel. There's Judy Hops, Snowball Patrol coming down here on turn 1. That underdog ability coming into play. This will be a 2/2 with resist 1, I believe.
It wouldn't be the lounge if Emerald Steel wasn't being discussed.
That's fair.
It just wouldn't be possible at this point, man. No, that's going to be real interesting because if Josh is running the Paradise Falls tech, which I kind of assume if I see Emerald Steel today, that means he can sing Touch the Sky with that Judy already.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been interesting. I'd be interested to see if Touch the Sky is being run here because I know it's very popular deck, very good deck. And then, but based on people's testing recently, Touch the Sky has fallen out of favor just a little bit. And here, I'm in favor of Ducks. And here we have that. Is it the?
That's dark. That is so. Launchpad. That is Launchpad. That's the new Launchpad. I can bring it up real quick. That is, you can exert him, and when you do, if you have a Darkwing Duck in play, you draw a card and discard card. But if you have Darkwing in play, you don't have to discard that card.
Yeah, it's funny. So I will admit for the audience here, if you're watching, like I am without a lot of live Disney Lorcana play, I'm coming up to speed here. I'm ramping up for Continentals. And so some of these things I'm seeing, some of this new tech I'm seeing here for the first time. But I've been paying attention to the chats, and I know people have been saying that the Duck version of this deck, the Duck Tails or Duck, I forget what they called it. Touch Duck, or I don't know, but has been coming into favor more than the Touch Paradise, and Touch Paradise has been working out. Although I guess you can run both. And here we do have this Duck version Launchpad, kind of the indicator that that's the way we're going. Yeah, on the other side we have a Huntsman coming into play, and as well as that Chapter 1 Aladdin, a really interesting card, a 2/2 with Ward, which has been around forever, and it has popped into the meta here and there. Zach Bivens making a run with this at SSG at one point. So this is a fun card.
The Emerald Amethyst deck you see on screen for Diego right now, I suspect with all the worded characters and the fact that Aladdin is in there, we're going to start seeing the Aladdin and Genie shift. And there is a world where he is running the Retro Evolution device line with this deck too.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that is the thing nowadays. And I really want to see how it operates.
Yeah, now Diego's going to get to pay 3 and do exactly what I was referring to there. He's going to shift that Aladdin and Genie and be able to filter his hand and draw an extra card. So he's throwing 3 cards at the bottom of his deck that he doesn't need from this point on or doesn't want from this point on, and drawing 4 cards plus 1 extra is like what you get when you play that character. And the thing is, now Diego still has a chance to ink. If he has a 1-drop, he can play it. But next turn, this does open up a chance for him to play, let's say, the Retro Evolution device and banish the Aladdin and Genie so he could play a Milo Thatch and start controlling his opponent's board.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'm really, if that evolution device starts popping, I'm really, really excited to see it.
I'm so excited for as people are starting to figure out the lines on this card. I was experimenting with it a lot before Indianapolis with a Emerald Steel build using the Maui, the 6-drop Maui from Reina Jafar and the Milo King of Atlantis lines. That became such a really good control deck. If you got the lines right, we just didn't have enough to make it consistent enough at the time.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really excited to see. But so I'll be quite honest, I'm not familiar with Diego's build here. I know people have been playing with these colors, but I'm really interested to see the direction this goes. Of course,
It's
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, the deck has been popping up everywhere. It's actually insane how much I'm seeing it being tested and played with now.
Fascinating.
I
And so
believe on
what?
ICL this week, like 3 players had it too.
So
I'm
how
sorry,
would
did
you
not mean to
describe
cut
like?
it.
No, how would you describe the script of this deck? What are you doing in the what's your end game and what are you working towards?
So your end game is you're going to control your opponent's board constantly, like it's a Brainiac style deck,
Mm-hmm.
where they may get to like 10 or 12 lore, but it's going to be hard for them to continue questing and getting lore as you're popping things back to their hand. Now, I will say that all changes now, though, with that. What is that removal spell? It's Smash, essentially, when Darkwing is out. I can't remember the name of it. Flap into Night. This is bad. I usually know these cards very well. Oh yeah, the Terror that flaps in the night. So I want to get back to what's happening. So Josh just played the Terror flaps in the night, which usually does 2 damage to target character, but because he had the Darkwing Duck in play, it did 3 damage now. So the Aladdin Genie threat is gone from Diego's board.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Yep.
Really,
that's one of the reasons Diego's deck is full of those ward characters. It's to deal with those threats or things like this. So he can't be targeted for that direct damage or removal from like a World's Greatest Criminal Mind or Gaston, etc.
Yeah, Terror.
Now,
Terror here really, I'm really impactful. If you have enough Darkwings in your deck to make this hit for 3 a good chunk of the time, I mean, a 2 inkable that does 3 is incredibly strong removal.
yep.
Especially
Yeah,
in a format that's trying to run low to the ground with like Eleanor's and things like that.
Yeah, it's great. No, you're right though. It's great. And Josh's deck is likely going to have 8 Darkwings. He's going to have 4 of the 1-drops and maybe 4 or 3. It depends on his mix of the 3-drop Darkwing that does 1 damage to chosen character when you play it. It's an uninkable, but it still counts for that Darkwing slot.
Speaking of removal, Strength of Raging Fire being sung there, getting that Hades off the board. And so Josh just continuing to answer everything that Diego does here and slowly going wider and wider. This feels very tempo-y to me. That's what these green steel, these emerald steel decks are kind of doing in the meta right now. Hades coming in here looking for a deal, going to offer another deal. Diego going to get 2 cards off of it. Josh choosing to protect that launch pad.
Yep. And he's inking a retro now, so the card is in his deck. So at this point, we're entering the stage of this game where Josh's objective is to prevent Diego from setting up lines or getting a 5-drop or bigger character onto the board. And that's why he sang that removal spell on the Hades last turn instead of saving it for something else.
So, and you're indicating the retro evolution device, a key part of the plan here.
Yeah.
What are you looking to kind of morph into, to evolve into here?
So if I'm Diego, I want to banish my Hades to play a Milo and bounce Eleanor back to Josh's hand to make Josh have to redeploy Eleanor next turn. And then the turn after that, I'm going to retro evolution device my Milo to after I sing MMS and then play Big Phillip.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, and this is where the control really starts happening.
Here it is, that retro evolution device you're seeing here. This is a card. This is a fun card. Like when it was revealed a while ago, I think people looked at it. They're like, this could be interesting. And it never really saw play. Like a couple of people tried to make it work. But I think a lot of people thought this is a card that could be good one day. And it's going to be really fun in some like casual decks and, things like Coconut. But then that thing happens where all of a sudden the community realizes, oh, this is how I can break this card. And it seems like it's being played quite a bit now. And here we're having it pop off. What just happened here?
So by using the retro's exert ability, right, Diego gets to banish his Hades and play a character who costs 2 or more. So he's playing the Milo Thatch for free, let's say, and getting to bounce the Eleanor back to Josh's hand. Milo by discarding a card. So he's going to discard Todd to do that bounce. Now, the thing is, Milo's other secondary ability is At the end of your turn, if you two cards entered your discard this turn, you may draw a card. Retro Evolution device banishing the Hades counts towards that. So that means by playing the Milo with the red and banishing the Hades, and by discarding the Milo, Diego is going to get to draw a card at the end of his turn. So retro feeds into the Milo trigger in the bag. And the other thing is, and we missed this because I was explaining, Diego just played the new Lyle, the 2-drop from Wilds Unknown. And that's how this card starts to really begins to really start controlling your opponent's board. And I can't get the show, but his ability is that at the end of your turn, if 2 or more cards from your discard this turn, each opponent loses 1 lore. So now Diego's going to start being able to lore drain Josh.
Yeah, it's really, really fascinating. These 2 static abilities just sitting back there. And yeah, at this point, Josh saying, has been in the beatdown roll the whole time, needs to start closing this thing out because it feels like it's got to the point where Diego's deck is clicking. And with that Retro Evolution device, you can do some incredibly swingy things. So
yeah, I mean, there's a 7-drop on board while there's only 6 ink in play. And now we're going to get double Lyle. So that Eleanor extra lore turn is just not going to mean much anymore.
But the other scary thing, and we are close, like taking a look at Josh's board, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore in play, 7 represented with the Eleanor. So we do have game on board. Of course, Diego has some opportunities here to challenge and take care of some ducks. But the board
Diego,
like is always looming.
What's the thing? Like Diego's setting up 3 ink here to exert, right? Yep. I really suspect that he is going to MMS here. At least I would hope. Yep, MMS is coming down. He's going to quest with the Milo first.
Get the lore.
Yep. Puts him at 4, and now he is going to pay the 1, sack the Milo, and fill up.
Oh, man.
That is what this deck does. It lore zaps you and prevents you from winning fast enough to the point where you just start building up your board so big that there's nothing you can do. Now, I hope the lore tracker is working on their side. There we go. Cool. Diego just didn't hit the button. Yeah, so Diego is now 4 lore. And let's understand something real quick. Those Lyles have taken 3 lore away from Josh already this game. He should be at 14 if it wasn't for that.
Lore drain is the thing with lore drain is a lot of these decks, especially tempo decks or aggressive decks, are built, control decks less so, but tempo decks and aggressive decks are built around very specific math. And tempo decks, especially where it's like, I need to win before my control opponent gets their game plan online. And so there's a very specific clock that those decks are kind of on, where they want to tick up, a little bit, and then close things out. Even losing 1 or 2 lore sets that whole clock off and makes the game incredibly frustrating for these decks. And that's what Diego's doing here. Now we followed up. I didn't see what went into the discard there, but we have the blue.
He discarded Aladdin and he played a blue. I'm sorry, I'm about to have a moment. I was talking about this Wednesday night before pre-show of ICL, how that blue within a green Retro Evolution device deck can just win the game. And it just did.
Yeah.
Because when you play this character, each player either draws a card or discards a card. It's your choice. So Diego just got his double discard effect off of that, essentially, from another ability beforehand. We'll get to, and so he'll get to zap Josh for 2 lore and then make Josh discard a card also. And Josh had 1 card in hand.
Absolutely wild. The thing, the cost up to 2 more for free. And the thing with the Retro Evolution device is even, we think about it in terms of its ability to escalate. Because it's an evolution device after all. And so we think about it in terms of getting a 5-cost character in play and then shifting out a 7-cost character, et cetera. But you can also just use it as this utility card to basically shift in utility characters with strong interplay abilities in specific scenarios. And that blue is a perfect example of, you could take a 5-cost that you have on the board, you can quest, do its thing. Hades looking for a deal. Perhaps you get the interplay ability. It does its job. And then for 1 ink, you can zap in a blue and get its interplay ability as well. The fact that you can consistently trigger strong interplay abilities with this is, based on the scenario, is really, really crazy to me.
Yeah, it's did I'm sorry, I'm having a moment right now because I have been saying for 4 months we need to try blue in the red deck. And a few people have been telling me to stop dreaming of it. And I'm just I'm living my life right now, Liam. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited to see that appear in Diego's deck.
Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, it's very cool. I'm really excited. I've been hearing about Retro Evolution Device. I've been seeing, builds. I've been seeing the chatter. I haven't gotten to see it run much. Even in some of the events that I watched recently, I think it made an appearance in like one deck that I watched in Ink, but it surely wasn't in like the top cut. It was kind of on the fringes. And so to see Diego bring it in here and to see what it can do in a deck full of these interplay abilities is wild. And Diego's deck's really fun too, like because it does have strong catch-up mechanics, and then that lore drain. So it's one of these decks that feels like it's going to be it's a standard control, like lose until you win scenario where it leverages, Josh's in this case lore as a resource and allows him that clock to tick up while he's getting his engine online. And yeah, if you're Josh here, I think you just have to win as quickly as possible.
Yeah. So and that's if I think that's what Josh's objective here is going to be. Because he's just turn one inking, I think that was a Pegasus and playing Todd, which makes me hope that he has more one drops or quick plays in his hand right now. Oh, he's going for Todd Vixie to start it out.
Yeah, this Todd Vixie line so strong in these green steel decks and in any deck really. The ability to get that 2 lore quester in play early is fantastic. Plus, Vixie can serve as a 3-cost singer for things like Strength of Raging Fire.
Yep.
So
and that's the thing. I think part of what Lorcana this rotation and in season 3 is going to be is not just going to be what has the most effect when you play it, but how you're ramping. Because we used to always think that Sapphire was the ramp color, right? But now we have a situation where you can get that 3-drop singer on turn 2 with just Emerald. So you, in theory, have a singer-esque capability in the Emerald package now that you could apply to other colors. And Amber now has the ability to ramp ahead with Willow and Ham and things like that. So I don't think ramp is going to continue just applying to what's in your inkwell. I think it's going to be how can you advance your board and your total mathematical advantage with each turn.
Yeah, very, very well put. Speaking of advantage here, we do have that Stinger advantage on the board there, that lore advantage with that Vixie, but also some card draw here. That Mushu coming into play here. It's one of the ways that these green steel decks can draw cards. It only works if your opponent has more cards in hand than you. And in this case, I think that is the case because Josh on the play here, burning through his hand rather quickly. So we'll take a look at what he gets and plan the rest of his turn accordingly. Mushu, yeah, not terribly strong, but that evasive keyword and oh goodness gracious, and then follows up with an Ursula here to take a peek. Nothing
No songs
there. I do think I saw Diego ink a Malicious, Mean, and Scary earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Probably anticipating this is coming fairly early on, and MMM not something he's going to use for a little while anyway.
So looking at the hand, I'm very scared if I'm Josh because Diego has Retro Device in hand and a Chernobog. So next turn, there is going to be a chart like that Huntsman is going to quest and is going to get banished by a Retro Device, and Chernobog's going to come down and do its ability onto that Mushu.
Yeah, let me pull this up here. Yeah, this card incredibly powerful in this meta. Anytime you can swing the board state by playing a character, banishing a character, or removing a character, incredibly impactful.
Yeah, when this Chernobog came out, and I think it was Winter Spell, a lot of people, myself included, were like, that's really not that good late game because your opponent isn't going to have stuff in, like, they're going to have stuff in the discard. And the thing is, when you're playing it early game on either turn 3 or 4, with either cooting it with Amber or ramping it out with the Retro Evolution device in this case, which is the line Diego has open to him that we know about, it's a lot different, especially in like this stand-up stare at each other meta we're partly in right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, even on turn 5, it feels good, but you're right. When you can ramp it out on turn 4, it just swings the board state in such a way that incredibly difficult to deal with. And especially in this deck where you can zap this out at any point for very, very cheap. But the other part about this Chernobog is it gets around some incredibly strong lines. It actually, to be quite honest, there's that Mickey Mini deck running around out there, the blue-green shift out the Mickey Mini early and incredibly impressive. Like you can win the game with that line. The presence of Chernobog in the meta, to me, makes that deck completely unplayable in a competitive setting. Because if you hit that line, which you're trying to do, that's how you win games, is to shift that out early. Chernobog shuts down Mickey's ramp ability, and so just an incredibly powerful card. Yeah, kind of love it.
Yeah, and now I am very interested that Diego played the Lenny there. I think that Lenny check was him just trying to identify if there is a threat in Josh's hand, like a Raging Fire or something, that could hit the Chernobog or something that he ramps out with Retro Evolution device.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is a very fascinating play because you did have some higher tempo plays, but Diego here valuing the information, and also like this is as a control, and I don't know if I'd qualify this as a pure control deck, but it certainly is. It leans that way, trying to buy time and then gain control in the end game, as we saw him do earlier on. Diego comfortable here, letting Josh develop the board, letting him push the lure total, and here Josh just dumping his hand out, going wide. It's going to get that Eleanor online, significant amount of lore, and at this point, Diego is looking for a board wipe.
Yeah. And I think that's also part of the reason that Lenny came down instead of the Chernobog and the retro last turn. I think Diego's trying to think through a way to sustain until he can get a board wipe or some type of lore drain potential out there. But at this point, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, just Josh going incredibly fast here.
Like there's always a chance, but let's see. Josh has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more, not counting the Eleanor trigger. So 9 more on board right now. So Diego has to remove Eleanor and one other character at minimum to make it another turn to try and sustain and gain control of this game. It is possible. Now that I'm doing the math, there is a line here that works because he could have the Huntsman challenge in, take out the launch pad. And the launch pad, I believe, is only 2 powerful, and the Huntsman is a 3 willpower character. So he could do that and retro the Huntsman to then Chernobog onto Eleanor, but I guess I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, just shifting the genie here. We're gonna draw. I don't see.
Oh my God, no way.
Oh my goodness. I was thinking through the MMM combo. This is devastating here. Absolutely
I did not.
devastating.
I can't believe I forgot Under the Sea existed.
I did too. And even so, there wasn't enough like early on the board with some of the other stuff going on that I thought that was a possibility. But the shift genie coming in here, finding the Under the Sea, that is absolutely incredible. I can't, man, absolutely incredible. And now Josh left with just a couple lore on the board, not enough on the board to activate that Eleanor. Diego pushing his lore just a little bit. And now this is going to be a tall order because Josh had dumped like everything on the board to try to go wide and close this thing out. Definitely not over, like definitely cards in hand that are impactful and or that could be impactful, but man, that was Under the Sea, man.
I did not think about it.
I didn't either. I'm not gonna lie.
It was not on my bingo card. I was expecting this to be a full Prince Philip or bust moment, and I should know better.
Well, it's funny. Like you can read Diego's body language usually, and you knew there was an out. Like the way he was playing, I was trying to figure out what it was. I'm like, what is he working towards? Sorry, on the other side, this Darkwind came in here, dealt 1 damage to an opposing character, finishing off that Lenny. We're gonna see Angela come in here. Angela will give a resist and challenger to a character.
Yeah,
Probably
so
just insulating that Eleanor, I'm guessing.
I mean, insulating the Eleanor against Diego's deck isn't really a thing at this point because anything he has that says put like deal damage is actually putting damage. So we'll get around that resist trigger. Like we saw the Diego had piercing attacks last turn that he was discarding, right? So the resist really there is just to insulate from a challenge banish, not
Right.
anything that Diego's going to play action or ability wise.
Right.
Now
Now,
it is a little awkward though because Diego doesn't have any evasives. I do not believe that Aladdin and Genie is evasive. Let me double check. It isn't. So he can't challenge into the Mushu. So he's going, yeah,
yeah,
that's
I'll just do it the different way here.
it gets shuffled in.
Yep, shuffled into the deck. Now, the upside is, again, we talked about the value of playing this early on in the game for board swings, but in the late game, not great, of course, because your opponent does get to play a card from their discard pile for free. But when your opponent's discard pile is empty, it feels pretty good. It's basically just banish a character, and better than banish a character because you don't get any upon banish abilities. And in this instance, I don't think Josh got anything in his discard pile. Everything
No,
been sent into his deck.
it was
So
sent to the bottom with Under the Sea.
that's
Like
right.
it works. It's a great way to handle it. It's just Josh is going to be able to get to 18 more. And if he plays a card first, which he looks like he is, yeah, he's going to get the quest with the Mushu and draw here. So Josh is going to be 18 more after drawing a card off of the Mushu's ability. So he's got 2 cards in hand and he still has 5 ink available to him, right? If he has to be running Lenny. If he's running Lenny, he has a chance of shutting down this game here.
Let's see. We're getting some ink. It's going to shift into that Todd and Copper. That does quest for 2, but the Todd came into play here, so you won't get that. So just emptying that out of his hand. 1, 2,
Yep.
all the way up. So now we're at that point again. We can do a little bit of work against the board here, but it does feel like we're getting to that wipe or bust. We can do, yeah, Mushu being evasive. That's the problem here.
Yeah, and Josh should be at 16, not 18, chat. I don't want to change it on them. But he should be higher than that. All right, so we are gambling again.
Worked out last time. Oh, goodness gracious. And the problem is, like, without that retro evolution device in play, it does feel like that Phillip is
Yep.
not attainable. And there it is, Diego not finding it. So we are going to go to a game 3. And Josh is opening up incredibly fast, I think, showing the strength of that Todd Vixie line, really. That Vixie gaining how much lure throughout that game?
That Vixie, I think, gained him like 6, maybe 8 lore.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it was 6 before the Under the Sea hit.
Yeah, really, really fascinating. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the Charlie's 50K Invitational. This is what the entire Charlie season has been building up towards. A lot of fantastic players out there in the room. We have some Golden Mickey winners, some Worlds competitors, highlighted here by our round 1 match, Diego Saz against Joshua Satterfield on the other side. A really fantastic matchup. And we're seeing Josh on, this green steel deck, which I think has been popular for a while now, but this new version mixing in these ducks in favor of over, like Touch the Sky and that combo. This kind of duck variant with Darkwing and Launchpad and everything running around is kind of on the rise against Diego's deck. And this is one, Mike, that you were saying is becoming more and more popular as people realized over the last couple of weeks how good Retro Evolution device it can be. And I, admitted when this deck showed up, frankly, I have not seen this deck in action much. So this is my first time actually watching the Emerald Amethyst variant of this. And it's been really exciting. So appreciate everybody tuning in. We're going into game 3. And yeah, with Diego on the play here, Mike, what do you think? How are you feeling if you're Diego?
So we saw Diego had Todds in this deck. I think if I'm Diego, I'm wanting to. I don't think turn 1 matters as much in this matchup, and that is also me saying that is probably a reason why I've never day 2'd yet. But if I'm Diego, like my main objective is I need to have that Aladdin on turn 2, at minimum, and then hopefully a Huntsman or even a Todd on turn 3, depending on what is in my hand at that stage. Because the Todd will let me draw 2 and filter to more answers. I can put in my hand for what Josh is going to be throwing at me. But the Huntsman will have the board and have that Raging Fire protection at that point. So I think either would be a good line. It really depends on what my mulligan looks like my initial hand.
Let's take a look here. We're gonna get altars are complete, and we're gonna head off to the races here. It's incredibly fantastic round one, and this really, I'm not gonna lie, and we're gonna get to the gameplay second, but like this has to me like national/worlds feel to it. All of these players competing very well this season at the Charlie's events, which are incredibly difficult to begin with, and all of them accumulating the points necessary to make it to here. It's every one of the matches today is going to be against is going to be two very, very talented and very strong players going up against each other. We did see this back and forth initially. Todd coming out here, setting up that Vixie line. Diego able to get that off the board immediately, shutting down Vixie, and it does feel like that play in and of itself feels incredibly impactful, shutting down Vixie as well as that Todd Copper shift line.
Yep, that's like we haven't seen Diego clear the piercing attack yet. We've only seen it be discard up until now. So that is definitely an amazing hold for him there. Now, I will say, though, like Darkwing and Pegasus coming down on turn 2 is a little bit of an aggro threat. I did not expect Elsa to be in this deck, though. And it's such a great idea. Because she's essentially set 1 Maleficent. We both selected the card at the same time. I love it.
Yeah, that's right. We went for the epic version here. I went for the epic version just because.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like set 1 replaces itself, draw a card, establishes a character on the board, but it allows you with the Retro Evolution device to shift into one of your like plenty of 5-cost threats on this board or in this deck. We talked about the Chernabog. We talked about the Hades looking for a deal. And so with the Retro Evolution device, you're able to get this enter playability. It replaces itself, get a body on the board, but then zap in a 5-cost character on turn 4. So to do that, you need these 3-cost characters. So why not get one which can replace itself?
Yep.
It's pretty good.
And here comes that Todd. So he's going to start filtering and looking for the answer he wants at this point.
Yeah, and see, it's really interesting, Josh, having that Vixie in play. There's an alternate world without that piercing attack if it's not worked in here, where Todd comes out, Vixie on turn 2, and now Vixie, that evasive quester, is driving the lore total. But Diego probably buying, at least 1 or 2 turns simply with that removal. So feels pretty good. We do
and then Emerald Amethyst is doing Emerald Amethyst things. It's playing weird lines and drawing a ton of cards.
I love it. I'm honestly, Emerald Amethyst has been one of my favorite color combos all the way since set 1. Mostly because when you pair those colors, it leads to like tempo mid-range builds, and that's kind of my favorite thing to do. But the favorite thing of a lot of Emerald players to do right now, and for the last couple sets, has been play this Eleanor, on curve, and here we're gonna have that established. 3 characters questing, and just gonna turn on that Eleanor line. We did have a strength played as well there, banishing that Elsa, so shutting down that shift. That feels incredibly powerful. And without that shift target on the line, there's a lot of answers that are shut down for Diego, or not shift target, that evolution target. Some answers shut down, even though you do have that 3-cost Todd, which is also available for that.
I was just about to say, for all we know, the shift Elsa is also in his deck. She was reprinted in Fabled.
That's true.
That would be hilarious and wild to see, but it is possible. All right, so we're going to Chernabog is going to take down the Todd and shuffle it back into Josh's deck. But we are going to get a Todd played off of that. But I think that's a deal I take. That's definitely a deal I take at this point if I'm Diego.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to. You got to shut down that card draw more than anything. But it feels somewhat impactful. But Josh getting back that Todd doesn't feel awful. He still has his Vixie out there, that evasive quester that Diego can't answer super easily. So still driving the tempo, and here we go. The Thunderbolt coming down, banishing that Chernabog. That feels really good. It shuts down again. Like the thing about Diego's deck is you have to pay attention to the in cost of every character and what that sets up with an evolution device coming into play. And so, goodness gracious. And so that feels really good to get that off the board. Followed by another Chernabog, though.
There's always a second Chernabog. I will say when we were doing ICL this past Wednesday, and I was casting round 2 when someone was running the Amber Emerald version of like the Retro Revolution device and Akud lines, let's say, and I watched them have 3 Chernobyls in a row, and it's just absolutely devastating when that happens.
Oh, devastating. I mean, the discard pile had been emptied at that point, so that card gone like for nothing. But Josh does manage to find another Eleanor here. Comes into play with 3 characters to activate her ability. He will get that ping, that card draw, that lore gain. Getting rid of that Todd, and now Diego left with just that Chernobog in play. Does feel good that he got that Vixie off the board last turn though, because now the questing threat a little less bad. But we are going to want to answer as much as we can here. And at this point, as we saw from Diego, it's just about drawing this game out long enough to draw into your big combo pieces to shut things down.
No.
But it does feel like he's searching right now. Like he doesn't have the answers.
Yeah, he's going to need to search. And I mean, the biggest difference I'm seeing between game 1 to game 2 and 3, right, is Diego started game 1 with a lot of ward characters in the beginning.
Oh, okay. I mean, this is
All right.
this is a different way to do a board wipe, but double malicious means scary. Finding both of those, able to sing one, play the other, that clears everything off of the Eleanor. That feels really good. Eleanor now, her ability will not activate. And yeah, Josh kind of on the back foot all of a sudden.
Oh my God.
Dumping his hand on the board here. Again, this will not gain him anything this turn. He's going to pause, just develop the board. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore worth of characters there, including that Eleanor trigger. And with another, that could be game with another Eleanor if he's found a third one, or the second one if he's drawn it again. I mean, for all we know, that could be the same Eleanor.
And what's awkward for Diego here, right, is he's at 6 ink with 5 singer capability. So there is no chance of an Under the Sea this turn, like last game. Because he doesn't have any 3-drop to sing with that Chernobog.
Yeah.
So if I'm Diego, and again, I repeat to you, Liam, and to chat, I'm not a day 2 player yet. So I could be wrong here. I'm looking for a way to stall out and either remove that Eleanor or try to remove 2 of the other characters to prevent the Eleanor trigger next turn. So that way I can try and get to some sort of Singer 8 capability.
Yeah, there are answers. Here is one of them. That Chernobog going to come down, get rid of that Eleanor. That's 2 lore. Now, Josh will be able to pull a character back. He'll, there's a Darkwing available. Is that it? There's a Todd.
It looks like it was just like a Darkwing, a Todd, and a Pegasus. So if I'm Josh, I'm probably picking the Pegasus unless I have a Vixie in hand, then I'm picking the Todd.
Yep.
But even then, like it may just still be the Pegasus because I have enough. I have 4 ink and I have 1 card in hand. I already have enough to play the Vixie without the discount.
Yeah, you could also hope for it to draw into the Todd Copper Shift if you're playing that. But yeah, he did exactly what you said. Pulled that Pegasus out. It is evasive, difficult to answer on the challenge. So back over to Josh. And again, this not quite game just yet. 4 lore on the board here. Another lore. If we draw into an Eleanor, so best case scenario, you're looking at 5, I think. So Diego will have another turn to find an answer. And Josh, thinking about this, I mean, there's a world in which, you quest out and get very, very close. There's a world in which you protect your non-evasive characters to fuel things like Strength of Raging Fire if you draw into him and you need it. But in this case, I think you go for it. Yeah, there we go. Full send, as we say in the business. Everything going on a quest all the way up to 18. We'll see if there's any follow-up. No, we're going to preserve the hand there. I'm not sure what's there, but perhaps just wanting to be able to dump his hand on the board if Diego does find some kind of board wipe.
He's protecting from and under this, like if he gets under the seed here,
yep,
he can still bring some stuff back. Now, I do believe for chat's awareness, Josh should be 18 lore here at this point. Yeah, so there's the under the seed.
Goodness gracious.
Yep.
Yeah, chat. It will catch up when they pay attention to their their tablet again. But yeah, Josh should be 18. But there comes that under the sea. You called it.
Josh should be 17 now after the Lyle trigger.
Noted. I'm gonna keep track of this with my pen. So dumping a Vixie on the board now. That will
Yep.
represent not game this turn. There we go. Caught up. So not game this turn. Even with an Eleanor, you won't be able to activate it. So Diego bought himself some time under the sea. Incredibly mean. And now we're getting that Todd coming into play again. We're gonna draw, filter, and that, goodness gracious, that I'm gonna keep track of the amount of lore that he loses off that Rourke.
This is what these Chernobog and Milo and Prince Philip decks do. The Emerald package, when you get to those upper levels of the 5-cost ups, gets so powerful with board control is that you start entering these situations where there's just nothing you can do.
And we'll see if he has an answer for that Vixie here. Diego is beginning to drive his lore total. 7 lore or 6 lore on the board is no small thing.
Diego needs to get one more card into his discard though this turn to trigger that Lyle.
I don't know if he will. He won't.
Yeah, he isn't. So Josh, I mean, I don't think Josh's deck has the ability to get 3 lore this turn. Because Vixie doesn't have a shift line that goes through 3, right? No, yeah. That doesn't exist right now in the current state of the game. And Eleanor won't get him that last surprise lure. So yeah, it's gonna be Vixie, play another Vixie, quest the Vixie. He's just saying to Diego, you have to have it here.
Yeah, and at 1/3, I mean, is significant. That 3 willpower there. That piercing, what you call it, the piercing attack, only able to deal 2. So insulated against that. So he's gonna have to have that a piercing attack paired with a malicious mean and scary, or another under the sea, or some sort of board wipe. It's gonna be few answers for that Vixie right now.
Yeah, and for I'm not going to adjust it on them, but Josh is at 19 for chat's awareness. He's not touching the iPad right now on the tablet, and I understand why, because he's very much locked in his zone. But that like, if I'm Diego here, I'm now wondering if I have a second under the sea that I can somehow magically procure, and then still get, yeah, there we go, Josh, remember, and then still get the trigger off of my 1 Lyle.
I mean, it's really tough too, because I would be surprised if Diego's running more than 2, just looking at this list as I've seen it so far, which means there's probably 1 left to find. We're going to see 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and that's it. He doesn't have it. He
Josh gets it.
Have it. Not able to find it. Oh, what a like skin of my teeth, or skin of his teeth. I feel like fantastic first round matchup. Diego Saz, multiple Golden Mickey winner, world's competitor there, going down to Joshua Satterfield, another fantastic player, very familiar to the Disney Lorcana community, with 2 decks that I think we're going to see. I know we're going to see a ton of Emerald Steel, I think, at the North American Championship. But this Retro Evolution Device deck kind of surprised me. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some folks bring it in. It's one I think you need a ton of practice with, as the old Brainiac versions, in these colors did. But I don't know. Seems like it has some legs. What do you think?
I hope this deck has legs, because I've been hoping Retro does well for the past 4 months. No, I mean, like, all joking aside, that this shows what I was referencing earlier before we started Streamlium, that we kind of are in a rock, paper, scissorsy meta, but because we are, there's opportunity for decks that people haven't thought of or seen much of yet to just come into the play and start doing their thing. And that's what's going on here. And I love it. Like I know the Fable rotation was rough for a lot of us, especially me, because I never liked playing against Blurple because I didn't see it as a fair deck like some other casters I know say it is. But I will say that the Attack of the Vine rotation feels like a completely different animal and world than the Fable rotation was, because we have so many different styles of decks and elements to play that we haven't seen in Lorcana yet. Like, discard always mattered a little bit, but it's starting to reach a world where discard really matters.
Mm-hmm.
And that ends up changing like the whole idea of what drawing a card is or inking a card is. We're no longer saying like every turn has to be, I need to ink this turn. It's all about how I was mentioning like in the beginning of that round. it's advancing your board state and that mathematical advantage or numerical advantage to what you're doing and getting a higher odds of your deck doing what it's designed to do. It's no longer just ink gets you there.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think it raises the skill level of our game quite a bit because um, in in the past, in many past metas, again, as you mentioned, it was every turn you have to draw, and every turn in general you have to ink until you get to with some decks you didn't have to. With dogs you win with 2 or whatever, but most of the time you're looking to ink and push your resource advantage and to play a card. And so drawing cards was a way to kind of insulate you against the net card loss every single turn. And yeah, to your point, a card now becomes way more than just a playable card or an inkable card. Green, for example, like Emerald, I love that this identity that they're building into Green, these cards that say, if you've 2 or more cards have reached your discard pile this turn, do a thing. Sometimes doing that thing can win or lose you the game. For instance, in that last game, the ability to knock Joshua back a lore or 2 could have bought Diego another turn. Now, in this instance, if he activated that Lyle another 1, it wouldn't have mattered. But imagine a scenario where, like, if it activated another time, he could have bought another turn. And so now this card is not just, do I ink it, do I save it to play, but do I need it to activate one of my characters later on, one of these activated abilities. So so the skill level just becomes a lot higher with the way that the meta is shaping up these days, which is, I don't know, it's great. It's great for our game.
As someone who has a habit of making a different deck every month and trying it out and tuning in and testing it, I love this current meta. Because I'm in a world where I myself, and I know many of others like me, especially locally and friends with it, we like to test different things and see what's going on. And this is one of those examples where we are able to do that now. Like, we always were able to do it to a degree, but because we're post rotation and it's like this rock, paper, scissors feel, you can build a deck and say, yeah, all the pros know that they have 1 or 2 matchups that they're just really bad into right now. I do too. And then it's just throwing another one into the ether of all these deck lists that you can go try and practice. Not only that, but like, it doesn't only make it for like competitive players or like me who wants to do deck build testing. It makes it easier for newer players to get in, because since we truly aren't settled on this is the meta, like these are the big 3 decks you need to worry about, you're able to just go test and build new decks and bring them to your locals or to smaller events like a set championship maybe, and say, does this work? And if it is, like, congratulations, you just found your baseline deck at the beginning of your rotation, and you just get to keep tweaking playing with for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And this meta, to your point, it favors creative deck builders, frankly. It is just so wide open. I mean, it's not even rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. It is, there's definitely some strong contenders, right? Like, you're always going to want to respect the fast Eleanor decks. That are trying to run under you. You always want to respect those. I think there's others, like, you need to respect certain strong song builds like Under the Sea and work in things like Ursula's. At this point, I think you need to respect some. Here I was saying you need to respect all the things, right? I was about to say you need to respect items, too, with things like Retro Evolution Device running around out there. But what it means is that you're respecting so many things at this point that there's so many avenues. And where I was going with that original thought was it favors creative deck builders because the objective of any tournament is to make day 2. We people always talk about, what do you prepare for more? Do you prepare for the top cut? Do you prepare for, the Swiss rounds to make it out? Because frankly, there are different decks that are better suited to single elimination brackets versus that are better in Swiss to make it out of Swiss tournaments. Swiss rounds. And I think the answer is you always want to make it out of Swiss, right? That's if you don't make it to the single elimination bracket, like, what does it matter? In Swiss, when there are no open deck lists, you have the opportunity, if you have a deck that is pretty consistent, that you can pilot very well, and then are good against some of the bigger threats, and namely, I think in this instance, the fast Eleanor decks. You are forcing, number one, if you're consistent anyway, you're going to win. But number two, If your opponent has no idea what you're doing for the first part of the match, all the way through game one before they figure out what you're doing, like, their lines, they don't know yours. If you're somebody like Josh Paul, like Mo Shamblin, there's 1,000 others I could throw out who are just these incredibly creative and brave deck builders. You can just really run rampant through Swiss by bringing in tech that nobody is anticipating. Some metas don't lend themselves well to that because there are these like tier 0 decks that are just so dominant that there's nothing else. You have to play them. But in this meta, like, I don't know. I don't know.
That's the thing, though. I don't know is the best part of it to me. It's just like we get to go say, I don't know, and go in with a little bit of an open mind. But Luca, I guess I should put it on screen. Josh won. So Josh is now 1-0 going into round 2. And also for chat, for your guys' awareness, apologies. The timer was originally set to 50 minutes. It's actually 55-minute rounds for the Swiss version of the CCS 50K that we're going through today. So just a heads up on that. We fixed it moving forward. So there was a bit more time for the players there. They knew about it. We just didn't see it on stream.
That's a good point. And we should, that reminds me, we should welcome in our new viewers. We have 565 people joining us today, including 5 of you watching on Facebook. So shout out to you Facebook viewers out there. But for all you folks, this is the Charlie's Invitational 50K prize pool tournament. This is invitation only. Players qualified for this all throughout the year at various Charlie's events by accumulating Charlie's points. And then they had an LCQ yesterday with some pods, and a number of players qualified that way. So we have 128 players here, all of whom have done incredibly well at various Charlie's events in order to accumulate the number of points required to play here. And so it's kind of a who's who of the Charlie circuit, and really a who's who of Disney Lorcana. There's not a player here who hasn't played, who you haven't seen at a good number of competitive events. And so there's going to be some top tier Disney Lorcana here throughout the day. We pulled this stream together very last minute. Mike and Skipper and a couple of other folks, Katie, all coming together last minute to get a camera down there to bring us this stream. So, Mike was talking about how we need to catch up on the graphics. There are a few of us working on this. Most of us are remote. So it's not going to be as polished as some of the other streams that you see with a full on-site team, but we're bringing it to you. And look at this. It looks really good, right? We did a good job.
I was going to say, I'm not going to lie, for the amount of time that we had from you posting on Twitter to me starting a group chat to where we are today, this is still infinitely better than some of like the original first Lorcana tournament coverage that would happen.
Yeah.
Not like on unofficial channels. And I'm not talking about like the Lorcana channel stuff, but like from us trying to put these together. Like this is better than like the first one I ever did at my local shop, and I had 2 weeks notice. So like I do appreciate how well all the content creators that get involved in this have reached a point where we can just like throw something together real quickly if we have to and get an event like this out there for the community.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And I do appreciate the folks on site. It's not only Skipper down there pulling this together, he's setting up the camera, but then the judges kind of came together, the Charlie's team, to very, very last minute make sure that we had this set up, because there was a world in which for a good couple weeks that this event was going to happen and none of us were going to be able to see it. And it felt just like a travesty. So I know that there are a number of other Disney Lorcana events today. There is the Disney Lorcana stream talking about season 3. There's also a CCQ that's going to be broadcast, I think, on Quest World Production. So of course, check out those out as well. It's going to be a great show, but appreciate you all of you hanging out here. And the best thing is you can come back and watch this later because this will be recorded. So a lot of these players that we're watching here will be going to the Continental Championship. So it's just great. It's just great to be able to see some Disney Lorcana.
And while we're going on about the stream and all these details, I'm going to plug here real quick. If you haven't followed the Illumiteers on Twitch or subscribe to them on YouTube or any of the other platforms you're watching, you should do that right now, because the more we help follow and support them, the more we can bring events like this to everyone.
I appreciate that so much. And it is actually true. Like, there are 500 some odd folks here choosing to, almost 600 across various platforms, choosing to spend their day here with us. And when we can tell tournament organizers that, hey, there are on a random morning with like 0 advertising for this stream, frankly. We didn't advertise it at all in advance. There are 600 people who are just going to randomly show up to watch Disney Lorcana. Like, that says something to tournament organizers about the demand for live in-person play. So I really appreciate you all. Do want to shout out a couple folks, a whole bunch of follows from folks, but Lord Expo, thanks for the subscribe. Max One, Mum Carnage, thanks for the sub on Twitch. I appreciate you all. Some Prime subs there. It does help a lot. So appreciate you all. Also, there's one of our Facebook viewers, Joe. Thanks for holding down the fort on Facebook. Appreciate you.
I do appreciate that you use Restream to put it everywhere, though. That's something I eventually want to do for our channels and stuff, but we are not there yet.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Restream's as a whole. I could talk about this all day, but Restream is an interesting platform. It's good for some things, not good for others, but it's super user friendly for pulling various viewers in and to push to multiple platforms. In multiple places. And it's actually interesting. This is random, but I asked somebody once, like, why are you watching over on Facebook? Like, it's not as interactive, whatever. And they said the lag is better. From where they are, the service wasn't great. So having multiple platforms allows people to use the one which suits them at a particular point in time. So
I was going to say, Liam, if you want to do that thing, I can pin the Melee link, because a few people have asked them sharing it when I can.
Oh, yeah. All right. I will get on that for sure. Hold on. Checking some stuff. And yeah, so that round, just a little while longer, we get to our next round, folks. We're gonna work on pulling some other folks in, and it's good. Gonna make you a mod over there. Do that in a second.
A few people in chat know what that means, and I'm excited when they realize what it means.
Yeah, we have somebody else, one of my favorite people in the green room, and I want to make sure she's ready before I just like pop her on camera. Oh, I'm getting a thumbs up in the green room. There we go. All right. Really excited. Welcome in Katie from the Lorcana Present. Are you? Oh, muted. All right. She's like, I think that was like, get me out while I figure out my audio. Maybe.
All
right.
Wait. While she's figuring out, what do I do to get that giant aerial? Where did that come from? I've never seen those before.
Katie picked up the giant. Oh, is it the item collector from Fabled?
Yeah.
Yeah, she scooped that up at Gen Con. Super jealous. Super jelly. I want one in the worst way. I've got open wall space here that I'm saving for like other giant cards. I only have one right now, which I'm super excited about, but
I was gonna say, I have the my wife and I put together tickets to get the Simba Indy and get it signed by Coney. And I have an Elsa 5th Spirit I got from a shop at like a giveaway raffle during an event. But that aerial speaks to me because I used to play that card during Fabled.
God, it's so good. It's such a beautiful card. Like some of the Fabled enchantments really hit it out of the park, and that aerial is one of them. Yeah, it's one of the giant cards that I really want. The problem is you can't accumulate too many. I've got like none right now. And I know there's a point in time coming in the not too distant future where I've managed to accumulate a bunch, and I've just got this pile of them sitting that I don't have wall space for. And Aaron's going to be like, Liam, what are you doing? No more giant cards.
Some family friends of ours are already reaching that point. They have like the Surfer Stitch, the Tinkerbell, and Elsa, like they're gathering them. And the other day they said to me, what do we do now? We can't put these all on the wall. Yeah. And they want to because they love the art. Like they're Disney super fans.
Yeah. I need more walls. That's what the answer is. All right, we're going to Katie. Yeah, and Katie, how's your audio? No.
Oh no.
It's not on mine, I don't think. Nope.
No, I can't hear her either.
No, Katie. As soon as we hear you, Katie, I will let you know. No. All right, we'll work it out.
Liam's leaving Katie stuck in Shadow Realm chat. We're figuring it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave Katie on screen so we can look at that amazing aerial. Look at this aerial. Look at this aerial.
So good. She can hear us.
Yeah, I don't know. Restream I usually don't have this problem with, so unfortunate.
So the reason I'm like laughing about Katie having that aerial is my first ever time talking to her in person. was a few days after she pulled the aerial, and I was on the hunt to try and get one. I was like, "What do you want for it?" And her reaction was, "I want a honey wizard." And at the time, a honey wizard was less expensive than aerial. So I was trying to buy one from a vendor at this event we were running in Michigan, and I couldn't. So I just bought the aerial.
I mean, goodbye.
Katie almost traded that aerial for a honey wizard, which would have been a huge upside for her now, a year later almost.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Katie, nothing yet, Katie. Anyway, we'll work this out. We're probably getting close to round. I was really hoping Katie was good because I want a quick break. But somebody coming in, Coffees and Cream, saying, how's the game been so far? It was an incredible round one, going down to 3 games, watching Diego Saz with his Retro Evolution device do some shenanigans. So we've already had some incredible Disney Lorcana. Quite a few rounds today, a lot on the line. Every round is going to be fire. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Shout out to everybody joining us. Garrick in the chat here. I assume that's Garrick on the Podcana podcast. Garrick, if you're bored later, maybe stop by. I'll send you the link. Come on, swing and talk some Disney Lorcana at some point.
Okay, now that I know Garrick has one, I need to find out what I need to do to get one.
One what? The
fabled card. Yeah, now I need to know what I need to do to get it.
Right. A lot of other fun people in the chat. To the Dutch Illumineers on Z Gaming. Uninkables has a good representation in the chat here. A lot of Uninkables playing in the event today, which is pretty exciting. So they're here rooting on their teammates. Dr. Drave Tran focusing on TCGs as well as mental health. Appreciate you for what you do. Shout out to Gazette. Shout out all these amazing people here. Mark Miller in the chat out there. Terrace as well. So Glumineers hanging out. So yeah, it's a fun weekend so far. Gabriel, can we please see Dylan versus Zan on stream? Are you telling me that the round is paired?
Yeah, the round's paired. I'm actually trying to pull someone for the judges right now. They just asked us who we want.
All right.
Liam, make a choice: 5, 7, or 8.
7.
7? All right. Wait, did you actually look at them?
Nope.
Oh, no, I'm asking you to look at them and tell me what you want.
I'm not going to be able to in time. Okay. Who are our options?
It's Dylan versus Zan.
Yep.
Blazin' Asian versus Barber, who's from the FPG team in Michigan.
Yep.
And then 8 is Joe Mama. Wow. Versus Humble.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, look, we let's do Blazin' Asian is
I think it works now.
Slab Sharks. Yeah, she's here.
Hey.
Blazin' Asian is Slab Sharks.
Oh goodness. Who's 8? People are asking for 8.
Okay, let's do 8. That's Humble, and I don't know who that name. I don't think
the name every Disney Lorcana player ever right now.
Yeah, right. A lot of people asking for Humble. Let's do that.
All right, we're going with that then. I don't know who the other person in Humble's match is, and I don't know if I can say their name on a Lorcana stream.
I like that. That was a fun little clickbait. It's so good we cannot say it, but I'm very excited. That first round, I will be candid. I had a headache and I was laying in bed. I was doing the one eye thing, and I'm like, okay. So I'm drinking caffeine. I've had sumatriptan, Tylenol, and I think the final cure is some Disney Lorcana.
Are you is it working though? You feeling a little bit better?
I think so. Yeah, I did a lot of traveling, and you know how you have your humors. My humors are out of balance, but this happens to me sometimes, and that's okay. And the power of caffeine can do anything, and also the power of the Retro Evolution device.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh my.
But I'm very excited to be in the booth because we are 2 months out from the North American Championship. And I think this is going to be the closest simulation of it. I think you guys mentioned that I think a lot of players have been holding back punches a little bit. I don't think they've been going. You look at the tournaments and there'll be, a handful of players that you're like, I recognize. But I think a lot of the qualified players have been taking it easy or being in a different continent.
Katie, do you mean 2 months or 2 weeks?
Oh, sorry, 2 weeks. Yeah.
I was about to say, wait, it's in 2 months? I thought I had more time.
Yeah, no, 2 weeks. Well, you don't have a plane ticket, so it might be never for you.
I know. Don't
don't
remind
think
me.
I
I
don't know
can
if you
get
know
it.
this,
I can
airline
afford it.
tickets, not cheap, currently.
Oh, we know. I I have been trying to sell a certain card to fund the trip, but
Mm.
everyone wants the card but doesn't want to pay for the D23 Maleficent I have.
Yeah, I'm
So
like, look at this. I'm like the 1% back here. I have
you have the Nikki too?
I'm wealthy beyond measure.
Oh my goodness.
This is me evilly laughing the whole
Okay,
time.
I just have to ask, was the Ariel like a prize at Gen Con?
No, I mean a prize for being so cool, I think. It was
Okay,
part
got
of
it.
a little event they were doing for media, and it was very, very cool. They had this one, these two. So Sky got Mickey, I got Ariel, and then they also had Elsa, Regent, the one that was reprinted in Babel. Is that Snow Regent? Regent Queen? Is the word Regent in there?
Yeah, it's the 8
Or is
drop
it Ice Queen?
uninkable. Is it the 8 drop uninkable or the 3 drop inkable?
You know, that is such a great thing. I only use government names for cards, so I couldn't tell you.
Is it the shift one or not?
Spirit of Winter?
No, it's not Spirit of Winter. Spirit of Winter is behind me here, but it's
okay.
No, it's not. No, Spirit of Winter is
That's
one JD got.
That's Fifth
That's
Spirit.
Fifth Spirit.
Yeah,
Like
Spirit.
how it's called manifesting.
Is it the one that has her hand up like this?
Yes, she's like,
Okay, yeah, that's the 3 drop inkable that lets you exert cards.
you know, a commonly played card in many tournaments. So no, I don't unfortunately know her government name, but that was one of the, you could get the epic version there. Watching from the D23 show view. Okay, you say that one, Liam.
Show floor Q.
That's hard to say. I didn't think so.
Shout out to Logan, who will be playing later today, I think, in the CCQ out there. Thanks for stopping by, Logan.
Yeah, Logan, are you guys in like the main exhibition hall? That's my question, because like I feel like they are based on the videos I saw yesterday. Which, if that's the case, I love that they're like, guess what? This is an event right here. But who are we doing? I'm assuming I'm doing round 2. You guys kick me out. I mean, to be fair.
I'd love it if you two want to take this one, so I can work on some mod stuff and step away for a moment.
Ban some people from the chat. Why not? I'm just kidding. Don't.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm updating names right now because I believe we got the round I requested. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, and shout out to our judges on the floor there, because they are the ones kind of doing the whole stream thing. And shout out to the skipper, FG, one of those 3 letters. But either way, I'm sure, Mike, you know what the letters in the skipper's name stand for.
FPG, Family Pro Gaming. It's a card store in Livonia, Michigan.
Shout
out to Michigan.
Yeah, both me and Liam. Shout out Michigan. Michigan, are you in the chat? Shout out to being so close to Canada. Thank you for the live stream last night. I know, Liam, I will say I'm in bed. I'm like, okay, time to get to sleep. And then it's like, boop, Liam's live. I'm like, Liam, go to bed. But
it was irresponsible.
It was, but honestly, it's for the love of the game.
I was very excited. Yeah, it was irresponsible, but yeah, shout out to everybody who hung out with me last night, and shout out to all of you hanging out today. Almost 600 folks enjoying this Disney Lorcana here. Appreciate you all. We're getting ready to head into round 2 here, and shout out to Kimberly Ann from across the pond.
Oh, shout out to Booth Croissants. Oh
my goodness, Booth Croissants are the best. Yeah, one day it is one of my like life goals now to visit Kim's Bakery. Like I will travel to Ireland just to wake up early in the morning and have coffee and a croissant from Kim's Bakery. Life goal.
Yeah, my life goal is just to be Kim. She's just one of those people that I think might be a Disney princess, and we're just witnessing it in real time, her ascendancy. So I love that she is in every chat ever. She's omnipresent, and I've never seen her tired or have a bad attitude. She's eternally just a sunshine beam. Yep. Endorsed.
Yep. No notes on that comment. Yeah, absolutely. Do we have the names right over there?
I'm working with it with the judges right now.
Okay.
I was updating it while they were updating it, so we messed it up. Well, okay. They're
cross streams.
Yep.
But yeah, so Liam, as soon as the screen is ready, you can I'm like, Liam, you're dismissed from your stream. We've got it from here. We are the Illumiteers now. Do you want to be Zen or do you want to be Liam?
Me?
No, not you. You get to always be Liam. Mike gets to decide whether he's Liam or
Wait, whether I'm where I'm Liam or Zenulus?
Yeah.
What, for talking to me?
All right, the bit. We'll just keep.
It's early.
I'm talking with the judges to figure this out. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna wait for Mike to figure this out, and then I'll scoot you off to the table, and I'll take a quick break.
Yeah, are we good for them to start?
Say again.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, good.
Start.
Go for it.
So we are now going into round number 2. Now, for everybody at home, there are 8 players who had a bye in round 1. That is because due to the previous performance, the top 8 players in the Charlie point bracket got to have a bye in round 1. But now nobody has a bye. Everybody must sit down and play at their table. So, our fan favorite players like 2 James Grays, Kendall Burnett, Skylar Duntz, Zan Syed, Tiago, who I don't believe actually is in this tournament, but he did qualify for a bye. Those are the kind of players that didn't play in round 1, but are seated at this round number 2.
Yeah, and thanks for joining us last second like this, Katie. I know it was a little chaotic this week planning this.
It wasn't last. I have been trying very hard for months, so it wasn't last second for me. I was just waiting for the outlet in. I have messaged many people about this for a very wild time. In fact, I even had a plane ticket to be there. So it was an issue of, okay, how are we going to get this done? And the answer is the skipper. So shout out to the skipper. And shout out to you for setting up the chat because now we are in round number 3.
Well, round 2, actually.
2, sorry. I moved on. It said round number 1. I went too far in the distance, but there we go. Yep. I think that was possibly a piercing. No, I don't know what that was inked. I think it was the bias of me seeing piercing attack that made me think that was inked. But on the other hand, we might have Corey's in the house with the Amber Ruby Boosty deck. And there we go.
There it is.
No. Is this the deck? I think it is. I have not studied this. So you are on Cadence.
Oh, no.
This is you.
No. Okay, I know what this is. So we are on a Buzz's Arm control versus Amber Ruby Boosty Boys control. So this is going to be quite the match. And I know Corey is going to have opinions after this match from this.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is actually a tale of 2 types of decks. One that I'm pretty sure, 90% sure, it is all characters or glimmers. And the other side, it is 0 characters, 0 glimmers. So I think Corey is going to try to take as much advantage of this early phase right now. But he is still kind of boosting things up. If a location comes down, the Scrooge's Ghostly Ebenezer will be perfect to dismantle the real estate market. So Corey's just got to keep his hand full, keep the pressure on. Because on the other side, it is what we would call full-blown shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm like this is going to be a very hard match for Corey here because his deck is a lot of characters, but he won a CCQ, the first CCQ of this post rotation meta with this deck or a version of this deck back, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, almost a month ago now. And it is not just characters. There are cases where you're likely going to see Raging Storms, which Caden now has a Raging Storm in hand, apparently. So Corey has to be very smart about how much he puts on his board. But that Webby's Diary is going to do a lot for him because it's going to be how he draws cards every turn.
Yeah, now I will say you have casted, so forgive me if I'm wrong. So I am very familiar with Corey's deck. However, Caden's deck is one I have not had the privilege of casting yet. However, I have looked at the deck list and I know it is a situation where questing, we don't know it. It is truly just a situation where we are getting lore off of locations and the synergy. Or though maybe he goes, no, I don't think that was a character. So it is going to be just a lot of I won't be farting around, but a little bit of farting around here. And there's that battering ram coming in and taking down Scrooge's counting house. Corey's not putting as much pressure as I thought he would put on here. I think it's because of the combo nature.
So he can't quest with the Scrooges. Last turn, he got hit by Strange Things from Caden, which means you can't quest with the 2 characters that were targeted and you get to draw a card. And Caden is just... This is going to be very rough for Corey because that counting house was his way out of this to try and win the game long term. And the battering ram just said no.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good point is the counter action of these 2 decks. Now, that being said, Corey is building up tools here. I I think, I mean, as far as the win condition of Caden, he has lots of cards in hand. What is Caden looking for as far as to win? Because I mean, right now, if you're looking at this board, I don't see a path forward to victory. So kind of share with the viewers here, how is Caden planning to win?
He's going to win with a combination of Enigmatic Inkcaster and Zootopia locations. So he's already inked a Zootopia, and he's flashed to us once or twice that he has another of those 1-drop Amber Zootopias in hand. So his objective now is he's just going to keep drawing non-character cards with those adventure books and just start Raging Storm and wiping his opponent's board over and over while he passively gains lore from double card plays a turn from the Enigmatics and then getting Zootopias on board after he has dealt with Corey's board.
Yeah, I mean, he has deployed another one of the Scrooge's counting houses out here. So I was incorrect. Corey is running one that has, Corey is famous for his Mufasa deck, which is characters only. But in this case, we are in the future here. So he has gone ahead, put some actions, characters, and locations in this deck. In this case, also items. That boosty synergy that we talk about is the boost mechanic introduced in Whispers in the Well. And he's going to use that to synergize. We have absolutely enormous ducks here on the other side, because every turn he has been boosting, and that is to take advantage of the card draw and go ahead and have some ducks in a row. In this case, I mean, it's not the worst thing. I mean, boosting is getting him that card draw, and if there is a location on Caden's side, he is able to go ahead and run into it. But otherwise, it's a pretty rough time. Like you said, the interaction is funky here, because I think Corey wants to do some challenging, but Caden says, challenge what exactly?
Yeah, no, this is... And Corey's deck really won't run evasive, so that Horseman Strike he's hitting won't help here. And what's really interesting now is Corey has protected against that Family Scattered that Caden just drew. Because the Family Scattered is going to put one... Corey's going to get to pick to put one of those Scrooges in his hand, right? So, yeah, Caden's just going to Raging Storm, and it's a kind of board reset, but it's not, because Corey's still going to have that counting house. So he's going to get that 2 lore this turn. Next time, he's going to boost it now, pay the 1 to draw. He's going to be able to get 3 lore off of counting house next turn. And his opponent has already battering rammed one of his counting houses. So you really don't know how much removal for locations Caden is going to have beyond just that battering ram at this point.
And so, yeah, at this point, he is still, I mean, that Webby's Diary did propel his hand into a nice, healthy state where he is able to keep moving forward with some activities. However, Caden has said, I have a pretty good hand as well. So he is able to do pretty much anything he wants to on his end. Like you mentioned, that Raging Storm is going to be a problem. He has another one in hand. So now Corey is in that very, very, very painful position that anyone against the board wipe knows, where it's, I need to go wide because that's how I win. But the wider I go, the more I get punished. So he just has to be very calculated here on how far he wants to develop his board each turn, knowing that that punish will likely come for him, especially looking across his opponent who has almost 14, double the hand that you would start with.
Yeah.
All right. So another thing to mention is we have Liam took the round off, but we do have him secretly with a whisper. Aladdin Whisper gives reckless characters exert to lore gain, another way around lore reduction. So that is a very good point, that lore reduction is going to be something that can happen, especially when we have Snowman of Action in here. In this case, I'm trying to see. Yeah, finally we get a location on the board. We have that Zootopia you mentioned. So now he has some of those combos pieces you mentioned, Mike.
Yep. And so now Corey has to win in the next 3 to 4 turns. That is what this situation is entailing for him now. And the thing is, he wins in 2 turns if that counting house gets untouched. And Olaf is doing his thing and making sure Caden is slower. So I take it back. Corey has to win in 4 turns now, based off how the math will work here. And I will say too, like it's another Hercules. That's great. One thing I will say, Corey has a Metafy for this deck up right now, and I think it's literally called Pay the 1, which is you pay the 1 ink every time you boost to draw off a Webby's Diary, and that's devastating. Battering ram hits the field, and we are saying goodbye to that counting house. which Corey really needed.
Yeah, that counting house is something that, like you mentioned, it is going to get that passive lore, and he is on that clock that you mentioned. He is able to keep his board here. We have Caden going ahead and using his ink to just go ahead and get more of those enigmatic incasters on the board, that rattling ram. So he has still 3 lore on the board here. We saw him gently put down a card, then take it back. So he's just doing a little bit of math here. So there we go. Paying 2 for the liquidator, and then also Jebediah Farnsworth. This is interesting. Those are 2 characters that cannot gain lore by themselves, but I think in the face of knowing that there might be how do I put this? There might be a Raging Storm in the future. He also doesn't quest here. He goes ahead and keeps everything up.
Oh, so that's the thing.
These strange things was there.
So fast. He strange things.
Got it. There
Caden hit the Olaf and the Hercules are strange things last turn. There's just nothing that Corey can do in this situation about that. But this will come, I think there's a 3rd strange things from Caden. So unless there's a 4th, Corey should start being free to quest. Plus, what we saw, and I don't think what Caden saw, is Corey almost played Aladdin last turn. And if Corey is able to Aladdin and boost it next turn, he's going to be able to get 5 lore. And or not, we're just going to see the 3rd Raging Storm.
Yeah, that Raging Storm, like we mentioned, he has to play around it, but is not something that, I mean, you have that clock, right? In this case, that Raging Storm is something that he has had 2 against him, 2 battering rams. So you start saying okay, what are the odds you have the other ones that we're looking at? He will go ahead and deploy his Hercules and his Aladdin, get that boost up and draw cards off of the Webby's Diary. Another counting house. So we've had 2 boostings, 2 counting houses, 2 battering rams, and there we go. Our 3rd counting house. And the question is, do you have your 3rd battering ram? I didn't think it could happen here. Caden has been drawing just a plethora of cards with his little combo pieces here. And we are going to get another Buzz's Arm down onto the board here.
I know that. Oh my God, it's another battering ram. I'm honestly surprised that Caden's running battering ram instead of sabotage. I would have expected sabotage. I'm very interested in the choice of battering ram over sabotage, but I guess it's so we can do that damage. I'm really not sure, but I'm going to have to look into that after this game is over.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this matchup has been a little cumbersome for me because while I was studying matchups, I'm like, okay, what are the odds that somebody would bring this Amber Emerald deck into something like a tournament with the stakes this high? And the answer is 100%. Caden is undefeated currently, and he is now showing why he brought this deck, because it is a very, very powerful, it's able to do control with no characters, which just feels very, very stunning to look at. But there we go. We have Copper coming in with his rush, coming straight into that Zootopia. As you mentioned, that is a combo piece for Caden. Caden is sitting at 13 lore, so we are all at a parity here. So Corey is going to develop his board and try to put a stop to what Caden is up to, but Caden has had an answer for everything Corey has done so far.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Corey has a way out this game now. He's done a great job outdrawing Caden. He's actually drawn more cards, put more cards in his hand than Caden has. But at this point, I don't believe Ruby Amber has the item removal that's necessary to come back from this and squeak out the win next turn.
Yeah, and that is exactly what he needs to do, because this is just that pressure of being against any kind of combo style deck can be very, very explosive and temperamental to be against. It feels like Corey, like we said, he's in that very strange limbo where he has cards, he has ink, he has characters he can play, but he does not want to overextend his resources here, because every time he does, it feels like there is a punish. His 3 counting houses have been answered by 3 battering rams, losing 2 Raging Storms. So now it is a matter of what else does Caden have on his deck. And there we go. We have oh my goodness.
What was that? I missed it. Wait, does family scattered hit locations too?
Yeah, I need to go ahead and let's see here. So yeah, 3 of their characters. So no, it is just characters, but he didn't have a location on the board. We've lost.
Oh, I miscounted. Yeah, I lost track. It was Copper. I thought that was another accounting house for some reason. That's my fault.
Oh, no. So, yeah, he has not deployed a 4th counting house, but at this point, I would not want to because it feels like every time he does,
Yep.
he loses it. So, yeah. So, for everyone paying attention at home, that is Corey who won, like we said, the first tournament the set with this Amber Ruby deck, where he was able to kind of show that putting in pressure with big characters can matter. However, Caden said, I don't really care how big your characters are, because I didn't bring any. I have no glimmers of that nature. I just have actions, items, and locations, which feels bad. I will say, as far as, I mean, one of the reasons I have not necessarily studied this deck yet is because it is a funky deck in the world of Disney Lorcana. Because, I mean, we talk about, the characters of Disney. This one is like, you remember your favorite character? Battering Ram? And no, that is not a character that I personally have spent a lot of time with. And it is very fascinating to see how they have been able to build a deck with I mean, I think I'd call it a combo deck. It's tough to say. It's hard to call it any other archetype.
This is definitely a combo deck. Maybe not a true combo deck. It's more of what in other TCGs we would call a fog deck,
Why
where
would they call it that?
So the idea of a fog deck, FOG, is that you are creating a fog that your opponent can't see or work through, and they're unable to find a path to win the game. And by the time the fog is gone, you've won the game.
Interesting. The fog, the art of war here.
There's a lot of decks in, like I said, other games like Magic the Gathering, for example, that are fog, or they call them turbo fog at times, where they do this type of strategy where it doesn't look like you're doing anything, and then all of a sudden you're doing a ton of things that people don't really think are helping you a lot, and then you find out that your opponent says, oh, it's not that big of a deal, and then all of a sudden you just win because you just keep progressively keeping them from being able to use their resources and gain any type of advantage.
Yeah, in this case, we'll go ahead and deploy the Buzz's arm here. So this one's kind of funky because the first line, ignore it. Buzz Lightyear will not be here. However, it is just about that discount of that Buzz's arm is going to stay there. You don't have to pay to activate it, and you're going to get one less for the next action you play this turn. And so as we saw, actions are going to be the bread and butter of some of the driving forward on this. So we're just going to go ahead, get the another Buzz's arm out here, and then we have it's not Strange Things. That one is the My Adventure book. So sorry. The My Adventure book coming down here, and that is another one of the items in this very, very item-heavy deck. On the other side, we have Corey, who is trying to get some pressure on here. He is building his board wide. Last time, he went very deep into the counting house, was punished every single time. So this time, he is just going to go ahead, get that wide board. We saw Raging Storm be deployed, but as we know, Caden has to go ahead and get to 7 ink. We would think 8, but he has the Buzz's arm. So I guess technically at this point, 6 ink to get to Raging Storm. So yeah, Corey just needs to take advantage of this time while the fog is descending, as you explained.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because I don't think Caden has inked yet this turn either. So we still, unless another Buzz's arm appears. Oh man, that's interesting. That's a great way to slow Corey down. So that was put that thing back. I'm sorry, I'm diverting for a second here. That was put that thing back, which put the Aladdin and whatever card was beasted under it back into Corey's hand, which is good. It does technically net Corey a card, but it does slow Corey down a bit, and he's still able to get to 8. But we just saw that Caden got another Buzz's arm off the top of the deck from that adventure book. So
yeah. And there we go. The battering ram comes down. And we talk about how use the term ramp all the time, that we have these ramp cards coming in. We have a little cheeky read here on that battering ram because he's like, what does it do anything else other than go ahead and get rid of my location? But yeah, we don't necessarily have ramp in Caden's deck, but this Buzz's arm is effectively acting like ramp for what Caden is trying to do. Because as we know, that wiping the board, removing the ability to quest. If Corey gets a big quester out, then we have the Strange Things that he can go ahead and play. Now, Corey has been putting on plenty of pressure. We have Corey at 12 lore right now, Caden at 0. So Caden has not been able to do as much control aspects. I don't think he has a Raging Storm in hand, but we will go ahead and use that adventure book to go ahead and look at the top deck of the card, and he does go ahead and keep it.
And now it's a Potion of Malice is coming down. And that's why that battering ram matters this early into the game. Because he's going to be able to pay 1, put a damage counter on a character, and then have the battering ram do more damage to that character. Because battering ram is deal 1 damage to chosen damage character. Yeah, so he was just able to remove the Aladdin from the field in that turn.
Yeah, and he's able to kind of use, I feel like these items are basically being used as like a little control board, or essentially he has all these little things he can activate with his items, whether he wants a discount, whether he wants to go ahead and look at the top card of his deck, whether he's trying to go ahead and get some lore. He's able to just activate these items in certain ways to drive his game plan forward. However, in this case, Corey has navigated things a little bit differently than we saw the last game, where he was going really heavily in on Scrooge and the location. I feel like he has adapted very well in this game too, and saying, listen, he feels like you really don't want me to have location. So in response, I will just go ahead, take advantage of this time that we still have not seen a Raging Storm. We saw him twice, but this case, he is just going to get the lore he can, and he is putting on a pretty substantial amount of pressure here on this turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Corey just got hit with the Family Scattered again, though. So he's deciding what's going into his hand and what is going to the top of his deck. And then what is getting put on getting on the bottom of his deck.
And this is a card that, I mean, that is an expensive piece of real estate. It is 8. It's 8 costs, uninkable. But as we see here, if you're going against a character deck scaring the family in this matter, it is kind of like a light board wipe here. So Corey is able to take advantage of the fact that you do get to return 1 to your hand. And if it's boosted, that is essentially getting a little bit of card draw for him. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is definitely a big tempo loss for him. However, he is able to bounce back and boost his Aladdin, barreling on through to some card draw. He's going to that red alert, because where we're going, we just simply do not need to banish any characters and go ahead and deploy this Aladdin here as well. No. Or sorry, that was a Hercules on the board. He just played the Aladdin.
Yeah. So Corey is still doing a very good job of maintaining some type of lore gain each turn, while deploying more threats each turn that his opponent is going to have to work around or deal with. And the Raging Storm hasn't been hit yet from what we see, but now, this is going to be rough. Caden can just pay 3 and do 3 damage to any character a turn now, between that Potion of Malice and the 2 battering rams being on board.
So now we have that Malicious Mean and Scary being used to just go ahead, get that damage on the board, which effectively got rid of 33% of the board. In this case, we will go ahead and put another damage onto the Aladdin here with that Potion of Malice. And now we just have 1 character left. So Caden is able to basically be a control deck. I mean, I kind of asked like what kind of deck it is, because I am thinking it through in real time here. So I know you mentioned it's kind of fog, where you're able to kind of mask what you're up to, but it does feel like it is essentially a control deck with no characters.
And I guess I should say, like, fog decks are control decks.
Oh,
it's just a case of you don't appear to have a chance at winning until right at the end, when you just start winning to a degree. And that's what's happening here is like, Corey's at 17 lore and has 3 lore potential on board right now. And Caden has the Raging Storm finally.
Yeah, and there is that Raging Storm coming down and absolutely getting Corey swept away in a flurry of frustration here, because Corey just has been doing his best to deploy this board and try to put some pressure on. But unfortunately, Caden has been able to just draw what I feel like is infinite cards. We have Jebediah Farnsworth and Gaston down, 2 cards that are designed for a very different matchup than this one. And then we have Adventure Book, making sure that Caden just has the chance to draw what feels like infinite cards. So now we have the ability to discount an action by 3, and there goes, or sorry, the item here, and that Potion of Malice only costs 1 ink.
I'm very curious what Corey thinks his out here is. I think
in this case, it makes sense to keep playing. He's only 3 lore left. I can't imagine a situation where I would scoop and that means I lose and it's over. Because at this point it is.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that's the situation. I don't know how if I'm Corey, I don't know what I'm hoping to hit. I think I'm just running with what I get now is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So I mean, you just have to keep playing to your outs here because ultimately, Caden does need to have the puzzle pieces. Unfortunately, Corey doesn't have really a way to interact with Caden's hand. He doesn't have a way to interact with his items. He can't really stop the action. So all he can do is just play around what Caden is up to. Unfortunately, I mean, it does look like Caden has had the smallest hand size we have seen in this game. He only has I put in quotes here, 3 cards. We're going to strike a good match and try to go ahead and get closer to some of the board wiping or battering ram type activities. Because as we know that Scrooge's Counting House can get bigger and bigger each turn. And Corey's only 2 away. So he needs to get to Raging Storm. I feel like at this point, Corey has put on the pressure he needs that we just talked about.
He's put on he's put on exactly what he needs, because if Caden does a Raging Storm here, Corey's still going to get 1 lore off of the Counting House unless Caden decides to bash a Counting House with a battering ram. But I don't think he actually has the ink capability to do that here.
Yeah, and that is he has already used his Buzz's arm to go ahead and get that discount. So he's lost the access to that. So now he can only kind of chip away at things. He's starting that chip away by dealing the damage and getting rid of that Aladdin. He still has 1 more battering left. We have a piercing, or no. Or is that piercing?
Oh my God, another piercing attack gets it done. Corey's math was not based around 2 piercing attacks that turn,
which is absolutely brutal. That, as we said, he is just trying to extend that pressure as much as he can. Now, it's not necessarily over. Caden had to absolutely use his entire hand for that. He has 1 card left. Now, we know he has access to the adventure book that will go ahead and propel him forward. But as long as Corey just keeps the ability to just put pressure on. Now, this is what I would call the minimum pressure. There's not enough pressure, unfortunately, but it is something. He does have something on the board. And there we go. We see a Raging Storm right into Caden's hand, which has to feel miserable if you were Corey. We'll see if he goes ahead and deploys it right away. And he's not going to. He's just going to go ahead and put that thing back where it came from, or so help me, and just choosing to mask that the Raging Storm to try to get Corey to exert himself to the board a little bit further.
It's just a forever fog. He's just going to keep preventing Corey from doing anything.
Yeah.
Corey, he's making it where Corey can't find a way through, and I keep using the term to run with it, the fog and win the game.
Yeah, and I think that's a apt metaphor here. Now, he did go ahead and put down 2 characters. Unfortunately, Corey has taken a big advantage of Rush and Reckless, and the problem with that is not necessarily going to advance his lore total unless he can get a Ares out here. So, unfortunately, with the board the way it is, he can get characters out there. He can prepare to get lucky and get the cards he needs, but as you mentioned, it is going to get further and further away from him the more that Caden is able to keep
I think Caden has to board wipe here. If he doesn't, he has to board wipe here just in case Corey has another Aladdin in hand. Because I think we've only seen 3 Aladdin so far. Another Aladdin would have gotten Corey there. Now, the thing is, it feels awkward, but this Gaston's just going to get removed by all the damage. Enablement is going to happen here between the 2 potions and the battering ram. Oh, well, no, one of the battering rams is gone. Oh, there's no battering. Yeah, the Gaston will be removed here.
Yeah, unfortunately, like we mentioned, I mean, Caden is able to respond over and over again using these potions of malice, battering ram, just to put on that pressure over and over. Now that we have a poor Maleficent, she's a monstrous dragon, but unfortunately, she's not able to do any direct removal here. Now, she does quest for 2. So if this can go ahead.
Caden has 5 damage on board between the potions and the battering rams. Corey's just putting things out to try and get a board presence.
Now, the thing is that putting it on there does make it where he has to use his cards to advance against Corey, but unfortunately he has done enough here to put the final winning pressure, and there is Corey getting swept away into a 2-0 where Caden is able to set down with this deck that people said, listen, it can be temperamental. It is not a deck that is necessarily easy to win with, but he walked into a perfect matchup here. Corey looks like he built his deck to be a more control heavy deck. And unfortunately, it just didn't pay off in this case because his deck was centered on rushing, going ahead and dealing with an aggressive board state. And Caden said, what board state? What board state are you talking about here? Because unfortunately, Caden had not a single character on the board or in his deck in this entire matchup.
Yeah, Corey's deck in this situation is meant to deal with characters, bigger boards. Like, it's very good into mid-range matchups, like against like a PS bots, or even like some of the other character-based control decks, like Amber Emerald Circle of Life. But this, when you're dealing with that many items that just keep advancing your board state, you're out of the running.
Now, Liam, I have to tell you, I went through and I made a list of every single deck that I'm like, okay, these are the ones I need to study before we get to the Disney Lorcana Challenge Championship North America. And I looked at that deck and I said, you can't make me. I said, that deck, no way. I'm not going to read 60 items and actions. Who would play a deck like that? And even people said, who would bring a deck like that to a room where $50,000 is on the line? It turns out Caden did. And that was my just desserts. That's a lesson at home. If there's ever something on your syllabus where you say, I'm not studying it, it won't be on the test. It is on the test. You're late to first period.
Yeah, and if anyone asks, I didn't suggest putting that round on the, on Twitch or YouTube. That wasn't my idea to put that table there. So Corey doesn't get mad at me later for setting that up.
I already messaged Corey and said,
don't do that.
I said 2,000 voice Mike sends his regards.
It's a funny thing because we put that on, like, as soon as that showed up, I was like, oh man, this is great. This round's going to go to time. Like, we got these 2 control decks. It's going to take forever. It did not.
It
both
didn't.
Players
and
playing with alacrity.
Looking at the way that, because I think a lot of times when we get done with these matches, it's like, okay, well, what did that matchup tell us? And when I first sat down, I said, there's a chance. I didn't say, I said, I actually was very certain about it, that Corey didn't have any actions or locations, that he might just be going full characters. And there is a world where I think if he was at a character build where he was just trying to be aggressive, it could have maybe been a little bit more of a matchup, but he kept going very heavy on characters that had reckless. He had locations. And I feel like in this matchup, it didn't behoove him. He couldn't necessarily get as much value out of his characters as he needed to overcome Caden. I mean, Liam, what were your thoughts? I saw you in the chat watching.
Oh, I really watching like a lot because
you got scared probably too at the future of what we have to talk about here.
Oh yeah, no, I actually really like both of these decks. I should say, I have to clarify like one thing. When I say I like the prison deck, I'll call it the fog deck, the items deck. I don't love playing against it. I actually enjoy watching it though, because it's an archetype, that we haven't really seen much of in Disney Lorcana. And so it's super fun watching it go. I think the closest analogy to that deck is the deck that like Zach Bivens ran at Worlds. That was the blue-green, the Sapphire Emerald deck with the Radigan's Marvelous Traps that had this whole item engine going, and it just like kept you off 20 lore by bouncing the traps and all that. Probably the closest analogy. But I love that it exists. I would hate playing against it. Humble's deck is another deck that I actually think has legs. I think it's a very difficult deck to pilot. I'm surprised we don't see more of it, but it's actually very good, this Boosties deck, and I think it can do well in a room full of character-based decks.
Right. And then he said, how many characters are in there? 0.
Right. I actually think, like, to be frank, this is a fantastic matchup for Humble, except Battering Ram.
Right.
Scrooge's Counting House is the closer for this deck. This deck wants to go long. It draws cards in the mid game. It locks you out in the early game with strong questers or strong challengers. And then the whole point of the deck is to build up to the end game where it drops multiple Counting Houses on board and it Raging Storms to like keep you out. And so like Counting House can close down games very, very quickly. But Battering Ram probably isn't even in there for the location removal, really. It's mostly in there for like the extra damage, and just Battering Ram makes this deck, like that one card changes the entire dynamic of this matchup.
I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I was not expecting Battering Ram for anti-location text. I was expecting Sabotage. Like, I'm expecting to see Sabotage exist in Emerald decks today to deal with Buzz's arm or retro evolution device stuff, but also be that what if my opponent has a random location I need to deal with? So it makes complete sense though that the Buzz's arm deck is running the battering ram.
Yeah.
And like in place of that for location removal, because the Buzz, I think Caden is saying, I don't care if my opponent has items. If they do, I just need to outplay them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it's interesting though, because I do think when you bring in these kind of dark horse decks, it's so funny because you guys use the term, or rather Mike used the term rock, paper, scissors meta. But I feel like it's I would not necessarily call this a rock, paper, scissors meta in any form, because it feels like it is a meta where there is rules. Yes, it feels like there are. I mean, to be fair, I made that list of the decks that I should study, and I believe there were 17 decks, and it was 17 bespoke decks, where, I mean, there's some overlap. For example, Amber Emerald toys is like, okay, I'm sure once I learn some toys, I can learn all of them. But I mean, there's so many niche options at this point. Like, for example, another one is there's a Mickey Mini Emerald Sapphire deck. And I'm like, okay. And when you think about trying to prepare for a meta, and this is something that as a caster, obviously we can talk about, but as a player, you have the same problem, right? As a player, you can only master one deck usually. You can learn how to play several decks, but you have to be aware of all of them. You guys talked about how in this meta, it favors teching in certain cards. And when you tech in certain cards, the only way that those tech cards are good is if you know how the other deck is going to operate. So to all that to say is that every single person that plans to play in a championship needs to know all of these decks, because even if there's the battering ram, this prison deck, which I think is funny. Is that another Magic thing? Every time I'm like, what is that? People are like, it's Magic too. It's Magic all the way down.
So prison deck comes from like specifically a card called Ghostly Prison.
A prison
that
box.
Is
here in Disney Lorcana, we'll call it battering arm. That's what my adventure battering arm deck.
I do want to say there was a moment I was talking to RMB about a month ago where he's like, I think a fog deck could exist, like Turbo Fog in blue-green. And I was sitting there like, I feel like the answer is Amber because you have Raging Storm, and now we're seeing it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So do you want to mention for those just joining in, or if you're here, that was round 2. We're going to get round here 3 shortly. We're going to chat at you for a little bit. I want to bring in somebody else who's following the meta very closely to help us to get his thoughts on the meta and to give us somebody to talk to between rounds. So let's bring in Franz here from Hey, Franz.
Hello.
Hey, you heard us all talking about these 2 decks. What you watched that round? What do you think?
I saw the round come up, and I saw the Buzz's arm be played, and I saw Humble on the other side, and I promptly went and did some laundry.
Because now some people do laundry when they're upset. Did you do laundry because you had time, or because you don't like this deck?
I would say I went and did laundry because this is just a very tough matchup. The Buzz's arm deck playing against anything that has any sort of control slanted element to it, or not a way to really push pressure with characters early on, is just going to be an uphill battle for the entirety of the game. And the way that Red Yellow plays just uniquely runs into what the Buzz's armor deck wants you to be doing. It is taking those first few turns to set up with some characters with some boosts, not going super wide, setting up an item for card draw yourself, again, not going super wide and not putting a ton of pressure on. The Red Yellow deck has to really change how they want to play by getting down those Scrooge's houses as fast as possible, but also if they put down too many counting houses at the same time, a Freeze Divine can come in and just absolutely blow you out anyway. So it is just a very poor, unfortunate matchup, I think, for Red Yellow. And it's one of those things where in this meta you're picking a deck and you're kind of saying, I'm going to dodge this deck. And Red Yellow in this format right now, it is targeting different decks, and it's saying that I want to hope that no one's playing this Buzz's Arm deck.
And it's interesting too, though, because like if that was the other Red Yellow deck, like the original Toys Red Yellow, it'd be a completely different world. Because they're like, even though they're same color combos, they're completely different styles of decks and designs. One is can go fast in the beginning and control a little bit mid game if they have to. The other one's a more control style deck, like what we just saw. So it is interesting, and I do agree with Franz. Where like I saw the beginning of the match and sat there and said, I kind of know the direction we're going in here.
Yeah, and I commend Humble at least for making those games go a little bit longer than I expected, making them interesting, getting to a high amount of lore. It's just an unfortunate pairing there. Hope Humble is able to put it to the back of his mind and come back into the next round and really show what that red yellow deck is made of, especially in a meta right now that I think has developed a little bit more towards a mid-rangey point, as Lorcana seems to always do. Those purple decks. We're all TCG players at heart, and some of the favorite words on cards that we like is draw a card, and purple has a lot of those. So typically a format will evolve into a point where it's a purple mid-range fest, and I think we're getting to that point right now. So those Buzz's Arm decks, the Retro Evolution decks, and red yellow boosties, I think are situated pretty well right now. Humble just ran into an unfortunate matchup, and I think that the rest of the field is probably pretty safe for him. It's probably stuff that he wants to see, and hopefully he doesn't have to see another one of those Buzz's Arm decks.
Now, to Orange,
I bet there's not more than one. Sorry, Katie.
I know. Well, to be fair, now I feel like it's going to be the monkey's paw, where now for the rest of the day, it's all Buzz's Arm for the rest of the way down. They're gonna be like, hey, do you remember how you said you weren't going to look at that deck list? It's all that deck list.
No. Please, no. So many people, like I've been saying for a month, I think I swear there's going to be like 4 to 5 people at every major tournament that try to bring this deck and say, as long as I don't see Amber Emerald Eleanor, I'm going to do well.
I know of 2 people that are currently bringing it to cons.
There it is.
But the day is young. That's the thing. Okay, so here's the thing, Franz, is that this is, like we said, there's 2 weeks. I feel like this tournament is going to be such an important data point. Now, that being said, I feel like if we did a poll right now and said, okay, what is everybody going to bring to, and it's not Continentals, it's a North American championship, North American championship. I don't know how the word continents got in the zeitgeist so hard. Was that used last year, Liam?
When it was initially announced, like the event way back when, it was called Continentals for a time.
Okay, and
and
everybody latched onto it in a way I've never seen the whole community come together and use a word more than the word Continentals. But all that to be said is, if we took a poll right now before this tournament in D23's CCQ is done, and then we took a poll tomorrow, and then we took a poll the night before championship, and then we took a poll that morning, it is going to be 4 different answers, because I just think there's going to be what we call spiraling, tilting, panicking, because it is, like you said, when you bring a deck, you are pretty much saying, and I will lose to this one deck. Like, I feel like there's not a deck right now where you are not basically stamping. So you have to bring a deck that you believe the deck you will lose to is either ill represented or you just will dodge it. And that, I think, is the game within the game right now.
And like, there's a bit more to it than that, though, right? Because let's go back to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Lane, but like Richmond real quick. Fungus won Richmond, and he went there saying, I do not want to play against dogs. And then had 2 dogs matches in the Swiss round of day 1 and 2-0'd them both.
Fungus built stiff. He's very tall.
Well, fair. That's very fair. But like, the point I'm making here is like, you can still bring a deck and say, I lose this matchup, and still win that matchup if you have the right lines that give you a chance and your opponent bursts. It can happen.
The one thing I'll offer with this deck is this deck it's a good deck. It is a bold choice to bring to an event that doesn't feature I shouldn't say caliber of players, but I'll say it doesn't feature, it's not the room that we're seeing at Charlie's, which is an invitational event, and like the North American Championship, because if you bring this into an average DLC, your odds of running into, let's say, a less experienced player who is going to take a lot of time with their turns, not realizing what they're up against, is very, very high. And we saw that match. Like, imagine we had to play a game 3, and imagine both players, or imagine like the Caden's opponent, like Humble, didn't recognize the situation that they were in with these two control decks and played just a little slowly. You're asking for draws. You're asking for games to go to time. And so I think it's different when you're in the North American Championship and we're at CCS here, where you're going to sit down against a player. As soon as Buzz's arm is dropped, that player, your opponent goes, oh no, I have to play fast. But I don't think this is a great deck for every event, especially since you're very, very likely, more likely than not, I think, to hit a draw in your first 2 or 3 rounds, thereby putting you against other control decks. Yeah. I know.
Now, I do want to give a classic Katie orientation moment where I say, let's take a moment to orientate ourselves. So this tournament, for those that are kind of tuning in, like you mentioned, it is some of the highest caliber players you can hope to find playing. This is going to be the closest simulation that we will get prior to, I think, any of the championship tournaments. Other than a championship tournament itself, I think this is the highest caliber we'll see. And there's 7 rounds. There's going to be a cut to top 16. So what's going to happen today is we just witnessed the first 2 rounds. There's 5 more rounds today. Then tomorrow we cut to top 16. Of the first round, there were 8 players that had buys. They did not have to play in round 1 because of how well they did throughout the season. But now every single one of those players have sat down and played. For example, I can see Zan Syed. He had a buy. He sat down. He 2-0'd his opponent. So these opponents are very, very serious. We have 2 James Grays in the top 8, or not top 8. They're not in the top 8 anymore. They're just, they had a buy in the top 8. So what are the odds?
Shout out to the James Grays out there,
Yeah. Imagine you're a James Gray and you're not.
The Jameses.
Disney Lorcana. You're like just the non-remarkable James Gray. Yeah, so that is a little bit what's on the line. Oh, and then the final thing, the what is this leading towards? The answer is it's a $50,000 prize pool. So the first place winner wins $14,000. This is the largest cash tournament I think we've ever seen in Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
I really like that. Franz is sun mogging. It is true, Franz. This is what a lovely room you're in.
Yeah, this is the sunroom. When Emma and I were looking at apartments, there was about a $500 difference between a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom with a little bit of a little sunroom. So we decided to take that. She immediately took the extra room as her office and shoved me in here. So.
I mean, to be fair, you got so much vitamin D. That's something that I don't have. This is very dark, but I do have these giant cards. This is what I'm trying to do.
I'll tell you what, scurvy, not a problem.
Not a problem in the Franz house.
I just eat limes.
There you
go. Yeah. No, this I don't know. I had something I got, and then the sunroom thing distracted me. But no, like I think we keep saying it, and I think we're going to be like beating this dead horse all the way through like Continentals, which is just there are decks which I know I'm going to see on a particular day. There's decks that are very good. You know, there's the Eleanor decks running around, Circle of Life decks and all that. But like there are just so many possibilities, even within colors. Like, I was thinking Amethyst Steel, I'm like, we're going to see bots. And then like a couple weekends ago with, there was an Amethyst Steel deck with the Meridas running around, just the draw lots of cards deck, which I was like, okay, that's really good too. Like, I don't know. Like, it's crazy. It's a crazy time to be alive.
Lorcana is a very unique trading card game where we don't often find ourselves in a format where it kind of devolves to 2 or 3 decks. And the meta changes every single week, sometimes multiple times within that week. And that is only going to be exacerbated next year, hopefully, when the very exciting announcement last night comes to fruition of a official client.
Yes, like, the announcement of an announcement. It was like
the announcement of it. Now
they did accidentally keep the drum roll going after it was up, so I think that was what kind of caused a little bit of moment because like they're like drum roll, and then they showed it, and they're like keep drum rolling. They're like that's it. And I was like oh no. So it is, but I mean to your point though, it's coming, which means Justice will never be able to sleep ever again. Justice will be awake forever, just watching the data evolve like a symbiote.
Yeah, it's really interesting because like obviously those who lived through the early days of Lorcana, we saw a ton of Twitch. Like you could log on at any point of the day and you can see someone playing Lorcana. And now that's going to happen again. Like you're gonna go on to YouTube, you're going to go on to Twitch, and there's going to be 2, 3, 10 people playing Lorcana, and even top level players, instead of just playing their game, hiding their deck list. Like we're going to be able to get like information from high level players as to what they're playing, what they're testing immediately again. So I think the skill gap between the top 1% and like the top 20%, that was already pretty well defined. But I think since early on Lorcana, the top like 25% and the bottom 75%, that skill gap like exponentially had increased. I think that's going to decrease a lot now. So I think a lot of your opponents at set championships, your first three opponents at DLCs, it's going to become a lot more of an information game again, which is very interesting. I think it's going to be, the game is going to evolve in a way that not everyone is ready for at the moment. So I think it's going to be just a very interesting case to see what happens, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, and I think it's very fun because it creates a situation where there is no limit to the amount you can prep for these events, which I think is like good and bad, right? Because if you're a player, if you're a caster, if you're a fan, it can be kind of one of those things where you kind of go to bed and you wake up and people are like, did you hear about the Rafiki's Bakura staff deck? And you're like, what did you just say to me? And just that is what we're living in. And I think it is fun, but it is kind of interesting. I think everybody knows a Disney Lorcana player in their life that will be really high on a deck. You're like, that's great. And you go to bed and you wake up and they're like, that deck is terrible. Because that's how fast things are changing right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Liam,
Are you referring to Sky? I'm sorry.
Yes, that is Sky. It will be Sky I wake up and he's like, Boosties is over. I was like, it was over. I know
Liam,
it's good if he starts ordering foils from it. That's how I know.
You get to hear now, Liam, that the Figment draw deck is a thing. How do you feel about that?
Oh my goodness. For the longest time, it was just a figment of my imagination. But yeah, I can't believe that Figment's coming to the game. And yeah, that's gonna be nuts.
It is.
The card's good.
It is. I do like that immediately. I had Jebus Jebus, if you will, on my post about, I was so excited. He's like, the classic card of Amethyst, just drawing cards and wondering why they're not winning. And I said, I'm sorry, I cannot hear you over all my card draw. Because listen, it's good to have options, okay?
I can't hear you. I have too many cards in hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm just riffle shuffling my 40 cards right now. I don't have time. But yes, I do agree. Figment was very excited because it means Orangebird, Duffy. It's all on the table. That's all I saw.
Possibility now. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I never thought of Orangebird being in Lorcana on card. So many of my Disney loving friends that I've talked to about Lorcana are like, well, what about Orangebird? What about Figment? I'm like, and I didn't think about it until they were talking to me. Like, I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, are they gonna do just park kind of things? And now that Figment's in, I can like go tell them like, hey, Bird's coming. Get your collections ready. Spend some money.
I did not think about that yet.
And now you have. I mean,
I'm a big fan. Like I wouldn't mind if with a lot of the park promos, if they were alternate art treatments to existing cards. There's different ways to do it. Like you could actually bring them in, but it does feel weird bringing some of these characters into the world of Lorcana. But if you did, like, for example, I like Hitchhiking Ghost, somebody suggesting, you could take Spooky Sight and simply reskin the card with the Hitchhiking Ghosts, and then and have it as a park promo. And I think that's kind of an elegant way to handle like the park characters. So not that you can't play with them, but I think that would keep kind of this distinction between the animated world of Lorcana and the parks kind of separate, while including them in the game and giving them cards. I also, before I want to give one quick shout out before he leaves. I've been shouted out all the people who helped bring this stream together earlier, but I have to shout out Bobby McCoo, who's in the stream here, for Lorebot. Bobby is a fantastic member of the community who does more behind the scenes than a lot of people know to make a lot of these streams functional and possible. So always shout out to Bobby whenever I see him on these streams. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, shout out to Bobby. Yeah, there's so many people in the community that are nice for what? Like, they're just nice for the nice of it all. And like, they do so much, and it's in a thankless way. They're like, I made this very comprehensive website. How to track every time T-Po's been inked. And you're like, what? And they're like, it's my T-Po tracker. And people do these things. But Bobby pretty much every stream that is crafted by content creators. Bobby helped, and that is very, very cool.
Yep.
So shout out to that, and shout out to everybody who's hanging out with us, because you have a lot of choices when you fly, but you chose to fly with us right now. Now that we and we thank you for flying the Illumiteers sky. But in just, I believe, let's see, I think the DLC, not the DLC, the CCQ is kicking off in like an hour, maybe, who knows? But I'm very excited. I'm gonna look like freaking Alfred in the Batcave with all the Disney Lorcana happening.
Yeah. There's lots going on today. We talked about earlier. Like, there's plenty of places to hang your hat today. Not only is the CCQ kicking off, I think, is that on Quest World?
I think it's gonna be on the official.
It's on the official Twitch.
Yeah, I think it should be on the official.
The only reason I was confused is because they're also doing the announcement stream today for season 3.
And I think it's gonna be in the middle. I think they're
I thought it was gonna be like kind of like they cut to the casters and they cut to like a desk and like they give me little bits of information. Then they cut to a game, kind of like what Worlds was. Where like I was like in the middle of an event at Locals, and then there was Worlds like playing up on the screen, and we were all cheering for Zach Bivens. And then it cut to casters, and they were like, "Oh, by the way, here's the prizing for DLC." It's like, whoa!
Oh, yeah.
So like we had to like stop in the middle of a round of at Locals, and then we were like, okay, so that's cool. And then anyway, back to this game.
Yeah. I think they might be doing it all at once. I don't know. I don't know if we all know.
I think everything is actually going to be on the main Disney Lorcana channel.
No, we know
that's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah.
We know that. I'm just saying that like the announcements, I'm not sure if they're interspersing or they're doing it all at once. I'm sure they will tell us at the rip. But in the meantime, we have 128 of. It's gonna be fascinating. The two tournaments are going to be two very different player bases, because this tournament is people who have been showing up and traveling to Houston and Atlanta multiple times over the course of the year. The first CCS invitation or qualifier was about a year ago now. I think it was the end of August last year. And on the other hand, you have D23 people who are a little bit different than your typical competitive Disney Lorcana player, because I mean, they are people who wanted to pay to go to a convention, and then they're going to spend 2 of those days at the convention, or maybe 2 if you're really good, playing Disney Lorcana. So it is a very different type of player base, and I'm excited to see how the top 16s compare between the two. Liam, do you have thoughts on those two audiences, and if they might be more whimsy in the D23 versus Pain Incarnate?
I mean, it's going to be very different, because they are going to be very different tournaments for a variety of reasons. Right. One of them is, I am interested to know the percentage of players in the CCQ out there, which is a CCQ for season 3,
right?
I believe. So it's not, so people, if they already have their invite to Continentals, could go, or the championship, the North American Championship, could go out and play in that and qualify for next year as well. But I'm interested to know how many of those folks out there are championship qualifiers who are going to be playing in a few weeks, because I would venture to guess, and Mike made this assertion earlier, that we probably have a larger share of season 2 championship players in CCS this weekend than we will have out at D23. As a result, you have a lot of these players who are gearing up for the championship in 2 weeks, but also players who may not want to tip their hand. And so you're going to have like this weird dynamic, but some incredible high-level play here at Charlie's, and then a completely different kind of dynamic vibe feeling out there at D23. Just 2 very different events.
Right.
And so watch both is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, because I think it's going to be so much with data is about a story, and you get to kind of take the data points and see kind of, you have the data, which tells one story, but then it's kind of saying, well, what's the context? I think the context is going to be very important. That's kind of what you referred to is, yes, there is incentive to bring your very best deck to this tournament we're watching right now, which is a Charlie's Collectible Showcase 50K Invitational, the first one ever Invitational. But there also is a little bit of incentive to not show everything, because let's say that Jonathan Williams brought the latest and greatest incarnation of Amethyst Steel, and he's like, this is the one, it's the best. Then people have 2 weeks to tech against it. So what are the odds that in that 2 weeks he can then go ahead and retool the next best iteration? So I think it'll be very, very interesting to see, as a commentator, as a player, to see what these players, what the delta is between their tournament deck. Because like you said, the amount of people who are qualified at this Charlie's to be playing in this Invitational and the people who will be at the championships, it's a pretty big overlap. I wish there was an easy way where I could just like right click qualified, but it's not that simple, unfortunately.
And not to detract, but getting back, I'm looking at some round results real quick. And it's going to get very interesting with pairings from now on because there's a few natural draws happening in round 2.
Natural draws?
Like 1-1 draws.
Oh, got it. I was like,
not what I mean. It's like not
natural.
IDs. What I'm saying is it's not like we have IDs going on. They're going to time in game 3 type of deal. It looks like we have two tables that happened to, from what I see.
Well, and that's fascinating because that's one of the reasons why bringing in that item deck is a danger into this meta, because what happens is now those draws are pairing into each other, or have a very high likelihood to pair into each other. And so now that that's happened, it kind of resets your math. And, if you were teched against aggro decks, your likelihood of running into those now in the next few rounds, now that you have this draw sitting there, is, I don't know.
I know. And that's you hear rumors that like there's people that they don't hate draws early because of the fact it's like I'm in this certain bracket now, and it's the fascinating like game between the game. Like you bring the deck based on what you think you'll be against, and then you tech your deck, and then what if I drop into this 1 game, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 tie bracket? That's my dream bracket, and I am not at that level of pro gaming yet, but you do get to see it.
Someone I know from our area for Richmond won game 1 of round 1 while running Burn, and then offered the draw. So we'd get put in the draw bracket, and every single match he had from then on while he was running like Amethyst, Emerald, Burn was blue-green.
It's next level.
And day 2, and I think he even got a symbol off of it, if I remember correctly. Like that was how he got his in.
It's next level.
It's just different levels of like RPH, right? RPS. It's like, it is legitimate. People will sit down for rock paper scissors, and some people will study for years, like psychological tells of your opponent. If you know your opponent, if you know their personality, with a certain percentage what they're going to throw. And then there are people that are just like, I'm going to throw rock all the time, and then you have the people that announce what they're doing, like I'm going to throw rock, but then throw paper, and then I'm going to throw rock, I'm going to throw then throw scissors. It's just like, how deep do you want to get into the game theory? And how deep you go can leave you vulnerable to people going less deep, 1 or 2 levels. So it's always really interesting to see like how people go about their game theory, at least in tournaments and then in deck building and so many other stuff. It's TCGs, man. I love it. I love every part of it.
Yeah, absolutely wild. And man, I love everybody in the chat here. I'm gonna get the Melee link. I'm gonna get this out here. It should be pinned over on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, I don't think we can pin it, but I'm gonna get it over to you there. Take a look at the players there and shout out your favorites, who you're rooting for. I was just doing perusing the list again, and there's just so many people here who I like. All of these players I've seen in various places.
Right. Liam, I mean, you can relate to this. When you are looking at Melee, when you're looking at Ravensburger Play Hub, you are going, okay, who do I recognize, right? Like we're scrolling and you kind of go, I know this person. This one I've never seen outside of a championship. I've never seen this many names. I'm like, well, obviously. And it's not even like you recognize like one game. It's like, oh no, I know both these players. Over and over again, which is
round 3 is up.
It is? Okay, there's a very long time extension.
There is a Joshua Satterfield versus Sky match.
Oh, that's a tempting morsel.
I was about to say, Katie was just saying she wanted a buy person in round.
I think it could be interesting because there were 8 people, like we mentioned, that started this tournament that didn't have to play round 1. So
there's Tyler Burdett versus Luke Goodwin.
That's very fascinating.
I think that Sky match is one of those, though, Katie. That gets you your buy in round 1.
Versus Nathaniel Shaney, the double Nathan. Well, no, one's a Nathan, one's a Nathaniel.
Haymaker versus Jonathan Williams.
Well, now that's fascinating stuff here. It's up to the people. We have Caden Wood. Well, we just saw Caden versus Zan. Oh, that's interesting. Zan probably is going to do pretty good there. We have Jordan versus Christopher Baxen. All right, you guys. It's up to democracy. What does chat want to see?
Katie, I think we're going with what you originally asked in the judge chat.
We are? Okay.
Yeah, because you asked, so I imagine they were acting on it.
It already did it? They already paired.
Well, they already grabbed him.
Oh.
Okay. Here we go. That's what we're gonna see.
Okay, that's gonna be very fast.
All right.
Based on what I know.
Maybe have a backup match, but we're gonna see it. All right. Well, there we go.
The chat really wants Sky, but it's too late. Apparently,
It's too late. It's too late. We'll see him later. Plenty of time. Plenty of Disney Lorcana. Hey, but hey, chat. If you're watching here, if you're one of the 700 folks here now still, and I hope we're gonna get over 1,000 eventually. Like, let us know who you want to see in the chat. We'll try to make it happen. Only so many games we can watch, but we'll try to bring some of your favorites, especially if you see some spicy decks out there. You know, some spicy decks. There's gonna be some good stuff to watch. So, with that, I see players at the table.
We might, if it's Caden again, because I think it might be who was just on stream. So if that is the case, it doesn't behoove us to double unless we want to see Buzz's arm in action again. But we'll see.
Maybe since everyone was thinking it may not be a deck that may show up, it may be worth showing, especially with Zan. I think we should stick with it.
They're already at the table is the issue.
Yeah, let's run with it.
I think. Yep. If they're at the table, they're at the table.
Yeah.
We're going to see this. And let's talk about the judge chat. Depending on how fast it goes, maybe there's a chance for a backup match. But let's prep for that. With that, everybody, we're going to see some of these folks later. Let's get down to the table. Franz, thanks for stopping by. I know you've got some time. Maybe we'll see you again later on today. But we're going to head down to the table with me and Katie.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's very possible. So we should put on the Illumiteers. But yeah, so in this case, Liam, my monkey's paw. Okay, so they are saying, okay, so they're taking Zan. Okay, so we just need to be more decisive because I think yeah. Anyway, so we are now going on to this match. So this one might go extremely fast. The reason I say that is because I looked up what. We know what Caden's playing, and I think I know what Zan is playing. And if that is the case, then this could go fast, but it might not. I'm very fascinated to see what Zan brought. Liam, what are your initial thoughts right now?
I have no idea what Zan brought, but I am seeing colors pop up there. I'm seeing names pop up in colors. So it looks like it's going to be Emerald Amber. You know better than I do, Katie, because you looked it up. The interesting thing about these colors, though, is I have no idea which version of this build it is. If it is more aggressive, it could run under Caden's deck. If it is a more control-y variant, it could have a bit of trouble because if the game goes long, Caden has a lot of answers for most of what Zan could dump on the board. So I don't know. I'd have to see which build Zan has here.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Liam? Pretend everything I didn't say. Well, I didn't say it because who knows? I don't know what Zan is bringing. Zan could bring anything. But I would be interested to see what the chat thinks what Zan is bringing, because that is a very fascinating thing. Zan is one of those players that talks to the audience every single week talking about the meta. So I am wondering if the audience will be able to devise what he is bringing based on what he's talked about, what he thinks is good. Now, Caden, guys, do you like actions? Do you like items? What's your favorite Disney character? I don't want to know because there's no characters in this deck.
Yeah. If you missed last round, you're in for a treat? Question mark. You're in something different.
I'll be honest. I'm a person who sometimes will say how I feel. I'm not super stoked about Caden's deck because last round I mentioned, hey, I don't necessarily know this deck inside and out, but I think I will by the end of this game because we got to see the rock paper scissors and Caden won that rock roll. That's no the dice there. So he is at paper, so he will be going first. But yeah, Caden's deck is basically what I would consider a Amber Emerald control deck, but it's a control deck that uses not a single character. So this is not songs, this is not Eleanor, it is truly my adventure battering arm.
Yeah.
So yeah, so people saying, is it the same book deck? It's not the same deck. It is. It's the same card, same player, same spot, same place.
Yeah. It is interesting. Man, I don't know. I heard rumors about this deck for ages, and originally, like when if people are paying attention, like when the meta first started, this was referred to as the Kevin deck, I believe, and then people quickly worked Kevin out of it, and left it where it is with mostly zero characters most of the time, and I thought it was gimmicky. I did see it run at Ink. It is a deck that can definitely win games. It can do well in tournaments. It's a good deck. It's just a gamble because you have to play quickly. And I didn't think anybody would bring it to the North American Championship. And we heard last round, I think it was Franz saying he knows at least 2 people who are bringing it in. So apparently it is a deck that we're going to see there. So if you're planning on playing there or playing really in any competitive event this meta, it's a deck that you should be familiar with, because if you see a Buzz's Arm come down on turn 1, you need to know what to expect, as we see a Dale coming down into a Pluto. So now we know what Zan's doing, kind of.
Yes. And I am 90% sure this is going to be the pressure station from Zan. We talked about in the last matchup that Humble. Oh, okay. Caden is not playing anything on turn 1 or turn 2. This is not how he wants to run his deck. Like we mentioned, we want to get those Buzz's Arms down. That's kind of his pseudo ramp for the deck where he's able to go ahead and do discounts moving forward. So he has played absolutely nothing yet. And Zan has the opportunity to go pretty wide. And normally you feel kind of bad exerting your characters early on, like an Aurora or a Pluto. Zan doesn't, because there's absolutely no downsides for him to exert characters, because there will be no rushing. Caden has no characters.
Yeah, and you have to go quickly against this deck. I mean, once you get to the Raging Store turns where you can start dropping double Malicious Mean Scary, once those items get online, which can deal damage to characters, like things become really unpalatable. So you have to go quickly. But it is a danger that if you cannot get card draw online, you can overextend into an early Raging Stormer card that can be discounted, with Buzz's Arms. So this is an interesting game here. It's the game that you usually see played when board wipes are on board. It was, oh my goodness gracious. Look at that board.
Yeah, and that is as wide as you can get on a turn 2. Now, there is a little bit of a punish here. We have a piercing attack going in and dealing damage to that Grandmother Willow, but unfortunately, that is just one of the 3 cards on board, and Zan does have the ability to go and kind of keep going wide. The problem with going wide is it does use a lot of your hand side. He needs to make sure he draws cards and draws cards soon, because of the fact that the wider you go. But there we go. This is the perfect way to keep that card draw happening.
Yep, and the 2 characters available there for that Eleanor trigger to turn on. I do like this cheeky little Zootopia from Caden. Had the extra ink, why not drop it on the board? He knows Zan wants to go quickly, and so he's basically saying, hey, here's a clock. Now it's a 20-turn clock, but it's going to keep ticking up until you take time off of questing to deal with it. May as well dump it out there. But Caden clearly not on his ideal start. You want to get things on the board to start drawing you cards and to start discounting your other actions. Buzz's Arm is what you want to be doing early on. We do see an adventure book going into the discard pile here. And it's a
strange thing. Strange things are happening to me. Is that a good Randy Newman impression?
Yeah, pretty good.
Thank you. So that is going to go ahead and put the momentum down a little bit, because now 2 of the characters cannot quest. That being said, they can go ahead and challenge that Zootopia. It's kind of making an invitation to say, why not? We have Mike Wazowski, who is very, very happy. Mike Wazowski is not going to give any characters to Caden.
Yeah, it's really interesting there. I said what a cheeky little play that Zootopia was. Actually punished for it here. Because Zan would have needed to find ways to exert multiple characters in order to get the Eleanor trigger turned on. And without being able to quest, if he didn't have any songs, there'd be no way to do that, because you can't just exert them for nothing. And so that Zootopia there giving Zan something to do with those characters in order to turn on that Eleanor. So that Zootopia coming back to bite Caden there.
And I'd like to amend. I said I wasn't happy about seeing Caden's deck again. However, I think this is so important, because last round we said, whoa, look at Caden, absolutely 2-0 Humble's Amber Ruby deck. But this is why Caden brought a precarious thing, because aggro exists in a world of control decks. Just go fast. Zan has an extreme board presence now. Yes, we had another strange things there, which is going to slow down the tempo a little bit, because it does get 2 characters from questing. But when you have 7 characters, it doesn't feel so bad.
Yeah, absolutely not. Caden needs to get, at this point, it's like you see with a lot of board wipe decks or decks that run board wipes. It's how can I get to that Raging Storm as fast as possible? Oh, as the Peacekeeper comes down, shifted into play. And we're going to quest out here. Zan all the way up. Is that game on board already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it certainly is now. So there's like half of Zan's deck on the board. And Caden's going to be hard pressed to deal with that.
Yeah, and we talked about what does Caden need. I mean, he is trying to get to board wipes. He's trying to do lots of fun things, but he can't get to that without Buzz's Arm. Buzz's Arm, he had 3 in the last game, so he was able to do, discounts the next action by 1. If he has 3 Buzz's Arms, then he can play with 5 ink or Raging Storm. But notably, there are no arms. He would give his left arm for a Buzz's arm right now.
Yeah. Yeah, just painful. And yeah, this deck really wants, I think he just drew one now, if I'm not mistaken, which, too little too late. But yeah, really, if you could ink and play 2 Malicious Menace, like there are some outs here to keep things under control for 1 turn, maybe. Let's see what adventure book. Do we have 2? There's 1.
I think the adventure they might be going on is to gain 2, unfortunately. Well, we have some potions of malice here. So that is enough to get a little bit of damage out here. But we went ahead and tested the limits of how many dice that Zan said.
Go to the reserve dice here.
Yeah. So now it's that time where you pass. You're like, okay, I think I have what I need here. Putting on that potion of malice is smart because, I mean, it is investing in a future where you believe you will get a chance to do second adventure book. But here we go. We're just going to go ahead and use that discount from the Pluto. Just because you can't quest does not mean you cannot exert.
This really was a fantastic combo here. By the way, the potion of malice, just buying a turn.
Right. Yeah, because that reckless, it's 1 turn. So he's basically saying, don't worry, I'll get to another potion of malice and maybe I'll get to a board wipe. The problem is without that, oh my gosh, he did. Yeah. But unfortunately it was Mike. Was it Mike that showed the potion or did he?
No, he played the potion.
Oh, he did play it. That was a play.
He's just writing his ink at the end of the turn, which
got it.
But yeah, he played it. So Zan's gonna be able to quest with 2 things here and just, oh my goodness, like what? Just drawing this out.
My goodness.
Oh, is that stream frozen? If the stream's frozen, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, okay. I think I was like, man, Zan's really thinking about putting the damage on here. Because I was like, he played Potion of Malice. So in theory, at this point, he's about to put 1 damage on everything. Go ahead and get rid of, a certain amount of his board. But it does appear that the stream is currently frozen.
Yeah, I don't think it's on our side. I think we're still live and everything else. I think.
Oh yeah, we're live, but the timer has stopped. So I think it is the feed from the skipper. So I think Mike will be reaching out to our streaming judge, and then we'll get that stream back for you. So we might cut back to me and Liam while we wait for that stream to come back.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sad because I really wanted to see how he pulled out of that.
I know. Well, to be fair, my brain broke because you're like, he played Potions of Malice. I'm like, did he? Because Zan's not reacting. And the answer is the stream froze. Because I was like, maybe. So to your point, he needed just 1 card and 1 card only to kind of go ahead and stall for 1 more turn. But Potion both froze, gave his characters Reckless, and gave the stream Reckless.
I'm so mad we can't say. I really want to see if Caden pulls this out. If we get back and Caden is 1-0 and we didn't see how he came back from that, I'm going to cry real tears.
The Illumiteers,
because oh my goodness, that was fantastic. Oh man, Charlie's internet. No,
I know. And J-Bomb says my Lorcana room. Look at, I am the 1%, J-Bomb. I haven't found a top loader yet for these. I gotta find a giant top loader if anyone has that. So we have so people kind of wondering, how is this set up? Katie looks like she's in her apartment. Liam looks like he's in his home. How is this stream happening? Well, that is because we worked with people. So Skipper is, I believe, a local. Is he a local to Mike?
Yeah.
No, I think he drove. Either way,
he did drive in.
He drove in, and so basically it's a multiple part machine where the judges are basically helping watch the streaming table. Then we had the skipper who brought down his equipment, set up a streaming table. So Skipper came from Michigan then, and then it's a remote feed. So me and Liam are working remotely. So the stream is being broadcast from Atlanta to Texas and Nebraska, and then right back to your living room. So we are working full time to try to get the stream back to you. I think Mike is working with the judges, and Liam is also working to see maybe we can refresh it. But Skipper's also playing. Skipper apparently was in the top 8 of Indianapolis. He made the top 8 of one of the recent DLCs. So he is a very good player. Oh, we are so back, and Zan did win. As the prophecy foretold, Zan did win that game 1. So
There
we
you
are
go.
so back. And I think he just needs to, I think we're in like producer mode right now or something because we got like little funky lines. But either way, we can see the feed.
Yeah, there we go. Shout out to whoever fixed that on that end.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who's helping, which is, it truly takes, it takes a village. And in this case, it's a village of Illumiteers.
Yeah, I great point, Katie. Like, we pulled this together very last minute. There's a world in which we didn't get to watch this. So we do not have a large on-site team. It is some folks working down there, including the judges, who this is not their job, but they're
No.
working very hard to help us out, bring you all this stream so we can watch it. So yeah, big shout out to everybody who helped pull this stream together.
Yeah, shout out. It was Googly Glimmers. Shout out to Googly Glimmers for being there to help me learn how to do things better. But there we go. We got Malin Lee, which I'm trying to think. So she's a singer. So that makes me believe there is some song action coming from Zan's deck.
She is, but critically only sing together singer. So there's clearly setting up the early Under the Sea line is where it's trying to go.
Right.
Mike Wazowski, really fun card here. Hold on. You're really seeing a lot of play, but it's built to look for characters, and when you're playing a non-character deck, you don't punish your opponent for playing it. So a card that Zan's going to get to leverage here kind of for free.
And that is a fun thing there. The Malin Lee, that's kind of the spectacular singer replacement. That Malin Lee can also find Malin Lee. So if it is something where he is leveraging an Under the Sea package, then the Malin Lee can look for Under the Sea or more Malin Lees, which can help once you get to Under the Sea. So we'll see if that's the direction, but we're not going Under the Sea because Zan has no characters on the other side of the board. So he just needs to go fast. This Mike Wazowski is literally free real estate where he is able to go ahead, play it, and say, hey, Caden, why don't you go ahead and not draw a card because there's no characters in Caden's deck. Zan not putting on an immense pressure, but he's certainly able to just get some characters on the board and keep taking advantage of no pressure from Caden's side yet, ...
Yep. And so we saw last turn there's multiple ways that he can have to stall things out. We do have that Buzz's Arm in play, which is going to help him ramp some of these answers early. It's a fantastic card in a deck with all actions. It pretty much discounts, or mostly actions, a lot of items, pretty much discounts almost the large preponderance of the deck. Digging here, we do see a Family Scattered, which is another kind of wide answer, go to the discard pile. But I think, like, I'd love to see a game 3. I'd love to see for people to see how this deck can kind of stall out an aggro deck, but it's going to be tough. Zan going wide here very early.
Yeah, he's going wide, but not as wide as his deck can go.
Right.
Now, people who are at home, it's like, what are Caden's outs here? We've learned that Piercing Attack is a pretty effective way to at least get some damage on the board. Battering Ram, Melissa, or Potion of Malice can go ahead and deal damage, but what he's trying to get to is the point where he can get to a Raging Storm. Those Buzz's Arms are essentially a ramp for action. So if he can get a couple arms out here, then we can Raging Storm. But in the meantime, ooh, this is another way. Dealing damage with, or missing with Devilish Mean and Scary. I talked about ways to deal damage. That's one of them, sent to the bottom.
Yeah, we saw Buzz's Arm get sent to the bottom as well. So definitely not as many of those is available now. We're down by 1. We do have 1 in play. It feels pretty bad. Here's the Eleanor in play here. This is critical to start refueling the hand here as you're dumping the board wide. Bobby's and Maruski, Spray Cheese Kid will draw, discard a card. Sending that Aurora to the discard pile. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters on board. Zan doing what he needs to do. Let's see.
Yeah, Zan. We see in Caden's board, he does have a Raging Storm, so can he get there in time? He's going to go ahead and put the Strange Thing questing restriction on those 2 upfront Mike Wazowski. So now those Mike Wazowskis cannot quest. Now that doesn't stop him from singing, but like we mentioned, there's probably only one song, probably only the Under the Sea in this deck, usually, if it is the aggro build. So now it's what else can Caden do? Because Caden, since he's a control deck, basically all he's doing is just setting the stage and managing the damage till he can get to that control part of the deck.
Yeah, feels really good to shut off those Mike Wazowski's last turn. Functionally, like one-sided card draw there. We do see a Battering Ram head to the Inkwell. And it looks like we're going to pass back to Zan. Now let's do an ink check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So up to 7. Now there is some pretty expensive. I mean, we are getting to Raging Storm, but also Family Scattered is a way that you can do some wide removal. But yeah, it's 8 as well. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, to your point, it's that the constant pressure that Zan is putting on Caden. He was in the last matchup that we saw. So previously, in round 2, we saw Caden against. Looks like, oh no, they're just not moving. I'm so scared now, but that was just a moment where they're
right.
But we have that Grandmother Willie coming down. So the last matchup, it was the Boosties deck, which is it was basically a control mirror. In this case, it is not a mirror in any way other than just the ink colors. So now we have 2 Eleanors, 2 triggers. The damage doesn't matter, but the card draw and the lore gain is going to matter quite a bit here. And suddenly Zan is able to move explosively forward, refilling his hand, getting a huge board presence, and Caden must respond swiftly. And it's going to be very hard. He doesn't have access to Raging Storm for at least a couple more turns because he has to have more arms on the board and he has to be able to ink this turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
he goes
going
to beat.
That's it. I knew it. I knew this was going to be fast. I got so scared. This is a dream matchup for Zan Syed because Zan literally is taking advantage of a control meta. He is saying, in a world where people are going to go slow and steady, why don't I just go fast? And he is able to go ahead 2-0 his way into a round 4 undefeated. He had a bye in round 1, 2-0'd round 2, 2-0'd round 3. Let's see what he does in round 4. Liam, that was record breaking. Breaking records, making history.
That was fast. And interestingly, like there is game for this item deck into aggro decks. Like you have to have a good line, but this deck wants to establish the Buzz's Arm early. Effectively, that ramps you a card and gives you just a little bit extra juice the next few turns. And then there's other things it can do. Playing the card, I'm blanking out on the item name, but that reduces your opponent character's lore by 1, which slows you down quite a bit. It does have game into aggro decks. But you need to hit the Buzz's Arm early. You need to be on a good draw, and we didn't get to see at all what Caden's deck could do there. And again, one of the reasons why I think that this deck is a risk into big tournaments. You run the risk of draws when you're running into control decks because there ain't no way about it. This deck takes forever to win. No matter what you're playing against, it takes forever to win. But then against some of these aggro decks, like especially the Eleanor decks, which are running rampant all over the place, like they're hard. They're hard matchups.
And at first, Liam, I went on such a personal journey in this matchup because I was like, I don't necessarily want to see Caden's deck again because it can be, like you said, it can be very grindy. It's basically trying to do control while you're getting these combo pieces and slowly crawling your way up to that 20 lower. But I'm actually happy now because it kind of told 2 stories of why Caden brought the deck and why other people might not. We got to see it absolutely get swept by Zan Syed. But before that, if you guys didn't watch round 2, we got to see it completely humble.
Yeah. Yep.
So
that was a great line. I have no response to the line.
Yeah.
But it did.
So now we've got to see, I love seeing those kind of parallel stories because in this meta, we talked about it at length already. You are going to run into situations where, yes, you brought the deck, but this is why it was a good idea and this is why it was a bad idea. So we got to see both. And I do like Justice pointing out, this is kind of why you have to remember aggro exists because you can build the most perfect control deck in the world, but sometimes there's just nothing you can do if a deck is going to win by turn 5.
Yeah. And the problem that this deck does have is eventually its answer is what it is with a lot of these control decks with board wipes is you have to get to the board wipe. Or a card like Family Scattered, which answers 3 characters, so it's pretty wide removal. And your answer to do that is to leverage spot removal in the early game. You can draw things out a little bit with strange things and prevent them from questing. You kind of buy yourself a couple turns, but at the end of the day, you need to be answering at least 1 or 2 characters a turn of spot removal. And when you're playing against the Eleanor decks, which there are some aggro decks which stack up a lot of lore on fewer characters, right? Like you're playing Daisy Ducks, you're playing things that quest for 2, and you're just playing a smaller number of high lore questers. And then there's other decks which just dump their entire hand on the board, and with Eleanors, with Plutos, with Auroras, that's what these Eleanor decks are designed to do. You have the other card now is that play a 1-cost character for free as that Pocahontas scouting the tribe. So like in that world where you just have like 5 or 6, 1 lore questers that you have to answer, spot removal becomes, it's just not going to do it. It's just not going to slow your opponent down enough. And getting to 8 is tricky. Yeah.
I'm very happy about this tournament because, man, I feel like there's nothing like live Disney Lorcana that gets your brain going. Because, Liam, I'm somebody that I like to deal with real life things. And so seeing these matches makes all these kind of theoretical things play out. And it has been very, very, very delicious to be able to eat 3 rounds of Disney Lorcana before noon. And we're just eating good. I feel like it was hard. I will say, everybody else, if you felt this, let me know, of not having several weeks without lots of Disney Lorcana to consume. We were eating very good for several months, and then you were doing your best. I saw you doing back-to-back streams in your dojo, but it feels so good to have games to watch. Sorry that one ended in 10 minutes, guys, but
yeah, apologies. But so we are letting you know, like, don't go anywhere because we're keeping the camera up here because we're going to double check if we can get another people to move over this round. It may or may not happen. Some players are not comfortable, interrupting the flow of their match to kind of move. But it is possible we'll get you some more games this round.
And it's possible that they're still on game 1 because, I mean, if they do move, they generally wait till the first game is done or the second game is done. So it's all dependent on that as well. And here's the thing. If you ever want to know who in the room might be playing aggro, just refresh Melee after the first 10 minutes. And if any games are done, someone at that table might be playing aggro.
Yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true. So yeah, we'll get some other folks and you all, if you're on Twitch, the Melee link is pinned. If you're on YouTube here, I'll post it here where you can take a look at the stream. Tell me, look at the players there. Tell me if you have any favorites, people you want to see. We'll do our best to find you interesting matchups and people that you all are interested in following. So
yeah, I try not to look at too many deck lists because I do like being surprised, but this is one where I was curious. There's certain players that are really deep in the meta and I'm fascinated to see what they brought. So when I already knew what Kaden was bringing, and then it was like, hey, Zan's coming to the table, and I saw Zan was paired against Kaden, and I was like, oh no. And that's why. So if Zan watches back and wonders, why didn't Katie want me on stream or anything like that? It wasn't that. It was truly that the minute I saw these 2 trains were headed towards each other, my personal thought was, uh-oh, that's going to be the opposite of interaction. It's going to be truly no interaction, the deck. It's just an aggro deck versus a items control deck.
Yeah, I will say it is interesting. I mean, I know you like variety, and I know viewers like variety, and so watching the same deck back to back does feel bad sometimes. But in this instance, early in the tournament, it was interesting to watch, as you pointed out, Katie, how this deck operates into 2 very, very, very different archetypes. Because and it is funny because when you watch some decks in some matchups, they look so good, and you're like, oh my goodness, this deck is oppressive. This deck is miserable to play against. It's just so good. And then you get it in outside of its comfort zone, and you're like, this deck. Because if we'd watched that in reverse, right? Like if we'd brought up Zan, and into Corey or Caden, and we'd watched that matchup, let's say round 2, and that's the first time we saw the items deck. The narrative right now that we would all have is that deck's terrible. But we got to see it both ways, which is super fun.
So now people who are at home are shopping for their deck. For the North American Championship, or Championship North America. Disney Lorcana Championship North America. The North America comes after the championship, which you wouldn't necessarily think. Now you have a little bit more information of, okay, this deck, I can't think of a situation that I would ever bring the items location action deck to a tournament. But I like to know that there's people that want to. I like to know that one of my favorite parts of Disney Lorcana is the characters. And there's people like, you know what my favorite thing is? Battering Ram. And they managed to bring, I guess Buzz is in the deck, kind of. Heard of him.
Yeah, I like this comment here. Zan single-handedly saved the set champs from Item Scourge.
Yes, I think, yeah. It was a quick items deck ? And then Zan said no.
Nope.
Because aggro does exist. And honestly, I think so much about the psychology of the decks people bring to tournaments. And I truly believe in a world of uncertainty, if people are saying, I don't know what to do, I'm just bringing the fast deck. So I think that like if people are wondering, will aggro ever be there? The DLC, are they going straight into the announcements? They're starting with announcements.
I'm not sure, but
that's
it might be.
They're just going straight into. Hey guys, guess what? Because listen. This is I'm probably gonna be watching that at the same time. This will be turned into a react stream, quite frankly, at that point, because I am very excited about news. Oh, my dog just farted and left.
It's just a quick drive by.
Yeah, she literally she farted and was like, it smells bad. She left, and I'm sad because I can't leave. I'm tethered.
Yeah. I'm getting word. Mike in the chat here saying the official Disney Lorcana stream just went live. So it's funny. You don't sit on stream oftentimes and you're like, hey, leave, go watch something else. And that's not what I'm necessarily telling you to do. There's gonna be awesome Disney Lorcana here you shouldn't. But if you're interested in the future of season 3, definitely take a look at that stream or catch the recaps. Come back and hang out.
Come back. Y'all know where to find us. You can find us at the corner of Texas and Nebraska. At the intersection, which is Atlanta. You guys didn't know that, but that's the case.
True. The nice thing is we're streaming on YouTube and Twitch, right? So you could have both up at the same time.
Honestly, in the world of iPads and cell phones and computers with 2 monitors, there's literally no reason to never not have every Disney Lorcana stream up at the same time.
Right.
I personally, I'm hoping one day we get the Buffalo Wild Wings Great Illuminary crossover, and during the weekends, everybody heads to their local B-dubs, gets a nice Jamaican jerk, boneless wing, and then watches all the Disney Lorcana. That's the dream.
Can you imagine like a world in which like Lorcana fan base takes over B-dubs and like walks in and they're like, they're all expecting people to ask for like the Chiefs game or whatever, and you're like, hey, can you get Twitch? Disney Lorcana Twitch on there?
Westworld Productions, the Illumiteers, and the Disney Lorcana official stream, all of this up, please. Yep. Thank you.
Let's get them there. And the big screen, can we have the PPG like Pro, Summit? We're just all of it. Them all. That's the world I want to live in, right? Man, there's that's like the next level. There's a joke I heard at some point, or there's a show, I forget what it was. I don't know. I was watching something, and somebody called somebody else like a nerd, and their retort was, "Hey, man. Like we have Stranger Things, like with D&D going on. We have NFL players playing Magic. Like the nerds won. Like you say that as an insult. We've won. We are pop culture, and so I think the next level of that is taking over a Buffalo Wild Wings, like with
that's how you know
kind of streams, right?
Yeah. I personally, it says starting soon.
Vader asked if the CCQ is being streamed at D23. Yes, I believe it is. I think it will be on the main channel following these announcements, I assume. So
they're calling it the Season of Villainy CCQ. So that is, how exciting is that? The Season of Villainy. I'm excited because that means for a year I get to not know how to spell the word villainy and get it wrong over and over again, because I feel like it should be villainry. I feel like the A and the I, who knows what order they go in? I never know. So shout out to autocorrect for helping carry me through the Season of Villainy.
The Season of Villainy.
Villainy. There's no R. It's so important to know that.
Villainry.
Villainy. It's gonna be miserable specifically for me. The only thing worse would be the Season of Restaurant, because that one also I'm never gonna know how to spell that. If we're trying to avoid words Katie can't spell, Season of Villainy, Season of Restaurant,
and spaghetti.
Yes, spaghetti. I'm over. If that happens, the Season of Spaghetti, it's over for me personally.
That's true. We're calling it now season 20 of competitive Disney Lorcana, the Season of Spaghetti. Shout out to Lady and the Tramp. We're gonna go there.
Shout out to Spaghetti. It's in the game.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna call it right in 20. This is my year 1 of me petitioning for the Season of Spaghetti. Anyway, J-Bomb says Buzz's arm deck winning would be a great start to the Season of Villainy, wouldn't it though?
That would be the most evil thing I can think of. It's like, because I mean, it's so funny when we talk about like our favorite decks. A lot of times, like in Infinity, the Season of Ratatouille. I'm out of here. It is so crazy how my brain does not work in a way, because I'm a sounded outer, and words where you're like sound it out. Well, it's not spelled that way. It's over for me. But my favorite deck is Amber Steel Song, because there's nothing more Disney than Amber Steel Song, and I can think of nothing more not Disney than a pile of items It's just like a book, a log, some poison, and I guess Buzz Lightyear's amputated arm.
Yep. Yep. By the way, the fact that we didn't get a Miss Nesbit card, really upset about. We got
I
Buzz
believe
Lightyear, not Miss Nesbit.
Okay, we have the arm. We have Buzz going, ooh, like the one where he can't gain evasive. That makes me believe. Like that Buzz looks like he's about to turn into Mrs. Nesbit. It's like I feel like it's a progression. We're gonna get there.
We need it. Yeah, by the way, Haters Lupa is saying here, my wallet is nervous, my inner Illumiteer is thriving. I do love when people have those slips and substitute Illumineer for Illumiteer, unless that's on purpose, in which case I really appreciate it, because I believe we're all Illumiteers. They're in K-pop, which is popping into my brain now because Dana Mukai here, one of my K-pop battle buddy, K-pop fan battle buddy here, is also in the chat. In K-pop, fan groups have names. Like the Twice fan group is called Once. BTS's fan group is called Army. I think the Illumiteers fan group is just all Illumiteers. We're just all Illumiteers. So appreciate that.
We just played a preview for the North. I feel so bad. I'm like, Liam, I'm watching the other stream.
I know. I can't. I'm worried about bringing it up on my computer because I'm worried. I've got so much going on with it right now. I don't want to crash anything. Especially
I'll describe everything I'm seeing. Right now, it's a desk with Rebecca, Banker, and Stephen Cooper.
Oh, 3 of my favorite people.
I know. And it's so crispy. Extreme is crispy. So here's the thing, guys. I really like Disney Lorcana, so I will be probably mentioning what's happening over here, because I believe everybody's watching both right now.
Yes, watch both. Is this the only stream for CCS? Are you want?
Where's the other one?
Yeah, hey! where's the good one?
I need you to know we were MacGyvered this stream. So not only is this the only stream, but this stream almost didn't happen.
That's true. This stream was not going to happen until what, Thursday, Katie?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, until Thursday. That was the moment that we finally got the thumbs up that can happen.
Yeah.
Oh, talk about how many challenge events there's going to be next season.
How many?
5 in North America and 5 in Europe.
That's good.
I feel like this is great. Reporting live. Liam, we just got word there's going to be 5 events in North America, 5 in Europe. That's right.
Yeah, I would bring up the live react, but again, I really don't want to break this stream.
Well,
really don't want to do it.
That's true. So you have me. I'm your ears on the ground.
Yeah, I could.
There'll be a Disney Lorcana challenge event with each set in the season.
That seems good. So each one with a different meta?
Yes.
Let me see if I can do this without breaking things.
Well, you can pull up on like your cell phone or something. Okay, they're talking about the player cap. Seasonability. I gotta see the cards.
Yep. Yep. It looks like we may or may not get a game 3 for you all. We failed you that round by getting you a quick matchup. We will do better on the next one. Apologies.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had 2 backup matches, and both the backup matches were 2-0'd, unfortunately.
Yep, we tried. We did our best.
All 3 matches that we picked were over within 30 minutes. So,
we failed you.
Shoot for the moon, and even if you miss, you land among the stars.
All right, let's see if I can do a thing here. We're going to keep an eye on that table there because may as well with 3 screens.
Yeah, we have at least 20 minutes. So if it breaks, you have 20 minutes to fix it.
Here's what I'm going to do, though. Let's do a thing. Whew. Again, if this stream all of a sudden crashes and goes down, I apologize. But touch screen, boom, boom. So here's this 4,000 player count. All right, let's see if I can do.
Well, they're telling us the dates, Liam. I'm gonna screenshot this.
Can you all hear that out there?
I don't know. London's in November. That's so soon. The first one is like immediately.
Yeah.
Well, we're going fast all of a sudden for some reason. That's my birthday.
We're really excited to see how the Illumiteers come out for those both. And then to round out the season in Europe, we'll be seeing
I think we're getting double audio now. Okay, there we go. Dusseldorf. All right, North America. Champa. I like how me and Liam are just trying to absorb all this. Like, sorry guys, this is very exciting. Milwaukee. Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Man, this is exciting, Liam. Wait, Liam, are you still talking? Okay.
I'm worried about echo with the stream here.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. I can't tell if this stream can hear the audio right now.
Yeah, they can hear it. So, all right, it'll just be me live reacting, going, wow, wee. Portland. Oh, Toronto. Oh, Canada. My home and native land.
All right, I'm just going to talk. I loved Toronto. It was a wonderful DLC the year that we went in season 1, so I'm really excited about this.
That is very, very, very cool.
We did also announce already in Japan and Asia, we have a Bangkok, Thailand event happening October 31st.
Yeah, this is a great series. We had 6 season 1. We went down to 3. I feel like 5 in North America lined up with the DLCs is like pretty good. I see question in the Twitch chat. This is DLCs in North America.
We're trying to see DLC what's about to happen next season.
Yep.
And if people are wondering, hey, are we not watching Disney Lorcana? No, the match went really fast, so you're not missing anything.
That is true. We're keeping our eye on the table down there. We're going to get more live Disney Lorcana here shortly. But while we're waiting, this is going on. So we're live reacting because reasons.
So these are just the DLCs. Will there be more CCQs? My goodness. I like how chat's already like, come on, tell us about the CCQs. We just got the DLCs.
Regional events that really allow these competitors to show their stuff and kind of practice for the challenge events too, right?
So and some cool prizes even.
That's right. And
no, there's no like
maybe that's a good
is there still? I think I got the cancellation back on.
I'm so excited for that.
I tweaked some settings and I think I broke it, but now I think we're better. Still an echo even now?
For me, but I don't know. If chat thinks it's okay, then maybe it's not.
I'm getting in the private chat too, so.
Okay. The season of villainy, right? So all of our prizes for this upcoming season will be themed around that villainy theme. 4,096
players per DLC. That's crazy. Someone said the UK was forgotten. The UK got London.
Yeah, the UK got London.
Yeah, that seems like they weren't forgotten. They get one soon. Okay, they're about to reveal cards.
Yeah, I'm really jazzed about this. Echo from Katie still?
Yeah.
I'm trying to fix it. Really?
Yes. Yeah. Every time I say yeah, I hear yeah.
How did I break that just with it? Okay.
They're talking about infinity.
Because I turned the setting on, I turned it off.
Uh-oh. It's back, baby.
This is nuts, Katie.
This is.
All right, I'll work on fixing Katie's audio. It's something I did on my end. Like I turned something on, I turned something off, and hold on, let me do a thing here. We'll see. I'll try to fix it, everyone. Sorry.
Upcoming challenge events. So I wonder if it doesn't look like it's going to be legal to play those cards then. Or because he said it's for Infinity fans. So
yeah.
I wonder, so is it being reprinted?
I will say whether or not it's being reprinted,
It's
having these like treatments, yeah, like straight up, whether or not it's legal, don't care. Getting these like iconic cards, alternate treatments is just fantastic. I can't believe we haven't had a Be Prepared before this, but what a way to reveal it, right? Baker's excited.
Yeah, that's a happy Baker sounds.
Yep. Absolutely nuts. And that card is incredible. Great artists here. Ian McDonald, Emily Aberdia, like both experienced Disney Lorcana artists, done a number of different cards. Ian came on a little bit later. This doesn't seem like Ian's, it doesn't read as Ian to me though, which is fascinating, but still love the perspective, love, yeah, both these cards.
Shout out to Charlie's for giving us a round that ended early enough where we get to watch this. Like,
right, that was the plan.
That was so fortuitous because I was sad it got over, and then these announcements started, and I'm like, okay, well,
yep.
We're gonna be Twitter pated after this.
That's right.
Speaking of Twitter, I bet Twitter's going nuts right now.
Yep. It is amazing to me how fast a card goes or something goes from being revealed on screen to like screenshots, snipped and shared and all over the internet.
It's amazing. I love the race to be the person that has it.
Right?
This is very exciting. Okay, here we go. Oh, Gaston. Madam Mim, but it's a new one. Look at that. They cut off the set she's from, which means she's coming. 14. She's sucking.
This is hilarious. Gaston Spear Archer, again, brilliant art. Ian McDonald again coming back in here. This card's seen like it's meta relevant. It's seen some play. It's a really beautiful card. Madam Mim, I want to know what she does.
No one does. They said it's a new card.
Yeah.
She's hiding. She's ducking down there going.
I do love how they could have blurred it, but they're like, no, we're not going to do the art that disturbs the card that disturbs the
kind of
we're just gonna. It's just sneaking on screen.
Yeah, bring back the bounce package. I do like that Gaston is aiming at her because that is a perfect flavor win there because she's a 7/5.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. Oh.
No, man. This, and I will say too, shout out to Ravensburger and the Disney Lorcana team for bringing like these announcements, these cards to us in this live format. This is super cool. What stream is that? Brodo Gaming says this is the live Twitch stream over on the Disney Lorcana official account over on Twitch.
This was our solution because we can't not watch this, so now we have to watch it.
Right, that round ended super early, and now we're getting to see some of these announcements. So they're talking about the DLCs. They're talking about.
This is so beautiful.
What? All right. I generally don't collect playmats, Katie. It's generally, I don't know. I have trouble storing them. It's a whole thing. I can't throw them in a binder, but there's a couple of these which I may make an exception for because
they look so beautiful together. Like the fact that the art is so lush makes these playmats look good.
Yeah. Yeah, they really do. And part of that is the so we don't know who the artist on Madam Im is, but both Ian McDonald did both the art for Deceiver and Gaston. Emily did that Be Prepared, but they do feel very cohesive, both with how central like all the characters are, and even the song You Have Scars kind of like the central focal point. So they do feel like part of a set, which is I think the intent for the season. It's really cool. I love that we get Ursula on the playmat because like the full extent of her tentacles kind of around her as a frame, we didn't get on the card art because of how it's cut off, and getting to see that extended art here where we get to see the full like intent of the piece is very neat. And I'm a big fan. Yeah. Fairy Queen didn't call me out. I don't collect moments. I collect the ones that I can put in a box and store, but like very expensive playmats. Oh, sorry. Mike says he's crashing out. Mike, I'll bring you in, but you're not on camera, so your camera's off. And I was like, didn't want to. There you go.
I had my camera off, so I couldn't distract you.
Oh no, that's how I know when people are ready to go.
I'm crashing out.
You're like
Yeah.
bringing in so I can crash out.
I officially have to actually care about the A2s now.
You need that. So here. Oh,
That playmat. I need that playmat. Interesting. It's echoing for me. I can
I like
hear
how
it
top
too.
8, or they're about to reveal what the new Golden Mickey is, guys.
Yeah.
Golden Mickey's left off of this.
Yeah, I'm working on the echo, guys. I'm sorry. I might have to get a headset, or hold on, let me do this.
Yeah.
Actually.
Are you running your microphone through like NVIDIA broadcast? Oh, here, he's gone.
I'm here. I'm listening. Yeah, so the noise cancellation usually works on the software that I use, and I turned it off briefly to try to get the DLC stream like through my microphone, and then it apparently broke the noise cancellation software. So
I don't hear the echo now, though. I think we're good.
Oh, fixed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you turned it on and off again? Classic IT.
I know. Yeah. Do you all notice the full foil set here includes Iconics? Is that the case this season? Because I don't think it is.
Oh, they fixed, they did that. That's great. No,
Yeah.
it is not the case. I actually, after India, I went to dinner with ETB and Sploosh Magoo.
Look at the
And we were
iconics
talking
up
about
here.
Yeah.
That's so good because, like, I can't imagine, like, I can't express how sad Sky was when he was like, "Where's my iconics?" And they're like, "You don't get that." And he's like, "I get everything except the 2 best cards." And I was like, "Sorry, dude."
Katie Echo is back. And
What?
So is my Echo.
I'll
All right. Hey, y'all, I'm gonna try a couple other things to fix it. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna go get my headset on. I try wearing a headset for like 12 hours straight is miserable. So I was trying to avoid it. But if I have to, I will. So I'll get it fixed one way or another, folks.
Ooh. 4
Wait.
wins.
They gave us pins back.
Beautiful.
All right. Let's try this again.
It's time for the prize card. Here we go, Liam.
Organized play program. I believe these Fairy Queen saying are these league pins. I think so.
Yeah, it sounds like they are.
Which is amazing. So one of the things that you're seeing here, and one of the things I'm sure they're talking about, is there this tie-in and this connection between organized play and DLCs. You're getting this theme throughout, and so it almost feels now like a multiple tiered
Liam, they're about to reveal the new golden card.
Oh, crazy. Did I fix the echo?
I think so.
I don't hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Which evil
I realized what
person?
the issue is.
We're about to see which evil person we get.
Any guesses? I mean, it has to be one of these, right? No.
Hades Darky prayer for her. Whenever this character quest,
Wait.
may reveal your inkwell.
What? This is bonkers.
Five or more types.
Read that ability, alternate win condition. I love it so much. It's my favorite thing.
That is evil.
You notice they're serialized to 252.
This character quest. Everybody, we're gonna need so many Circuit Sword of Hercules.
Yeah, I mean, your odds of pulling this off are very, very low, right? Like, people can see, they can project as you're inking things. Of course, they can't interact with your inkwell. So if you're managing to ink, whatever.
Ink Geyser. I'm just kidding. That's not legal.
Right. And it has to sit then for you to be able to quest with it, but still.
Wait, there's a championship. Oh, yeah. So they have a new artwork just for championship players. That's crazy. And there's only 250. There's not 500.
Yeah, 250 and then 36.
I think there's only 250 because they're going to do a gold card per season now.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's just from a collecting perspective. It's not 2 seasons worth.
You cannot, Shaky says, haven't played since set 4. You cannot take notes and you cannot look at your inkwell. That's correct.
Now, notice this is set 15. So we have 2 full more sets. Well, this set and the next set.
Is the echo back again? Man, I'm going to have to get my headset. How does it like turn on and turn off like that?
I don't know if there's that many more announcements left. So, whoa, look at that. World Championship. 8. I guess that's kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wonder if there's going to be a world champion card.
It is now taking everything in me not to start screaming and crying.
You can do it. Scream and cry.
The Hades text. So you all can't see it. The Hades text says, whenever this character quests, you may reveal your inkwell. If you reveal 5 or more Titan character cards with different names, you win the game. Otherwise, exert all cards in your inkwell.
I'm going to turn my camera off so I can go grab something real quick and explain why I'm crashing out over this Hades card real quick.
This is
because
you gotta really truly crash out because this is not. You can't say you're crashing out. You have to. Crash
Liam will
out.
Liam will really appreciate this. I need 1 second.
Okay. I just think you gotta commit to the crash out. All right, I think that's it. I think this is the end of the announcements. So you're relieved from headphones.
Well, maybe I may have like broken the echo like permanently once like even when I'm not showing the screen, it may be bad. So I may need to get them anyway. Lorcana Justice here. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, here this is the text on the screen here. Thank you for that, Justice.
Lorcana provides justice with Lorcana Justice.
Okay, so Katie, you were at the Fabled weekend in September last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Christian Romero was there. That weekend was my birthday, and I didn't get to celebrate it. But I'm not the type of person who likes celebrating my birthday, so some friends of ours got this art done by Christian Romero.
Y'all see this? Do y'all see what this is for?
This is Youth Division. And they made it a man that was an evil child, a child that turned into an evil man. That's not good. We can't have Youth Division competing for the evil man that was a nice child award.
And they grow up to become serious competitors.
Yeah, future Aiden is flying around and nerfing Disney Lorcana champions.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Super cool. This is what everybody. If we hear the age ranges, Katie, if you hear the age range, let us know.
I'm saying the ages right now. 8 to 12 is the first division, and then 13 to 17.
8 to 12 and 13 to 17.
Yeah.
Have a 6-year-old to Shaky. I wonder if you can go 8 or below 8. I'm not sure what the rule is, but at the very least, something to look forward to for your 6-year-old. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. I mean, this is something that people have been asking for ages, right?
This is so cool.
Yeah. Mike, that's a great story, by the way.
It is. Sorry. While you're
it's fine. I chose the worst time to show it as they announced the youth division, so I understand.
I think they'll have more announcements. So if you want to tell the story, it'll continue to be a bad time.
I'll be quick. Long story short, Fabled weekend in Michigan that I helped run was on my birthday. I didn't get to celebrate it, so my friends got Christian Romero to make this art for me because he was there for us for the event.
No, I love it.
I actually have to win one of those Hades cards to put with this now when I finally get to frame this and put it on a wall.
You do.
So there goes my time over the next year.
But it ends with you having a Hades. So young children can still participate in the normal events.
Yeah. It's really cool. And yeah, I don't know. Big fan. Big fan of this announcement. I'm keeping my eye on the table. Every time I see like a shadow over on the feature table.
Yeah,
I'm like,
let me
crazy.
check Melee.
It is echoing. I'm sorry, Hannibal. I'm working on that. I'm gonna see if I can fix it.
Barber has not submitted yet. They're almost ready to pair.
Yeah, there's only one person left.
So I'm gonna test here. Like I've literally turned off the speakers. Is it echoing still?
Check. GD, can you talk real quick?
I'm checking. Wow.
No echo now.
Yeah. Echo is gone. But Liam appears to be frozen or gone or something.
I'm just listening.
No, he's here.
I've turned off the speakers. So okay, so it is my speakers. Okay, crazy.
She's zoned in. She's locked in.
I think that's the end of the announcements. Wait, no, it's not. There's more announcements. Never mind. It's not over, Liam.
All right, I'm pausing, but we are getting round 4 soon. So
Okay. There's just more, but wait, there's more. It's quite nice. Mother knows best.
That art is so beautiful. I love it.
Who do we want for a featured round? As far as undefeated people, Zan, you're out of contention. Your deck is mean. Just kidding. We have, let's see, the non-fungus, or I think fungus. We could get a fungus in here. Let me see if fungus, which James Gray this is. They didn't distinguish their names from each other, so who knows which one that is. But there is an undefeated James Gray. There is an undefeated.
I trust you, Katie.
Okay. Jordan Serio. Oh.
Yeah, these are really great. While we wait for this round to pair, Katie's in the tank looking for stuff. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm sure we all are already familiar with these cards that we're seeing, but these are the championship qualifiers, the CCQ prizes, and so it's really, really interesting. Like if you're a collector and you want to get the complete set of cards from this season, like you're incentivized to go play in set champs, league play to get the pins, but set champs and then CCQ and then in the DLCs to get kind of like the full suite of villain cards, which is really, really cool to see like this top to bottom kind of at least theming integration between all these different events. And I will say too, like if you can only get these from CCQs, there's significant incentive to go play in a number of these, not just for the qualification, but one of the problems that we had, oh goodness, and here we go, local qualifiers. Top players from set champs qualify for local qualifiers, and then get an invite for regional championship events. My goodness, we're really pulling all the stops here. I'm gonna have to rewatch this stream and hear more about this local play. All right. Kitty, you are muted on your end. Or did you all? Is everybody muted?
No, I'm
Oh.
still here. I think we're all listening very intently to the announcement. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
I heard the local qualifier and I got very excited.
Trying to fix Katie's audio again. Still can't hear you, Katie. Yeah, sorry, but if you're just joining us, you're hanging out with us. We're a little quiet while we take in this news.
Can you hear me now?
For round 4, which will be coming up here very, very shortly.
Okay.
Katie, I still can't hear you. I don't know what happened. Like all of a sudden.
Mike can't hear me?
Oh, no, now I got you.
I can hear you.
Okay. I was like, that was funny because
Sorry.
Mike is like, I hear you. And you're like, no. My microphone keeps getting stolen.
Yeah, and I can hear both of you on stream and myself.
Sweet.
Woo!
Echo is probably still there. I've got my speakers turned down so low so it doesn't pick up the echo. Because
I actually don't hear the echo right now.
Say what? You hear it?
I don't hear the echo. I think
Okay,
you're
cool.
good.
I'm going to try one more time to leverage my microphone once the screen share goes off. And then I'm going
I think
to
they're done with the announcement, so we should be good.
Switch to my headphones if I need to. Draco, yeah, I don't know. That'll be an issue. We'll have to. I don't think most stores do. I think this is an uncommon thing. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. So I think we are about to go back to some exciting
So
Disney
jealous, wish I was there.
Lorcana.
Really wish I was
right.
there. Oh, shout out to Cassie. Hey, Cassie.
We love Cassie. We love our judges. Our lore guys.
Wait.
Can you guys not hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. Liam's just.
Sorry. Liam's got the I see a shiny look on his face.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. How's one more test in the echo before I switch over to my headset?
Should be good.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Oh, wait. I
Yeah,
just got
there's
it.
echo. Yeah, there's.
How does it like not echo and then all of a sudden it comes back?
I have a feeling that it's messing up on tuning into background noise.
Yeah.
So when you stop talking, it's changing its bypass filter.
Crazy. It's funny because it worked fine for like half this, like earlier in the stream, and now all of a sudden it's.
Who knows?
Yeah. All right. Hey, sorry for the echo. I'm gonna go grab. I have to grab a completely different like mixer to leverage my headset. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna let you all carry it for a moment here while I go set that up. But then we'll bring you all the next round here shortly.
Yeah, so as far as the decks that we're about to see, I picked one of these two decks because I was trying to see what can we get that's a little bit different. We've seen Amber, we've seen Emerald, but I picked a deck that is, a little bit different than that. Now, as far as who they're against, well, we'll see. I'm not going to tell you what it is until we know for sure that.
Oh, I didn't even see you send a request in. I'm sorry.
I am locked in on an ethereal level. I can never lock out, for I'm always locked in. So I think I can't control what they're matched against, but I picked a deck of a person that is undefeated and that is somebody that you guys, if you are a Disney Lorcana fanatic, they'll seem a little familiar to you. So let's go ahead. Oh, what is Baker's pin? Sorry, I'm still kind of slow watching the other stream because I can't look away. We have Rebecca. Looks like she is doing some petting somebody off screen. Oh no, she's grabbing something.
It looks like she's saying, "Can I please have that piece of paper now?" So
yeah, like they're fighting for a piece of paper.
The eye look like, "Can I have this now?"
Yeah.
It's great. I'm sorry.
All right, so we do have the table, the feature match coming on down. So everybody that's hanging out with us, thank you so much. As you guys know, there were just some announcements for the newest Disney Lorcana Season of Villainy. You might say, is it season 3? No, where we're going, it is now called Season of Villainy, which is very, very, very exciting. And I am over the moon excited for what's going on over there at D23, the ultimate fan event, Disney fan event. But if you guys are hanging out with us, also thank you, because we are watching the Charlie's Collectible Showcase 50K Invitational. So these are going to be 128 of the best players in all of North America. I will say it's not limited to North America. However, to get invited to this invitational, you did need to place well at the prior events, which were hosted in Houston and Atlanta. I believe there was 2 in Atlanta, 2 in Houston. So 4 events total to get you to the stage, which is this invitational today. At this table, I mean, I think at this point they are seated so that I can kind of lead. One of them is Jordan Serio, which is a player that has been doing quite well for a while now. I'm sure Liam will have a little bit more facts once he gets back in here. He is grabbing a headset. But in the meantime, are they able to use their own cloth mat? Sure. I don't.
Sure.
If we want to. As long as there's no swear words on it. There are no bad words on it. But thank you so much to our lore guides on the ground in Atlanta, Georgia, where the home of Charlie's is. Now, there is new Charlie's. There's one in Houston and one is in Raleigh. So in the future, we're going to have to be very, very specific which Charlie we are talking about. But this is the CCS down in Atlanta, Georgia, the first ever Disney Lorcana Invitational $50,000 tournament. So thank you so much for everyone who is tuning in. Like I said, we are just waiting. Oh, this is a great cloth playmat. It's Mickey versus Mickey right now.
I've never seen that cloth playmat. That looks awesome.
That is a very nice one. I mean, I would absolutely, if I brought that playmat, I would absolutely agree to flex and bring this in. Now, Liam will be back in a moment because it'll be me and Liam, I think, casting this one, but we'll see. He's trying to get a headset because of an echo cancellation issue. But in the meantime, in between time,
Working on it.
he's calling
That's
it.
great. Working on this.
So as far as why I picked this match is the Illumiteers Jordan I looked up because I was trying to see what color pairings can we get in here. We have seen a lot of Amber Emerald in this tournament. I do wonder if he will be against it. It is not Caden versus Zan. Caden is Zan. We're playing the last tournament. Shout out to whoever is on the right here. The very cool Itachi Uchiha tattoo on their arm. But we are now going to go ahead, do our alters. I believe he is against a player whose name is... Why are they putting their decks away? What are they doing? What are we doing? Why are you putting your decks away?
I don't know. Check 1, 2. How we doing?
I don't know, Liam. They're putting their decks away and leaving.
Oh, okay. How's the audio? Okay.
I don't know, but we're losing them.
I actually think they got selected for one of the random deck checks
Oh, man.
that they're running throughout.
Random
Oh,
deck
no.
check. All right. Well, Dennis. Okay, so the one on the right.
Yep.
So we're updating the name. So it is Jordan. So Liam, you know every person ever. Jordan is a player that I believe is from Texas. Oh, he's gone. Or no, he has a headset on.
Jordan Serio from Louisiana, I believe.
Louisiana, the South.
Yeah, that area. Yeah, so close to, I think, the New Orleans area. Used to play for Team Snuggly Duckling. I do believe he's switched teams now. But Jordan is a Golden Mickey winner, I believe. But a very, very prominent player. Is played in. We're all familiar with Jordan. Like, very, very good player.
Yeah, and Dennis Nada on the other side, I believe his goes by Fetty Guap, which is very funny to say, but I think that's who it is. This is like the least, this is like of all the things of casting Disney Lorcana, that is the hardest. I will say it is trying to marry up the different names that people go by because these players, this is why you should always use Ravensburger Play Hub, is because then at least the name should be the same on all of it, but they do kind of flip between systems here. They are having a little deck check here. I'm trying to remember if Dennis Not Us is Fetty Guap. That sounds so weird to say. I kind of don't love saying that name over and over because I don't know if that's bad or not. But I mean, he is somebody who I believe has seen a lot of tournament play. And I'm sure chat will let me know. Dennis Not Us. Fetty Guap? Question mark. And then so Jordan, he got his Mickey at the Fort Worth DLC, according to Blader Magician. And yeah, and shout out to J-Bomb, who made a great point that it's so good that round went short, because right as the round went short, they're like, and here comes, look, they're literally looking at the prize cards right now. He's like, look, this is what I'm trying to win right now. And they are also geeking out over the new cards that were announced, because if you were watching the other stream, then yes, okay, Dennis is Fetty Guap. So if you guys are trying to marry up the identities of Illumineers all over the world, that is who we're talking about right now. So these are two players who are definitely at the top of their game. These are players who are showing up to tournaments all over the United States and definitely at the top of the meta. So I'm very excited. I was trying to build up because they were about to start playing, and I was like building up, like, and now you guys get to see what they're playing. Edward, Ed is at home watching.
Yeah. Hey, Ed. Ed, where are you doing, Ed?
I know Tiago didn't come down to Atlanta, so to be fair, you gotta rest before you quest.
Yeah, Ed's always great to see Ed in the chat.
He is.
Ed just crushing. Yeah, the first multiple like major event winner, and then the first multiple championship winner. So, and now probably salivating at the season of villainy coming up, all those cool prize cards to be won.
Yeah, his new slogan will not be "Job's not done." It's "Job is just started." Maybe, probably not. He doesn't seem like he loves the "Job's not done" saying that has been deeply, deeply attributed to him and ingrained in Disney Lorcana society forever and ever. Much like the term Continentals that I can't stop saying. That's the last time I'll ever say the term Continentals.
Yeah, it happens. I keep doing it.
Disney Lorcana Championship, North America.
Yeah, job not.
Well, it's
job
it's
not
actually,
done.
It's North American Challenge Championship.
No, it's the other way. If you look at the sign, it goes Disney Lorcana Championship, North America.
Oh, I thought it was what? Okay,
on the little crest.
I'm trying.
Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Jeb, I'm pointing out there's only been 3 continental championships, and Ed has won 2 out of the 3. Insane.
Well,
insane.
Yeah, that's 66.67% success rate. So if we're studying the meta of what you need to bring to a tournament to convert at a championship, then be Edmund Chu. And shout out to JD made a video where he's like, I'm in San Francisco. Here's everything I did in San Francisco. And in the video, he went to Fisherman's Wharf and he's around there. He's at Fisherman's Wharf. He goes to the Walt Disney Family Museum at the Presidio. He also goes to Pixar. And then he sees the 4th greatest thing about San Francisco, Edmund Chu.
That's funny.
Which
shout out to JD. What was he doing in San Francisco?
He was road tripping.
Just driving through.
Just passing through. Probably to go see Ed. He's like, well, I'm going to go see Ed. I guess I can go see the Fisherman's Wharf, which if you do have a chance, I would absolutely go to the Fisherman's Wharf because you get to see sea lions and they are wonderful. They just sit there and they bask in the sun and yell and like, what a goal.
Yeah. Sorry, Iconic, one of my favorite comments today. How do I convert myself into Edmund Chu? I did not find a tutorial on Metafy. When you find it, let me know.
That's a story the Jedi wouldn't tell you.
I think the problem is Edge just built different than the rest of us when it comes to playing this game.
Oh, my brain just shorted out completely. So this is a little, while I have time to go, I'm going to climb up on my soapbox. Blader Magician, wonderful person in the chat. However, they just said, I'm guessing GS for Jordan and GA for songs. And GA songs broke my brain in half because GA, he's referring to, I believe,
Green Amber.
Yeah. So, but like, shout out to players for like one day. I don't know when this A is now, like, we were like Amber's in, but green out. Like that broke my brain in half. I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but that is as a caster, when I look at the chat and I try to translate in real time what the 2 letters mean.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm like GA. What's A?
General admission.
Yeah. So they are guessing that it's going to be Emerald Amber songs for Fetty. I assume that's what GA is. And then Emerald Steel for Jordan. And that's possible. It could be. I'm not telling you. I know what Jordan's playing and I know what Fetty's playing, but I am the narrator and I want to, for storytelling purposes, withhold that information.
I appreciate you.
Can you help the person trying to update Lorebot with the colors?
No. I can tell you, no. You'll find out. You'll find out. We have nothing else to do. We have nothing else to do. We're just hanging out. Has the other tournament started? Nope, they're vamping. It is vamping. So guys, shout out to the vamping meta because no matter where you're watching Disney Lorcana, it's some people killing time.
That's true. That is true. But if you're one of those 500 people now hanging out with us here and you're just joining us, where have you been? We are, unless you were on the Disney Lorcana Twitch stream, in which case I know where you've been. But this is going to round
We were
4
there
of the
too.
Charlie's, correct, that's true. The round 4 of the Charlie's Collectible show. 50K Invitational. Some of the best Disney Lorcana players in the world here in this room now competing for the biggest cash prize pool ever in Disney Lorcana history. Also, shout out for Charlie's. I'm going to say something funny here. Shout out to Charlie's for pulling off this invitational, because there have been multiple times in Disney Lorcana's history where people have competed for an invitational. That did not happen. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to name stores. I'm not going to name organizations. But we appreciate the payoff here.
So thanks to South. Just kidding. It's not north. To be fair, it could be a long invitation.
It's true. It could be a long invitation.
Voided. I don't think anyone's received an official voiding.
That is true. That is true.
So the decks are back.
There we go. Deck checks complete. It looks like we're going to get into this game here. But we appreciate all of you hanging out with us today. If you don't miss the CCQ over on the Disney Lorcana Twitch channel, I always encourage supporting the official Twitch channel. But between rounds, come and check us out or have us out on both. We're on YouTube and we're on Twitch. It's gonna be some fantastic Disney Lorcana on both.
There's a term that the kids use these days, and that term is mogging. And I don't want to say we're about to get mogged on, but on the other stream, Liam, I don't know if you can pull up on your phone the costumes on the other stream.
They're good.
They're good. I don't know if that's the legal definition of getting mogged on, but I feel like we are getting gently mogged on by Brad and Thomas on the other stream. But we have Jordan and Dennis, which, like we mentioned many, many times, these are two players who are not new to the scene. These are two players that are true to it, and they are storied victors. Jordan, who won the, I believe it was a Pro Play Summit Friday tournament and down in Texas, Fort Worth, in last year, and he's also had many top finishes. I believe he got a golden Mickey down in Fort Worth, I think. Texas is good for him. It can't be every time he's in Texas he does great, but maybe. And then on the other side, we have Dennis, who is known as Fetty Guap in the community and is somebody that you will absolutely see at the top tables of these tournaments.
Liam, I think you can send me to the backstage now. Looks like you're about to start.
All right. See you later, Mike.
He's like, I give you permission to send me into the shadow realm. So we're going to go ahead and do our altars. Like I said, I know what's coming, but you guys don't. And that is the fun of being an omniscient narrator here. So I am very, very excited because no matter what, this is going to be a very exciting match. There are two undefeated players heading into round 4. Like we mentioned, there are 7 rounds today before we head to the top cut, to the top 16 to see who will win the wonderful, wonderful first prize of $14,000. So this shuffle up is going to be very, very important because this is to keep that momentum going. To go undefeated into day 2 would feel quite nice to be on the play all day tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I don't know. I could say this about every matchup. Every single player has earned their spot here with some fantastic Disney Lorcana plays. So no matter which match we pick, whether they're undefeated or not, you're going to see some amazing Disney Lorcana. But in this room, to be undefeated means that you picked the right deck or lucked out in your matchups, and it means that you're on point. So this is one of those rooms where like 2 golden Mickey winners could sit down against each other in round 1. So it's just awesome.
It is. And like I said, this room is going to tell a huge, huge story about what we expect to see in the meta. We have 8 on one side, 8 on the other. Sorry, guys, you're rolling again. That's a tie. So here we go. Jordan gets a 5. I've never casted the dice roll before into a 10. Dennis will be going first. And I don't know, I won't spoil a lot, but if I am Jordan, going blind, I don't want to go second because, in this room, there's kind of obviously there's 3 tempos. There's going to be, your aggressive start, your kind of mid-range, and your control. But if you're against an aggressive start and you are going to be blind on the draw, things can be a little tricky. It's kind of not the position you want to be in, but I'm sure Jordan has been in this position before.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to produce and do stuff, and I can.
I can ban forever.
I know you can. I was trying to Janice with his shiny gloss sleeves over there.
They just one slipped out, and it shows.
I know. I was like,
too shiny, too glossy.
Too glossy. That's funny. No, those aren't not in favor these days. The matte sleeves with the clear favorites. I'm talking about sleeves now, but
the sleeve meta. People don't talk about
the sleeve meta is really funny. Anyway, they're slippery, they're shiny, they fall all over the place. But anyway,
that was a very Anakin Skywalker. I hate shiny sleeves. They're shiny and they get everywhere.
They're everywhere. Anyway, all right. Well, we're gonna get a taste of what we have Amber over on that side. It looks. Is this gonna be Eleanor again, Katie?
It is a little bit, but Jordan's the reason I picked this match because Jordan, if you look, I
Oh
see
my
Amethyst,
goodness!
I see Ruby. It is the winner. You might say, who won? Well, it was two people that won with this deck at the CCQ at Gen Con.
So this is the thing about this Amber Amethyst deck in this meta is it is still not a large meta share, and people do not talk about it consistently as like one of the decks to play. I think people who are grinding, who seriously like are looking at the game, are considering it. But consistently, we talk about Eleanor, we talk about Circle of Life, we talk about Green Steel Touch Paradise, we're talking about bots. But this deck continues to make top cuts and continues to win events, as you pointed out. The top two in a CCQ at Gen Con, then it top two'd Ink Inc., I believe, and then it won another event, another CCQ, or at least top two'd down in Florida. So like this deck is respectable, and I'm surprised more people aren't playing it.
Yep. I absolutely am excited, but also scared in the sense that Dennis has the ability to go quite fast. We have two cards here that are the pseudo ramp on the Amber side. We have Pluto, and then we have the Grandmother Willow, which is going to allow Dennis to do a lot of things on this turn number 3. Well, Jordan is going to have to play what we call kind of a fair deck. He can't really do a lot of things explosive or early. Now, he can opt to go wide on this next turn if he has a couple 1-drops. We'll see how he built this deck. But ultimately, the Ruby Amethyst of old, we'd say, was a control deck. I would probably call Ruby Amethyst of today a mid-range deck. It's pretty much going to heat up a little bit and then just kind of slow boil around that 6 ink territory, because it's not necessarily going to have access to any kind of board wipes, but it does have a little bit of control aspects. But it is kind of similar. To me, it feels kind of similar to Amethyst Steel, where it's going to have a little bit of removal, but really it's just kind of being problematic with characters.
I think that's a good analogy for it, because this deck really wins on the strength of two things, I think. One is its evasive package. It does run a lot of evasive cards and tries to just have cards that you cannot answer, because other than the other evasive deck, like the Touch Paradise that runs a lot of evasive decks or cards, there's not a ton of evasives in the meta right now. Back in the day when Amethyst was a bajillion% of the meta, there were just evasives running around everywhere, and now not quite as many. But the other thing is it brings to bear, by the way, we'll talk about Peter Pan in a minute, because that's part of this evasive threat. But it brings to bear the solid mid-game Amethyst core that is still good. There's a lot of cards like Tigger, there's cards like Isis, there's cards like Dumbo. Well, Dumbo's not a swingy card, or Cheshire Cat, which can both drop a character on your board and then affect your opponent's board at the same time and kind of take control of the game that way. And this deck brings a lot of those tools to bear, or has space for those mid-game tools. It also brings to bear Amethyst card draw. So that's really what it's doing. It's the mid-game Amethyst core, but also the evasive package, which make it incredibly challenging to deal with.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jordan is so worried about, or rather Dennis is worried about challenging anything on Jordan's side, because if he is truly sticking to the game plan of just going fast, then it doesn't matter if his things are evasive or the biggest things in the world. He is just taking off and getting value. Now, that being said, because there's so much pressure on Jordan's side, Dennis is a lot more reluctant to turn things sideways. So basically that window of being able to go as fast as you can and take advantage of a moment of clarity has kind of passed, because now we have a Scrooge that's going to keep getting bigger, Rafiki that can go ahead and swing for 3. So Dennis has to be careful. So he's even hesitating here when he exerts his Pluto, because he can discount something by 1, but it might be the very last time that he ever uses that ability.
Yeah, and that's what Ruby actually does really well in the meta right now. And you'll see this deck do it. And actually Humble's deck, his control deck, does the same thing in the early game. Ruby brings to bear a lot of very big-bodied early game characters like Jebediah Farnsworth or like the Scrooge McDuck, which are designed to kind of freeze your board and punish you for questing and doing things like activating Eleanor's ability. But one of the ways that this deck gets around it is with this Dale, which makes challenges which usually are pretty favorable for you really punishing.
Yeah, so this Dale, he's ready for his shot and he's ready to cause a little bit of a math problem. Now, that being said, I did think I saw Jordan running a red alert. So that's when spot rule becomes so powerful. If you can go ahead and get a turn where Dennis is like, haha, but how do you get around this? And you have something where you're able to go ahead and respond. Now, that being said, Jordan is going to have to be patient because he's not quite ready to deploy that plan quite yet. So basically, it's just a math problem. How wide can I get? How problematic will it be? Dennis has one more turn before he even has access to that. So in the meantime, he's just going to put more pressure and say, do you want to turn sideways? Are you sure that's what you want to do? Dennis is only at 1 lore right now. So even if he decides to go completely all in next turn and turn everything sideways, it's not a runaway game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, and going wide is a problem here. Now, Dennis not taking his aggressive line, as you pointed out, Katie, like he hasn't managed to push the lore total. The board's kind of frozen right now because of some of these big bodies over on Jordan's side of the board, or these big challengers anyway. But there's no be prepared in the meta.
Right.
And there's not a lot of wide removal. And so there is a game in which the board just becomes so wide that even when Jordan is able to access some of his swingy cards, there's just not enough to deal with multiple characters a turn. But for the moment, it feels like we're going to have a lot of characters standing up, staring at each other.
And I love the dichotomy between deciding to go wide or play on curve, because I mean there's obviously a power in playing on curve. You're putting in more and more threatening things every turn. Now we're going to see the opposite of playing on curve or going wide. We see a Pocahontas who's not able to bring anyone in with her. We only have one more card in Dennis's hand, and this is the other thing, is in your deck you have to present problems, but you also have to fuel your card draw engine. He's not doing that right now. He's creating a board where Jordan will have to respond. Like you said, there's no board wipe. But unfortunately for Dennis, he hasn't found that Eleanor to be able to take advantage of the fact that he's been turning some of these cards sideways.
Yeah, but we are setting up something interesting here. Although seeing these characters do something leads me to believe we're not pursuing that line. But one of the ways that you can close out this game, we used to see a very similar line with Kita, where in the old days, where you would get a very wide board, you drop a Kita, reduce the strength of all characters, then enable you to quest your wide board for free without your opponent, their challenge-based removal able to come in and crack back. Peacekeeper is a way that you do that now in this current meta, where you shift her in and basically get a free quest out of a wide board, and you can shut down the game in a couple turns. So that Pocahontas on the board represents that threat.
That's a good point.
If Dennis continues to go wide.
And I think that's kind of what he's debating here. You've seen the math, because it's all about the time clock, right? Where if he decides to go ahead and do that Pocahontas line, where yes, that was kind of down tempo getting Pocahontas. So yeah, the math makes you think that is something he's still considering. The lack of card draw makes it where he needs to have it in hand or hope he gets there just through the fortuitous nature of life. And then he also has to basically be able, he can't really dig any deeper because he only has 3 inks. So pretty much it's just either have it or get to it through the magic of the top deck, because now Jordan is able to do whatever he wants. Not whatever he wants, but he can technically
whatever he wants.
Whatever he wants. That's the thing that you get to do when you have 4 ink. But no, he gets to do more things. With this Ruby Amethyst deck, every turn it adds a little bit more pressure, because, like we said, he could go wide if he wants to. He needs to worry about card draw too. The inking of the Dumbo makes you think that he's just trying to put on pressure here, or maybe. I mean, he doesn't have anything. Well, he has a Jebediah that can synchronize with that Dumbo, but we'll see what he deploys here. Both of them are being very cautious.
Well, and turn 4, like there's Isis. There's so many answers that open up for this build in turn 4. Isis, Vanderchill, Tigger, all sorts of things like that. And this feels really bad. That's always the danger with Dale, is he's standing there. He's basically allowing your characters to protect themselves, your high willpower characters like Thomas there, who can challenge for 4, or who hits for 4 when Dale's in play. But if your opponent finds an answer for that ready Dale, all of a sudden, all those characters which you've quested out thinking that it's going to be painful to challenge into become incredibly vulnerable. So really powerful play there, hitting that Dale, then able to clear things up.
Yeah,
and having Nani. Go ahead.
We talked about spot removal, but I mean that forced interaction that these Amethyst cards have access to. We lost Fifth Spirit, but we still have Isis Vanderchill. And we have that Demona, the Scourge of the Wyvern land, which can come down later. It basically makes it all for naught, where you're basically saying, hey, everybody, hold up. Don't go ahead and turn sideways. And then that changes the math quite quickly. So now it's a question of, does Dennis even have the Peacekeeper? If he does he want to save it to go ahead and prevent that devastating Demona turn that could come in one turn? In this case, we're going to go ahead and do a little cleanup while we can. That Pocahontas going ahead and turning sideways and challenging makes me believe that maybe, no, definitely not, because the as long as they haven't challenged this turn, that's how you get the Peacekeeper. You can't have peace if you challenged, essentially.
That is true. You can't hit your opponent and be like, wait, hold on, never mind. Truce.
Peace.
Like truce, peace. It's like no. It doesn't work like that. But that Pocahontas challenging, becoming vulnerable there. That'll be a nice piece. I think Jordan will be happy to get that off the board just because of the shift threat it represents. But now we're on to turn 5. We'll get another answer here. And then you pointed out earlier that Demona, this typically can become the setup term for a Demona, where you're trying to establish another big challenger on the board or 2. where you're kind of setting up that turn 6 where you exert your opponent's side of the board, and then you open up all sorts of favorable challenges. So we'll see if Jordan manages to dump a few cards on board and set that up.
Yeah, I didn't catch. Did you see if the Nani was able to get anything? The stage winner? I imagine she had to have.
I didn't see. It would be
It had to be a
incredible if it
two-cost.
missed, but
He
it
had to-
happens.
Yeah, and it makes you think he must have gotten either something that cost 2. It'd be statistically super unlikely. But yeah, he only had 3 ink, and he's at that situation where he hasn't found any card draw in this game. So it also is kind of that economy of it all situation. So that Pocahontas, the fact that she's exerted makes me think that yes, the time for peacekeeping might be over. Dennis has only gotten himself up to 3. And if we talk about like when these decks become their strongest, Jordan's deck is about to become its strongest. He's inking that Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, and debating putting down something here. But yeah, he's inked 2 of his card draw engines. He inked his Dumbo and he inked his Demona. So both of them are kind of floundering a little bit here with the card draw.
That Demona in the inkwell indicates to me that he's got another. I think that's a card that you hate to ink in this situation. And if you have one, you're looking to maximize use of that. You're looking to maximize the card draw off that Demona. That's one of the things you're factoring in. And I'm taking a look. I do think I see another one. And so in a world in which you're going to play one, oftentimes you're just trying to dump as many cards as you can, get them in your inkwell, make use of them. And again, I'd be surprised if we didn't have another. We do have an Isis come in here. That does set up another big challenger for that Demona turn. And I think we are going to get this Pluto off the board.
Yeah, and if I'm Dennis, I am personally feeling a little bit of red alert because this is like, it's not over when these things happen. But like you said, it's setting up for the devastation of what that Demona turn is. Because like you mentioned, if you empty your hand size and you get a Demona and you have challengers on the board, that's everything you need for a perfect Demona turn because it can essentially, oh, there we go.
Oh, there she is.
The Peacekeeper has found her way down to the game. And this is going to make it where, sure, if you're going to Demona, do it. But if you do it, you cannot challenge, which kind of, you get half the value. You still get a big body and you still get card draw, but it does make it where it doesn't get that board wipe nature that we like.
That is really funny because I do think Jordan has been telegraphing that Demona, especially with inking the other one. And, Dennis not getting a ton of benefit here in terms of lore. He does get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not nothing. Gets 5 free lore basically. But that Demona turn now feels really bad for Jordan because that's what he's going to use to clean up a good portion of Dennis's board. And now, Jordan has been preparing his hand for that Demona. He's been preparing his board for that Demona. And now this throws that off quite a bit. So Jordan now has a decision to make. Just like, do I play it like I wanted to on curve to get the card draw benefit? Or do I save it from where I can actually do some work on my opponent's board state?
So the issue with the Peacekeeper is it just buys you a little bit of time, very similar to the Kita that we know and love from Into the Inklands. This one is going to buy you time, but it's not a forever situation. Now, if we can go ahead and respond with this Pocahontas into like a Dale, then that can add a little bit of fun dimension, but it becomes an issue of sequencing where he just has to be smart. And there we go. That red alert that I've been talking about this whole game comes in and cleans up, says peacetime is over.
Yeah, peacetime is over now. It's time. Now, getting that off the board feels really good. It's a well-studied character, all that. But there is a world in which, she can shift on top of herself and allow you another quest. The problem is that Dennis hasn't managed to stack up a ton of lore. So even another 5 lore quest, it would have been good, but it certainly wouldn't have shut things down. So that feels pretty good, getting that off the board. And now Dennis, with not much ink, he is dumping as many cards as he can on the board. I think here, 1, just because we want to, but 2, trying to benefit from that Demona as much as possible. I wouldn't be surprised. I wonder what's in his hand
for Dennis.
Yeah, because I wouldn't be surprised to see an ink here just to maximize that card draw, but saving it. Okay.
Right, and it's such a painful situation. That's why there we go. So there is. This feels not, it's bad for Dennis. However, Dennis is able to get some card draw off of it. But now it's just a situation of how Jordan is going to devour this board using some challenges.
Yeah, that Demona, as Dennis delayed the inevitable, got some lore out of it, but just delayed it. And now this is tough. And, there are evasive things that this deck wants to do the way it wants to win. But what we're seeing it do right now is it's just the amethyst things this deck has been doing for multiple sets now. That mid-game, swingy characters, Isis into Demona. With Ruby right now, it's simply serving as an early game board lock, but also providing, that red alert there. Mike Wazowski coming into play here. We are going to hit that Eleanor off of that quest. And on the other side, Jordan getting a Scrooge McDuck. And a Deceiver going to come down, take a peek here, see what we see. We'll see a Cheshire Cat. We'll see a Randall Boggs, as well as a Violet Parr and Scrooge McDuck. So some interesting cards there. I'm going to pull up this Violet again.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, pretty much the fact that he has 4 cards and they're all characters is going to be difficult because all these characters are going to be problems that Dennis just doesn't have a lot of tools to deal with, and especially showing that there's a lot of evasive. That Randall's evasive, the Violet Parr you have on screen, learning new powers, one of them, also evasive. And so the fact that we can move damage, we can go ahead, we have that Cheshire Cat as well, means it is just a series of problems for Dennis that Dennis just doesn't have access to the same kind of answers that Jordan does.
Yeah, this is a really fun edition, this Violet Parr. I haven't seen this card played a ton. I've watched this deck some in previous editions or previous tournaments the last couple of weeks. I haven't seen this Violet Parr run much, but it's a really fun addition to this deck in the damage move thing.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because this deck has access to that Peter Pan and Tinkerbell card. We're able to give everything evasive. So it's kind of fascinating to me that it's like, hey, you're going to give evasive. Also, a lot of us already have evasive. So it's kind of just saying evasive is good. And we can see why here, because that makes it where some of these characters are just truly untouchable by Dennis. But a lot of them, even if they aren't untouchable, they're huge. So now it is a situation, Dennis, do you have Gaston? Do you have anything like a World's Greatest Criminal Mind? Probably not, because this does not look like a Songs deck. So if it is an aggro deck like it looks like it is, it's going to be very problematic at this point.
Yeah, and we're seeing, one of the downsides to this aggressive build when you do go wide and try to, shut things down early. Dennis has really been facing an ink crunch for multiple turns. We see Jordan already on, I think, 7 ink, having passed that Demono turn. Dennis just inking his 4th card here a short time ago. So that's one of the problems with some aggro decks is they, in Disney Lorcana, you want to play your characters to board, you want to play your cards, but you also need resources. And sometimes when you choose to lean too far in one direction or the other, you can get stretched. And that's the situation Dennis has been dealing with here. We're going to get a challenge. Clear that Peter Pan off the board.
It's something. It's not much, but it is something. But he does have, it looks like 2 cards. We're going to go ahead and deploy one of the 2. That Pocahontas will welcome in a Aurora holding court for free. But all it takes is just another one of those cards with forced interaction where you will go ahead and lose those cards. He has 2 cards in hand, so he is actually, retaining some value. That Demona did fuel both of them. But in this case, the math is just slowly going to Jordan's side. And the ways back into the game are getting smaller and smaller for Dennis.
Yeah, there's not going to be much that answers this. Not usually in these builds. And of course, Green or Emerald rather has, some answers. It's disposal in this meta. You have Malicious Meanness Gary paired with the Prince Philip, but we don't usually see these in these low to the ground packages. Under the Sea, you can pair with other cards to do a lot of wide removal, but you're gonna have to pair. You're gonna have to do a lot of strength reduction to deal with that. So it's just, I don't know. It's just tough spot.
It is. Now that being said, it is round 4, and there is no reason I think. Well, it was going to be looking at the clock because we're about a couple turns away from being like, okay, if there's no way back in, do we just go ahead and go to game 2? For those that tuned in late, or not, you're late. No, but for those that tuned in and didn't see it, Dennis did win the dice roll. So that was a favorable position for him to be in. But unfortunately, he just wasn't able to fully capitalize on it. Rafiki was able to put on a lot of pressure. So was Scrooge McDuck. And the combination of the 2 made it where he couldn't take advantage of the lead. He lost his Dale. He lost his Peacekeeper. And unfortunately, that just means that Jordan is able to clean up the board over and over again as he was this turn.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons, it's always a big debate, right? When do you scoop? When do you save time? When do you play it out? And there is a great argument for scooping early to save yourself the time, save yourself the mental load. But in a world in which, you are not entirely sure what your opponent's playing, or you want to look for certain tech pieces, sometimes continuing to play can allow you to prepare for the next game by seeing cards which you aren't familiar with or you don't expect. Violet Parr is one of them, actually. And we talked about the ability to move damage counters, which can surprise you. And it's something that you now can plan around. But also her 4 strength on turn 3 matters in a world in which Eleanor is something that you're looking to unlock. So a card now that Jordan can play on turn 3 to answer an early Eleanor, if that Eleanor is exerted. So there's all these reasons to continue to play, or this reason to continue to play to kind of see what some of your opponent's tech pieces might be.
And I do love that you mentioned the tech pieces, because when we talk about the 2 decks at Gen Con that won between TCG Penguin and Elrathion was running Mr. Incredible Super Strong. He was running Remote Inklings. He was running some funky stuff in there. So that funky stuff is like, can you tell me what you got going on? Because that is information that is going to be very valuable later. Because if there is locations, it's just there's not a lot Dennis can do. So we will see if there's any other funky tech inclusions that we will see. But for right now, all the surprises are pain. And here's another one. It is a card with more evasive. We didn't even see the shift ability that you can run with that Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. We saw Peter Pan, but we didn't see the double card. So I don't 100% hate that Dennis didn't scoop, because that information will be super valuable as they move into this game too.
Yeah, we did see one inked on
we did?
turn 2.
Okay.
Yeah, on turn 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jordan, it is there. And that is one of the ways that you win this game. I actually saw in Ink. I don't know if you remember, but in the semifinals, I think that allowed this deck to just run away with the game. The opponent's Amethyst Steel deck just had no answers for these big evasive characters, and it was really fun.
Fun for one of them. 50% fun.
But that was game 1 here, and interestingly, like I do think Dennis has a game into this matchup. Please don't freeze. Come on, Charlie's internet.
I know. I think they're on Wi-Fi, which is scary.
yeah. Look, folks, we're bringing you this stream with a shoestring and a dream, but we appreciate everybody who's trying to make it happen, because it's some top tier Lorcana we're getting to see this weekend. So hopefully it stays up. But I think Dennis clearly has game into this. I think the early Eleanor is so important in this list because of how it wants to dump a bunch of characters on the board early to fuel that Eleanor, where if you don't find it, even just missing a card draw on a couple turns, that extra card draw on a couple turns can be really devastating, which is what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, it's the power of the incremental value, where it just becomes unsurmountable to come back against. But someone kicked the camera. It is now crooked, and I'm in shambles, Liam. But either way, we're going to keep moving along here, because Dennis does have the ability. He went first in game 1. He is going to go first in game 2. So we can go ahead and see that momentum that we talked about, where things can get absolutely out of hand. But he didn't necessarily have, I think it's fascinating to see how one Rafiki can change how you play the game. But having a character standing there and saying, I will absolutely punish your value engine, in that case, it was Pluto, it can matter. It takes advantage of the fact that early part of the game is so important to aggressive decks.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, to be honest, like that, the early game Rafiki, but then the strong turn 2 bodies that Ruby brings to bear in this current meta are what gives this deck legs in a world where Eleanor decks exist. So I think Jordan, definitely like right on script that last game. Dennis, had a great wide board, but without finding that card draw, just wasn't able to keep fueling his hand. We do see turn 1 Pluto here, a little bit of ramp, but then a card that's susceptible to some of those early game bodies. We'll see if Jordan has that first turn character, perhaps that Rafiki to shut that down.
So there we go. We have a Dumbo going into Liquidator, which is pressure of a different flavor.
So bad. You hate to see it if you're Dennis. I mean, Rafiki, Liquidator, same. But that Liquidator, that underdog ability, that 4/2 coming in for 1 because Jordan's on the draw. Dennis now going wide, but look at the presence of that Liquidator. Like, Thomas represents a free quest usually against Rafiki or almost any other turn 1 play, but Liquidator's stat line will punish that lore gain. So Dennis, every little bit of lore that he's looking to accumulate in the early game here, some of the reasons you work in some of these high willpower characters, like, just not available.
It is kind of a thing to note. The underdog cards were something we saw introduced. We didn't necessarily see all of them right away, but I think at this point we've seen all of them except Splatter Phoenix be worked into the meta. I think I've seen Judy, White Rabbit, Liquidator, Angel. Maybe the Amethyst one hasn't worked its way in, but I mean, 4 of the 6 underdog cards have been definitely cemented in the meta because of the ability. Yes, you're going second, but here's a little catch up.
Yeah, it is fascinating because a card that like is really good like 50% of the time I wondered how much people would give up slots in their deck, because a turn 2 like Singer 3, is fine, but there's other things you'd rather be doing on turn 2. A turn 1 Singer, they're really good. So it is fascinating to me that they are useful enough that people have worked, as you pointed out, pretty much all of them in.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who the Amethyst underdog is. I knew it, and now it is.
White Rabbit is 1, yeah.
That's the Emerald.
Is that an Emerald? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So who knows? In chat, if you tell us who is the underdog for Amethyst, you win. My gratitude.
There it is. Christopher Robin, says Mike in the.
Oh yeah, you're right. And that one, in some worlds, I mean, you might see that in an Amethyst steel deck.
It saw play. I did see it. Saw some.
Splatter Phoenix remains unplayed by all people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sorry, Splatter Phoenix.
I think it's just we all just agreed. Like, no.
I mean, we all kind of self-deleted Sapphire from the meta. It's just no one is doing that in this world.
We rotated Ruby out of the corner and we put Sapphire in it.
Yes, it says you go in your corner. Come back when T-Bo's here.
Ruby, your timeout is over. You can come play again. We did get the Eleanor on turn early there, allowing us to get that card draw going, ping a little damage on that Liquidator. That feels good. We do have cards that are susceptible to being banished now, but getting that card draw off that Eleanor, I think, is critical. But Jordan now able to do a little bit of removal.
And this is what Dennis wants. He wants to have an insurmountable amount of pressure where he is just getting more value, because if he's able to cheat in these extra cards per turn by using the discounts, then Jordan, even if he starts getting answers, he's always 2 cards behind, where Dennis has basically been playing an extra card. I mean, that sounds terrible. He's not playing an extra card, but he's playing more than you would expect on curve, meaning that Jordan, if he is playing on curve, is just going to have a hard time coming back into the game. This Eleanor finally getting value. The card draw is something he struggled with very, very much in that last game. But as we saw, it can be a short-lived breath of fresh air. We have the Peter Pan and Tinkerbell being inked. And then on to Jebediah Farnsworth, only for 2 inks. So he's not even playing on... Well, but boosting, that helps measure out of it.
You had to boost the Scrooge, because if you challenge with it, you have to insulate it against the Eleanor challenge. So really had to take that line here. Because now that Scrooge is available. Because you're setting up the Isis for this next turn. So there we go. That Scrooge now representing a 4/4. And now really tough decisions here. So we are going to start exerting things, which means we'll probably see a lot more exerted. Nope. Because you'd love to ping that Liquidator. What are we... Oh, the Rapunzel coming in. Discard a card. Oh, that feels bad, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's delaying some of the pain here, but he is able to accomplish enough where, I mean, he is now acting a little bit like a control deck right now, keeping tempo and control.
I mean, sometimes you're really scared to bounce a boosted card back to your opponent's hand. I mean, Jordan got 2 cards off of that, the Scrooge, which is uninkable, so now it's kind of a, ink fuel. But he did get the card draw off of that boost card. But now... this Rapunzel, like, really look at that tempo loss, as Mike is saying in the chat. All of a sudden, you're at a turn where you want to play Isis Vanderchill. You want to be able to challenge in with like a big body Scrooge McDuck, answer multiple threats. And this is, oh my goodness, what a play.
It is. I mean, we talk about being able to do a lot with the little. This player, Dennis, has 3 ink, and he is able to do a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of control, being able to, like you said, that Scrooge, while uninkable, and he did get to technically draw a card. It slows him down because Jordan's deck traditionally likes to play on curve. It wants to play a 4 cost on turn 4, and this does disrupt that game plan. As far as what's in the discard, we're just seeing... Whenever they found the discard, I'm like, what are you up to over there? What are your plans? But we're going to ink that Rafiki and get down to Scrooge with his brother, also Scrooge, saying that, listen, if I get to the Demona, it's over for you. I have 2 Scrooges and a cookie. What are you going to do?
Double ghostly Ebenezer's out there represent pretty strong challenges next turn if they do get boosted based on what Dennis has on the board. But Dennis, I mean, it's a good response. Dennis has other characters he can throw on the board here, but would love to turn everything sideways, to activate the Eleanor again, get a little more card draw, continue to push the tempo. You like what Dennis really, really hates is having to take his foot off the gas and spend a couple turns like building up or setting up some sort of unfavorable board state, because at this point in the game, when you're on turn 5, going into a Demona turn in 2 turns, like that. it feels bad to take your foot off the gas. It really does.
Yeah, because I mean, it's one of those things where you can take your foot off the gas, and usually you never get a chance to put that gas on again. Mike Wazowski, oh, there we go.
Oh!
Not many abilities to hit miss with that Mike Wazowski, but he got one of them with Red Alert going right to the bottom.
It feels really good to get a card off of that, and then making sure Jordan saw what it was, because you do have to reveal that card to your opponent. But yeah, Jordan missing, that feels pretty good. And so now let's see what else he manages to establish here. And the question is, do you keep your foot on the gas here and get that Eleanor trigger, force your opponent to challenge in?
Yeah, and that unfavorable interaction is really the only, because we talk about forced interaction where Amethyst is able to exert things and force you to do challenges maybe you didn't want to. But on the other side, we have Dennis, who's able to do unfavorable interaction, where it's like, okay, you do have to interact with me. However, it's not the way you wanted. And that's going to be with things like that Dale. The Peacekeeper is kind of forced non-interaction. So he has ways where he can kind of manipulate what Jordan is able to do. In this case, is he questing out? Is that, I guess, to get the Eleanor, he's going to get the card draw, and then he can go ahead. He doesn't have double Eleanor. Double Eleanor would be great in this situation, but he doesn't have that. So this doesn't feel great right now. His characters are in danger currently.
Yeah, characters in danger. And the problem for him is, like, he knows he's going into that Demona turn here. Not this turn, but the next turn. This is the turn where Isis is available. So Jordan will be able to exert things and challenge in any way. And needing to leverage that card draw, just wants to keep, getting his lore to the point where he can just drop ready characters on the board, get a quest out of them, and then maybe sneak an extra Eleanor lore or two and try to close this thing out. But this turn feels incredibly impactful here. We're going to see how Jordan chooses to navigate these challenges.
Yeah, and it's just a situation where, like we mentioned, I mean, he can take this turn, maybe just play a 1 cost or a 2 cost, or rather, okay, so he can boost his 2 Scrooges and then play a 3 cost. And then if you can get to the Demona the turn after, it is very, very, very punishing for Dennis. He goes ahead and he inks a dash bar. He plays a Cheshire Cat. There's that 3 cost, and then he's going to boost. He said, I like that idea. I'll try it out. And then without the threat of a Dale, then these challenges, they feel pretty free for him.
Yeah, but only challenging. Okay, and then Jebediah, there we go, into that, and that leaves just those 2 up there. So now 13 lore represented on the board with those 2 lore. There are cards, of course, that do come into play exerted in these colors, enough probably in this deck. We are going to see a Vixie Expert Fisher hit over there on Jordan's side of the board. So Jordan will get a character. I didn't see what Dennis hit. But so there is a way, there are cards to turn on this Eleanor this turn. I think Dennis would love to see that. Of course, everything would be vulnerable to the crackback. But at this point, just needs to keep dumping threats on the board.
Yeah, speaking of threats on the board, Jordan has been definitely doing a good job of that. I think I saw a Demona. I don't know if I did. It could have been a hallucination of the things I fear most in life. But if it is a Demona, then everything that Dennis is doing here is going to be for naught, because I don't know if he can. I mean, he can't get down a Pocahontas line. This bodyguard, that's something. Not a ton, but it is something. And then he's going to exert the Eleanor just because he needs to get that trigger one more time. That'll be able to clean up the cookie if he so chooses. And he can go ahead and draw a card and gain 1 more lore. So then it says, Jordan, you have to have Demona. You have to clean up my board, because he has enough pressure here to win next turn. But I feel like Jordan has the answers. So I'm trying to feign ignorance that maybe there isn't the answers, but if it is Demona or an Isis, he does have some pretty good responses here.
Yeah, but really, really good turn there. Did get the card out of it, and as you pointed out, if Jordan does have that Demona, things are going to get it can be a little sad for Dennis here, as Jordan's able to answer multiple threats. But even if he does, with 5 characters on the board, Jordan will be able to answer 3 of them. That still, one of them will have to be that David. That still leaves up a couple lore, which gets him to 16. And with a couple other cards, can close this out. So this is going to be knife's edge here. We'll see. The big question is, does Jordan have? Well, even you don't even need the Demona. What else is Jordan able to establish this turn to enable to threaten the board in the next turn?
I mean, if he boosts his Scrooge, he can very well. I mean, no, David isn't. Well, no, David. So no, he's not really. Either way, he can go ahead and boost his Scrooge and cleanly take out David without even a flinch here. But instead, no, we have Vixie, which does another pretty good.
Yeah, Vixie Expert Fisher. I love this art, by the way, by Augie, who's drawn Vixie a couple times now. If you have an evasive character in play, you may return chosen character with location with cost 2 or less to their player's hand. So real fun bounce card here, and that
This is perfect.
Yeah,
because he's able to take advantage of the boost. He's able to go ahead and get that David out of the way so he can do his challenges. In this case, I mean, Dennis is just losing footing. Now, that being said, if we look at the board right now, it is 0-14. But if we talk about like who's able to keep the pressure on, Jordan can keep the pressure. All Dennis can do is give problems, but Jordan has lots of answers. I mean, we were like, oh, there's Demona, there's Isis. And then he's like, what about Vixie? And we're like, yes, also Vixie.
Yeah, also Vixie.
Yeah, so there's lots of ways that Dennis can be punished by putting characters on the board, and he lost his draw engine here. I think he has at least 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like he boosted no boost on that last turn, possibly.
Yep, Dennis saying get that card in there. So this it feels okay. Getting a Nani here, she will replace herself, hopefully, enabling Dennis to establish another character. And now Dennis has a choice. You know, do I make after I pick a card here, do I make these other 2 characters vulnerable to challenge, get that guaranteed 16? Or but the problem is that, I mean, you have a Cheshire Cat on board. Cheshire Cat can start flinging around damage counters, which is not something Bobby wants to see right now. Dennis does find guiding the tribe.
I will shout out to in the chat. We have a DLC winner in Legend of the TCG Space, Frank Karsten, mentioning Dennis inked the wrong card on turn 1, which is one of the most fascinating things about TCGs. Is you're like, oh, when did this game change? And it was like turn 1. The first thing Dennis ever did was the reason.
Frank Karsten blowing my mind a little bit. What did he ink? What did he ink?
I know. I'm like, oh no, I don't remember that. So this is the benefit of note writing. But in the meantime, we were going to go ahead and ink that Rapunzel. And then we have our Pocahontas, who, as we've seen, if he's able to retain his board, if there's no Demona or Isis, and he can keep his Pocahontas, and he's able to shift into a Pocahontas Peacekeeper next turn, that is something. But that's a big if. That was a lot of ifs I just mentioned. That is just kind of hoping that Jordan does not have what he needs and does not draw into what he needs to disrupt his master plan of keeping that Pocahontas intact.
Yeah, it does feel like this turn is kind of Demona or bust, especially if Dennis leaves everything upright.
Well, I mean, we have Demona or Vixie or Red Alert or Isis, so it feels like...
Well, that's true. You can answer 2 threats, I think. You know, you have the Cheshire Cat to slide damage over to like the Bobby, or the Aurora, and then you can answer like a Red Alert or a Fisher or something else. But to remove more than just 2 things, that Demona would do it. And by the way, Katie, thanks to Frank for that comment, by the way. Katie, you and I are gonna have to get some analyst deck practice and go back and watch that turn 1 and like.
I did think about that today, where I'm like, I want to practice like watching, but talking while also trying to think is actually hard. I've learned to try to fully analyze the board state while also saying exactly what's happening. It turns out it is difficult. So I'm glad that we will not be casting while we were trying to analyze in the back end. Here we go, though. Like we mentioned, there is lots of answers. We're going to go ahead and start the dominoes with that Isis Vanderchill, which is the something of Canard Street, St. Canard Street. There we go. Medallion weights coming down, adding just for the fun of it here, where we can go ahead and we're boosting up that Scrooge, just adding more pressure. Now, finally, Jordan is able to get a little bit of lore.
Yeah, and here again, decisions. You know, we saw Jordan able to answer 2 characters there. With that Isis Vanderchill, and we do have there's damage counters able to be flung by that Cheshire Cat still next turn. So Jordan will be able to answer some things. I do think. I mean, so at this point, you know, the Bobby is going to be removed like anyway, or the Pluto. I think what you want here is to get enough lore, is to try to protect enough characters to activate an Eleanor to get that extra lore if you draw into it. But it's going to be tough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Tough spot.
Yeah, Dennis was able. I mean, this is the power of these aggro decks is yes, they can run out of gas, but as long as they're able to keep that board pressure on, where they're able to keep deploying cards turn after turn. Like we mentioned, that Vixie was nice and being able to do a little bit of pressure alleviation by getting that David back to hand, but he is able to redeploy. That being said, we see the Demona in hand, so we know that is there. So yes, Dennis was able to definitely refill his board with his cards. I don't know if he has any cards in hand right now. I think he spit out all of his cards. So this could be absolutely devastating. He's moving the damage, getting rid of one of his 5 characters. Oh no. Wi-Fi, no.
Not like this.
No, it's coming back. It's not gone, guys. Don't worry. I'm not worried. It's just, sometimes the computer needs to take a moment. But there we go. Isis Vanderchill. So I can see why he doesn't want to play that Demona, because ultimately refilling Dennis's hand, we see the punish of doing that is that he is able to go wide. So if you're able to do board control without giving him a single card, that is the way to do it. So he is able to get the game win condition off the board by getting rid of 2 of the cards.
This is not terrible. Oh, and he hits the guidebook. This feels good. Bobby replaces himself. You get another card. The thing is, again, 2 damage counters sitting around there. Jordan's going to be able to answer one thing, and with his deck, probably answer another one. At this point, I know you were hoping for the Eleanor, but at this point, I think you probably need to take the quest here. The odds of him hitting a Demona here and just ending the game are so good, right?
I mean, he has it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the odds are 100% because I've already seen it. But
that's fair. Let's say you don't know. Like if you don't know,
that's true. That's true. But yeah, so the odds of that. So I mean, it's kind of a really not fun position to be in Dennis, right? Because he knows his win condition is getting enough characters to win one turn after that. So he's saying, okay, I'll get this one lore here if I'm able to. Okay. Interesting quest here.
So
I guess.
Well, the Bobby's susceptible to the damage removal anyway, and what he's done is protect enough lore on the board plus an Eleanor trigger to win the game.
And so that's all he can hope for, is hoping that he gets to that win con. As we know, there's like we've seen, there's Eleanor, Isis, Red Alert, Vixie. Those are all things he has to avoid. So it's not just can he avoid the Demona, it's can he avoid all of that. Now, Demona's the only one that can deal with all of them easily. But with the Cheshire Cat on board, it is the Cheshire pressure is immense right now. So he's just lining up and seeing how he can do it, because like we said, he does not want to give a single card to Dennis. So if he can hold off the Demona until the point where he's close to winning, that would be ideal. Right now, he's not close. It is 15-4. So Jordan not only has to navigate this turn, but every turn after it. And he has unfortunately been doing the control role and not been able to pivot to the winning part of it.
We do see a Demona into the Inkwell. Do we have double? Yeah, double Demonas. Double Demona going to come down here. Jordan
No, I mean, to your point. Now he's able to draw 3 cards, but can he? Jordan can't take advantage of the cards. He can take actually a little bit of advantage here and do a little bit of boosting and even deploy another card if he wants to. But Dennis, I hope those 3 cards synergize fantastically, because I'm assuming his board is about to be cleared.
Yeah, and at some point you have to say to your opponent, like, you have to force them to have it. At this point, Dennis basically putting a winning board state on the board with the right draw, and forcing Jordan to play it. Because the thing is, like, that was Jordan's ultimate out. And so same way, like, we used to play this game with Be Prepared. There was this sub game of drawing out Be Prepared and making your opponent play them on your terms. And so at some point that Demona is going to hit and crack things open. Dennis really forcing it to be there. And at some point you just have to do that. But Dennis, now with a decent amount of ink in the inkwell for this deck, and 3 cards in hand to try to rebuild here. But yeah, it's tough. But like, that Demona is now out of the way. Maybe Jordan draws into another one. Maybe he had drew into other removal answers, but now, can you establish enough lore on board, where Jordan just doesn't have enough answers?
that is a sigh of, I mean, Jordan is going to find he has the ability for card draw. He has the ability to just have a board state that Dennis can interact with. Truly, at this point, it's can he respond to whatever Dennis is able to deploy here? We know he has 4 cards because he's able to draw 3 plus his 1 for turn. I say only. That's actually a ton of ink for this deck is 5 ink. So it's can he synergize these cards to take full advantage of it is the question.
Yeah. I mean, you really multiple cards per turn is what the doctor ordered here. Grandmother Willow is not bad. It'll enable you to go to play more. At this point, you just really need to go for it. Unfortunately, again, you still have the cat and you have plenty of damage counters out there.
Now,
so frustrating.
For somebody at home, a thing to note is at this point, Jordan is up 1 game. Dennis has not won a game yet. So it's pretty much all Dennis can hope for at this point is to go to time. Now there is a world where he somehow he pulls off the win here and then they play really fast and he aggroes out and he wins, but he would be on the draw if they go into game 3. So I do think time is something to be very, very mindful of, because I imagine Jordan would like to go ahead and secure a 2-0 if he can. But at this rate, it is getting smaller and smaller. We have 7 minutes left and then we go to turns.
Yeah, and interestingly too, as far as tournament timing goes, remember we had a deck check this round, and so we're going to go if you're watching right now, we're going to go very rapidly into the next round, because this will probably be one of the last games to finish up, or pretty close to it.
Oh, yeah. It's been so long, I forgot. They had a deck check at the beginning. My gosh, how did I forget it was that long? I feel like it was 100 years ago. So there is an extension.
86 years.
Yeah, so there was an extension. So yeah, everybody will be waiting on this round. And so we'll be very, very quickly moving into it. So that being said, everybody knows where it is because it is at the feature table. Shout out to the lore guides and for Skipper for getting that set up. Now, Dennis, I said like, oh yeah, like he'll be able to draw a lot of cards. Now he has Dumbo on the board. So he's just going to quest out, put infinite pressure. It's just an Eleanor standing alone in a world of, hey, do I win here? And the answer is pretty likely that Jordan has what he needs to win in this exact situation.
Yeah, for Eleanor to do the thing, she needs to coordinate her efforts. There's nothing to coordinate with, and there is the fist bump. Dennis just not having enough to close it out. And really fascinating game here. And Jordan showing why Ruby Amethyst has been performing so well. I have been made fun of for using this term a lot this meta, I think, but it is a fair deck. And it's a deck that doesn't have a super explosive opening. It doesn't have an automatic win like hand, like some decks have. It doesn't have a super high ceiling, but it's very, very consistent. It has a lot of strong, swingy, mid-gamey cards, and it's just going to do its thing and gain board control and then just win the game. It feels like one of the most fair decks we have in the meta.
I will say it feels very, very similar to Amethyst Steel of yore, where it's just a nice stable deck that does what it says on the label. It's questing, it's drawing cards, and it's doing a little removal. And I think it doesn't do anything, like we said, the unfair things we talk about is Buzz's Arm being able to discount an action by 3, or, having both Pluto and Grandmother Willow on the board. It doesn't have those flashy things, but what it does have is pretty consistent card draw, consistent characters that are able to keep deploying turn after turn, and through that Honda Civic nature. All right. Oh, Gabe. Oh, well, dang it. I'm happy. what a sentence. I had to process all. I'm like, oh, yay. Oh, whoa.
There's a roller coaster of emotions.
I know.
We can see you turned into Sky Lost and then went, oh, Gabe won.
I know. It was a lot. That was, and that is the story of these tournaments. It's everyone. I'm rooting for everyone at the same time.
Liam, remember, I jokingly am called the Lorcana Clip Man. Do you want me to get a compilation of every time you said a deck was fair?
Yeah.
But I think it's valid. It's probably pretty consistent. It's probably
find me one that's inaccurate. There's some decks that I don't think are fair.
You said Blurpa was fair during Fables.
I said what?
You said Blurpa was fair.
I think it is fair. I think it's
Tifo's not fair. That's not a fair child.
Yeah.
Ramp is never fair.
Tifo's not, yeah. If it wasn't for Tifo,
never fair.
If it wasn't
well,
it would be fair. At what point in the meta did I say it? That's
a good point. Yeah. At what moment? Was it the moment it became fair? That moment? Blurpa was fair. Yeah, we got Jinxer. And if he says it, that's a stamp. That's a stamp of approval.
Endorsement for my statement.
Which Jinxer's in the Atlanta area. I wonder if he's at this tournament.
Yeah, I hope he's like in the room, like tweeting live.
Very valid. Sometimes people are watching because this was the last match needed to proceed to the next round. So it's very possible everyone was watching to go, why is this taking so long? And the answer is
no, there's still one more that isn't submitted yet.
Okay, so it wasn't the stream match, but I will say that was a little bit surprising. I think that game could have gone to time, and so it is very fascinating to see that the Amber Emerald deck can kind of grind out the Ruby Amethyst. It has enough legs to just keep getting back and back and back into the game, and I think it is not the same as the Dogs deck, but it rhymes in the sense that it felt like, you know, when you had the Amber Emerald Dogs build, you'd be like, all right, we're done, right? And be like, no, and it just crawl back like a zombie movie.
Crawl back like a zombie movie.
Yeah, you're like, this is it, right? Right? And then, you know, you get a Nani into a Pocahontas into a Bobby Zimmerowski, and then you're like, all right, we get it. So very, very fun. So shout out to Gabe. We have first for 20 Skeeter there. It was very funny. I told Sky, I was like, yeah, I'm working with Skipper. And he's like, you mean Skinner? I was like, no, Skipper. He's like, Skinner. And I was like, no, there could be people's names that are SKI blank blank ER. So shout out to Skinner, Skipper. Okay, I'm out. Shout out to Skipper.
I do have some news from the CCQ real quick.
Sure.
So Zen won round 1, and so did Courtney.
Yeah,
Nice.
Courtney from
Yay!
Yeah.
Now
Excellent.
don't keep doing that, guys.
Yeah.
You can't just win round 1 and then be good. You got to do it every round forever.
It's what's really sad about that statement that you just said is that again, these are two of my favorite people now. It's hard. I want both of them to win the CCQ. So
I like to imagine you just wrote that down. You were writing while he said that, and I like to imagine you wrote Zenulus 1. So
that's why I'm letting you know, Liam.
Yeah. Right. But so many amazing players out there. I really hope. Really, there's a lot of them I'm cheering for, but I have to.
I know, and that's the thing is like when J-Bomb came in the chat and said like Gabe is doing well, he beat Sky, and I'm like because in these matches normally in like the top cuts we get to the point where it's all a bunch of players that were like, oh, I want to see them all do well, but like in a tournament like this, championships, invitationals, you're at the point where the plot's done, you know, all these characters, so it is very, very, very hard in the playoffs to be like, well, all of them have a story that I'm excited about. But Gabe, for those at home that are not in the Gabe Babe army, Gabe is a caster. He does commentating, but he also plays, and he came and he did the LCQ, which yesterday at Charlie's they had their LCQ for, I believe, 16 spots, I think it was, and Gabe won his pod. So that is a shout out to casters who also are game blasters. That's that a thing? Meta blasters? Either way, shout out to them.
Game casters that are game masters, and
game masters was better, way better than where I went. So you're hired.
Yeah, right. All right, I'm gonna share my screen here so we can take a look at some of these other folks.
So screenshot of all the pictures of Gabe that you have saved on your computer.
So many. But these are some of the results we're looking at. I think after we see match records here. So 4 rounds have been reported in. Zan Sied, undefeated. Dominic, Nathan, Ryan, Joshua Satterfield, a bunch of folks here undefeated. 7 so far. We got 1 Tyler there on a draw. 3-0-1. And then we're into the 1 loss folks. A lot of players though that we all.
I know it's so hard because I don't think we're gonna. Because guess what, Gabe? He's about to get paired into somebody we know and like. So wait, why does it say 3-1? I thought he was undefeated. J-Bomb?
Yes, J-Bomb's wrong. Gabe lost to Luke Roberts last round.
And honestly, J-Bomb's been a liar, and he's been somebody that says things wrong. No, just kidding. So shout out to J-Bomb for trying to manifest one of the losses being a win.
But hey, still doing well.
It's still good. Well. That's still good. To beat Sky is still cool. I've done it before, and I've always lost after I beat Sky. I use all my energy, everything I have to beat him, and then I lose after that. I knock him out of the tournament and then die. But that's not going to happen today because I think in the top 16, we will see somebody with an X2 get in. That's my hypothesis.
You are the queen of tournament math. And so
top 8, no. If it was cut to top 8, sorry about that. That's not happening. But top 16, I think there is a chance. And all of these are, I don't want to say, it's ink bath. It's not a bad word. It is a total ink bath out there of these decks and these players fighting their hearts out for the grand prize, which is cash.
Someone get Quigley in here. He's the king of drawing into an invite.
Oh, Shout out to Quigley though for math. I love that he did the math. There's two things at play there. So Quigley, for you don't know, he did draw into his final match so that he would get an invite, but not necessarily make it into the top cut. But I love it because what Quigley did was two things. He did math and risk tolerance. And as a risk analyst, risk tolerance is an important thing to know. What is your risk tolerance? What's most important to you?
Do you know what his factor of safety was on that risk tolerance he did?
No.
0.9.
Like he was 0.9%.
He was 90% sure he would get the invite. He was the last person to get one.
I'd take that.
That's pretty good. 90% in a world of 50-50s. Yeah.
Oh,
I thought you were saying that's bad. I was like, I'm taking it.
No, you only take the draw if you're absolutely sure. He was not absolutely sure. He was mostly sure.
But mostly sure in a world of 50-50 matchups, I'd rather be mostly sure than 50% sure. If you had 90 versus 50, I'm taking 90. So that's why I love, and that was his risk tolerance. So he wanted a little bit of spice. He said, I have a 10% chance. So that was the spice there. As he said, there's a 10% chance of danger.
I'm talking with the judges now, and I think we're taking table 5.
Cool. Well,
to get off of the XOs, because if we do the XOs, we're going to start running into people we've already seen.
That's fine. Few of them?
It's all in the run. There's only 7. XOs. So
dang, that's crazy. That's why I think the 2 X2s will get in. Not 2. That's crazy. I don't know how many, but I think there will be some.
So some other folks in the running. RMB down there, 3-1 in the running. Bryant Zarita is one of my locals from Austin. He was a top 32, top 16 over in Europe recently. Also a Continentals player or championship player last season. Sky down there, 2-2, still in the running. Jonathan Williams, 2-2, right above him. 2 players.
I think you should bring in Brian Zarita because that's a match that I think you would like.
We are bringing in 5, which is Dylan and RMB actually.
Oh, then never mind.
Sorry,
well, if Zarita survives, you might like it.
Yeah, I was already talking to Googly. I apologize.
That's okay. We'll keep our eye on Bryant as well. Diego Saz down here at 2-2. We're all familiar with Markoth, another player that I'm very familiar with. I know him for a lot of Amber Steel, but sitting at 2-2 as well. So a lot of, I mean, when you look at this and you're like, man, in a room where, Sky, Diego, Jonathan Williams, all these players sitting at 2-2, you know, it is a stacked room. It's really, really crazy. So, and I think all these players, Katie, I mean, if you're right, like look at all the players still in the running here. All the way down to Riplungs is the lowest ranked 2-2, another player that we know. All these players probably, well, I suppose if you're a lower 2-2, you might not be in the running, but
you're in the running in my eyes. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know. Until round 6, I'm still not 100% sure. It has to be, right? Because I mean, unless everybody IDs, unless the top all joins arms, they're like, we're never playing again for some reason. Even that'd be crazy. So 7 rounds, cut the top 16, makes it where I think we're gonna have a pretty interesting. We'll see. I don't know. Top tables. I thought I knew everything until there was a tournament in Brazil where people were IDing round 5. So I don't know anything sometimes, but sometimes I do. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe no.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like any IDs quite yet, but our top table, we have table 1. Oh yeah, they're shut down. I'm out of here. I'm gonna take some time.
Katie, take a break. We'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
All right, Mike, we're gonna hit this round if you're good.
Yep, I'm already. I think they're already setting it up for us too. They're on it.
Oh, that is awesome. I see them sitting at the tables there. Shout out to our judges. If you're just joining us, this is Charlie's Collectible Show, 50K cash tournament, the biggest Disney Lorcana cash tournament that we have ever had in the history of the game until somebody tells me otherwise or proves me wrong in that statement. And 128 incredibly talented players. We are watching round 4 this round. A couple folks that we are familiar with here. RMB, of course, of Sapphire Steel fame, kind of sad right now that Sapphire's in the doghouse against Dylan Crowley, another player that we know. So give me a good match. What is Dylan on? Do you know?
I do not know what either of them are on, actually.
Super exciting.
I'm sorry. No, I think I know what Ryan's on. I think I know what RMB's on. I do not know what Dylan's on now.
Well, I'm excited to find out. So we'll get those ink colors up there as soon as we know. Again, if you are just joining us, we have a very small team on the ground. We're all obviously remote. Just a couple folks, one person really who went out there to set up the camera to get this stream online. The hero Skipper, making sure we could bring this to you, and shout out to the judges as well for helping us out getting you these matches, because this is a tournament that we have been building up towards for the entire year, and to not see it would have been tragic. So
yeah, I've said it before, and I know you've said it, but I'll say it again. I'm really happy this worked out. I was going to be bummed if it couldn't work out.
That is true. And shout out to the correction here. Nicholas saying on Twitch, we are in round 5.
Yeah.
We are in round 5. Again, we have one person on the ground out there, and he's playing. So
yeah, the person running the actual scene right here is on his lap. It's on his laptop, and he's sitting next to this table playing his rounds.
Yeah.
So we're all trying to avoid bothering him mid-round or between rounds if we can.
Yeah. So we will get that updated on the overlay shortly. And let's get down to the table where we can see that. So yeah, it is round 5. If anybody coming in is not tracking, both these players are 3-1. Those records are correct. Are these colors correct? Have you been up
Dylan's being a showman and giving us a flash of colors.
Excellent. Now, this is a color combination. It was popular last meta, and it's actually been fairly consistent in meta share this meta in the last few tournaments that I've seen. A lot of people bringing it in. It's a very fair deck, and I'll talk about that more in a moment. But the interesting thing for me is I have not seen a lot of people are playing these every tournament. I have not seen them convert as well as I would have liked into top cuts. And I don't think we've seen many of these in the finals or winning events. So very good deck. But I don't know. Have you seen it convert very well?
I will say it was literally just on round 1 of the CCQ and 1-2-0 against Amber Ruby. So it's doing something.
Hey.
Wait. Wait, what?
But...
I don't know how to talk about this match.
No?
RMB's on Emerald Steel bots.
The Emerald Steel. Fascinating. Okay, cool. We're going to see some fun stuff. Emerald Steel, a deck that a lot of people have been on. There's a bunch of different packages, from the Touch Paradise package, not Paradise, to doing the duck thing now. But we usually see the bots in Amethyst Steel. So really interesting to see an Emerald Steel build. I'm really excited to see what this does. We do have that first bot on the ground, that one drop on the other side of Lusa Madrigal, staring at it as an Angela goes into the Inkwell into a White Rabbit.
Yeah, I guess RMB would have liked to play that White Rabbit, but he first time on, but he was on the play here. And Dylan's going to toss down into Demona and his Inkwell, and here comes a Grandmother Willow and a Milonwe. So, it's very fair that he just gets to ramp without Sapphire.
Super fair. It's a fair deck. We're doing board control stuff. Yeah, I'm interested to see it. Sorry, I was taking a moment to stage all of the Omni droids in the lore bots, so they're all ready to go.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot to pick from here.
Yeah, so the Amber Steel deck, or the Amber Amethyst deck, is really interesting. The Amethyst core is still good. We saw a lot of the Amethyst core running around in the Ruby Amethyst deck last round, but Amethyst just has it brings to bear some good card draw, but also it has these really fantastic mid-game bodies that all swing the board states, from Cheshire Cats to Isis Vanderchill, Tigger sometimes, Demona. All of these cards allow you to establish a body while affecting your opponent's board. And that's how these Amethyst decks generally win. When you pair it with Amber, you're doing a couple things. One, you're getting the ramp benefit from the Willow that's just been blasted off the board by that Omni Droid. You also can work in some powerful mid-game removal cards like Horseman Strikes, which gives you an answer to some of the evasive decks that are running around. But then it also gives you access, if you're really bold, to the board wipe at the end of the game, Raging Storm. And to be fair, I haven't seen a lot of Amber Amethyst decks run this meta. I think we used to with the Black Cauldron, but we don't anymore. But it's really kind of the ramp that you're looking for to kind of do the blurple thing to ramp your way into that mid game.
Yeah.
As well as there's also some removal with the Gaston running around now, which pairs well with the Elanwi, which is another example of a board state swing card where you establish a body while affecting your opponent's board. Sorry, I'll shut up now, Mike.
No. Oh God, no! Don't feel bad. No, it's one of those things that another thing that the Amber Amethyst route has now too is Besties Assemble. which is almost the equivalent to when you would, if you're on blue, do a turn 1, develop your brain to try and find a Sail or a Tipo.
Yeah, that's true.
It's very similar to that at this point. But we've got a Shift Louisa coming down perfectly on curve on turn 3.
Yeah, this card has been worked into a number of different decks. I will be quite honest. I haven't seen a lot of these card or a lot of them played, but I haven't seen their ability really pay off a lot. But it absent even using its ability to move damage counters around, it is a 6/4 body able to really affect your opponent's board, on turn 3, shutting down like early quests and aggression. So really fascinating. What are we doing? What are we doing over there? Misplay. Okay.
So we're playing a Todd. Looks like he discarded another Omni Droid.
Got it.
So he's just loading that discard up with Syndrome targets.
Feels really good. I'm really excited about this build. And this is another example of like some of the innovations I think we're going to see at the North American Championship where, people have figured out what Emerald's trying to do this set, with some of these evasive bodies and the Todds and, the turn 2 Vixies and all that. And people have seen what the Steel Bots build is trying to do with Syndrome. And now, R&B is saying, okay, I'm going to pair these two things. Not only do I get, the benefits of Emerald, but I also get the benefits of the Emerald cards like Strike a Good Match and Todd, which allow me to draw and discard, loading up my discard pile, as you pointed out, for Syndrome targets. I think it's really, really fun, and we're going to continue to see some of these, some of these fun builds.
This is, and it's a little awkward now for Dylan too, because if he plays Isis here, let's say he's planning to Isis on 4 here, right? His only good target to exert is the Todd. And that's not like very useful. So he's going to put down the Dumbo, which makes sense to me, except that Dumbo is so at risk of getting Raging Fired here.
It would feel so bad, like such a tempo killer to lose your entire turn 4 play to a single card. We are getting 4 exerted here. It's an Eleanor? Yeah, so it's bots with Eleanor.
What? Oh my God. This is so there is a reason that Eleanor is approaching being a $15 card soon. And this is why she just goes in every Emerald deck.
Yeah.
At this point, it's like you can just reserve 4 inkable slots for Eleanor.
Yeah, like if you have the inkable room, why not include it? Unless you're not running a character heavy build, but it's just, even if you activate her ability once, the fact that she replaces herself and perhaps allows you the ability to affect your opponent's board is great. But it also gives you reach. Go-Go is not running around anymore, and there's not a lot of reach available in these decks. But Eleanor is a form of reach by representing basically instant lore gain if you have the board state on it, which affects your opponent's decisions in the end game. So it's a great card, and we do see. Sorry, go ahead.
No, well, like in this situation, it's even better because the Elanwi can be dealt with that 1 damage. Now, Dylan is going to Isis and take out the Eleanor. But honestly, in my opinion, Eleanor's done her job.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's only 1 ink. He only needs 1 ink to move the damage with Louisa. So actually, no, that's really bad. This is a really bad turnaround for RMB now.
It's a really great swing here. Dumbo, they're not using its card drop ability, being a challenger in this scenario, getting rid of that right rabbit. Isis coming down, exerting the Eleanor, so that all of a sudden, it looked like RMB, fantastic board state, evasive character out there. Dylan swinging that around. RMB is going to get a peek here, see what he's dealing with. It is just a Gaston, so Dylan like swinging the board state pretty consistently, but 1 card in hand and no good target for that Gaston at the moment.
I think RMB may be trying to protect a Syndrome here. Oh no, it's Mushu. I take it back. Mushu's in this deck, everyone.
Yeah, Mushu. It is a card that is seeing favor in green, because green has to establish like a mid-game card draw engine to really keep going. Usually it's the Eleanor, but as a backup, you can use the Mushu. There's one other that I'm blanking out on. Maybe it's Touch Paradise, which is not run, which this deck's clearly not running. But Mushu, yeah, a card that would enable you to draw every quest. It is susceptible to damage-based removal. We're not going to see that here, though. Dylan taking a turn to refill his hand. Amethyst doing Amethyst things. Dylan was down to 1 card there last turn, but taking a turn here to recharge. And interestingly, it does I think Mushu would have been turned on anyway, but I think definitely now that ability will come into play.
Yeah, it has. Like at this point, he's going to be able to start drawing. He also can use the Mushu to remove that Dumbo if he wants to. Now, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but I wouldn't. I don't think he's going to want to in this situation. I think he cares about the card draw more than removing the Dumbo at this stage. But something's going to have to give soon because Dylan's about to start running away with this game.
And here we have that card you highlighted earlier, Besties Assemble. I'll pull it up here. It's a fun card because it's from one of my favorite Pixar movies, Turning Red. Don't at me, everyone. It's a good movie. You should watch it if you hadn't. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, reveal a character card, put it into your hand, put the rest in the bottom of your deck in any order, allowing you to search for, what card you need for the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair too, Liam, you got to reveal what was probably one of the best cards of this set from Turning Red.
I know. So, I appreciate that. Thanks for watching my reel. Yeah, it was so much fun.
That was great. Like the video was great, but also honestly, I think that Maitland's one of the best cards from this set, if not the best card, because of how multifaceted and like toolboxy she is.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going on B's turn. He's starting out with 5 ink, and he's got 3 cards in hand after drawing here. So it looks like Dylan also has 3 cards in hand. So R&B can't draw with Mushu unless he plays or inks something from his hand. So he's going to have to start out his turn by thinking about that route and how to work with things that way. Are we predicting Syndrome?
I'm just taking a look and reminding people what the payoff is here with these bots. I mean, it's the thing with the bots deck is they give you some fun mid game with their shifting and some of their interplay abilities. As we can see an Angel come into play here, a card that would also allow him to reduce his hand size in order to activate that Mushu. Doesn't need to here. Just getting on the board will activate the Mushu for card draw. And now we're going to see if a snowball is getting flung at that Dumbo, perhaps.
I may be a raging. We're getting a Raging Fire and a Snowball, I think.
Oh,
that's amazing.
And I brought
Discarding Syndrome?
He got getting that card draw off the board, establishing a really dominant board state here. And he has to protect that Mushu, that card draw engine for him. My goodness gracious, what a turn.
That makes me think that that's another Syndrome in his hand.
Maybe. I do think I'd be interested to see what he's protecting, but I do think getting that demo off the board to protect your card draw is fantastic. Now we do see another potentially evasive character coming down with that Vanessa Whisper. Isis Vanderchill now going to banish that Todd on the challenge. We'll see if that Syndrome comes to play. So what I was going to say, and the reason I brought up this Syndrome originally is, this deck does have a high-end payoff with this Syndrome engine. Get Syndrome, a character who's got me monologuing ability, says whenever this character quests, return a robot character from your discard to your hand, and then you may play or shift a robot character of 8 or less for free, which is great. The downside to it is, unless you're shifting into play, and there it is, the Syndrome to play the Syndrome.
Top deck to Syndrome for Syndrome.
Wow.
Oh, and the Angel has resist 2 now, too.
Yep, empty hand. And now R&B sequencing everything properly here. Discards it down to give Angel resist. Angel challenges, and then he draws a card off the Mushu.
Yeah, he hasn't discarded for Angel yet either, so this is fine.
Yep, and now he's going to fling this at a character. I mean, the Willow seems like the likely target, but Dylan thinking about this here, there's always danger in it because so you stack that up on the Vanessa to make her susceptible to being banished with on the challenge to the Mushu, but the problem is that in a deck that runs Cheshire Cats, leaving damage counters sitting around feels really bad, especially when moving damage counters like that can get around resist. So it is a
I know it is a risk, but Dylan is almost top decking. He only had 1 card in hand. He just drew to 2. Or are we having a discussion about the play that just happened?
I think R&B is thinking this through. This is a really fantastic game. This is one of my favorite games that I've watched recently. Just the back and forth between these players, and the sequencing by R&B there, a very, very good. And now,
I honestly thought 2 turns ago that this was a completely different game than it looks like right now.
Yep.
Like this is very tit for tat. Like it's turning into a slug match. But I'm confused where we're. Did Dylan draw and he's just deciding what to do? I think that's where we're at now because he readied his ink.
Yeah, I mean this is the turn here. Syndrome is going to be online next turn, able to do some wild robot shenanigans. So this is the turn where it's all going to swing. Tigger coming down, bouncing Ursula Deceiver back to hand. Whisper Vanessa now. So bouncing that back to hand, shutting off the resist, enabling him to challenge in and remove that angel. So really fun play there. Seems like kind of innocuous removal. And you do give the opponent the ability to peek your hand again, but shuts up the resist, which is really great. Now Mushu going to come in, clean up that Whisper Vanessa, evasive, challenging the evasive character. Vanessa getting evasive courtesy of her boost ability.
And here comes an 8-drop bot.
Is there an 8-drop in the discard?
She discarded it in turn 2 to a strike a mat. Wait, what? I thought there was an 8-drop. I'm confused.
But you know what? Here we go. This is a little cute.
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's setting up the ability to shift it next turn with Syndrome.
That's absolutely. So I could play it for free, or I could play it where it can immediately do stuff that feels really fun and really villainous, right? Like setting up your fate. Oh my goodness.
And like that just feels bad. If I'm Dylan here, because I just filled my opponent's hand and they had no cards in hand, and I can only challenge with my Tigger.
Oh man. And now Tigger coming in is going to clean up that Omnidroid, knowing exactly what's coming. But you know what? Syndrome is nothing if not relentless, and he can do the same thing this turn. Now there's a body on the board though with that Demona able to answer that Syndrome, the big body of that Syndrome. So paired with that Tigger, so it's a little bit more risky to quest with it. But we're going to get Lenny take a peek here. What do we got? It's a Hades, a Tigger, and an Augustus.
Yeah, and another
Augustin?
thing, Augustin. But another thing here too is that he could be playing around Gaston's World's Greatest Criminal Mind by not bringing out that 8/8 unless it's useful in that moment.
That is true, and we do that Gaston really threatening in these Amber builds. That Mushu will quest again. Dylan has more cards in hand, so RMB will draw a card. We set up a second Mushu as well, and that Ursula going to come in there, clean up that Tigger. Feels like a very good trade, and now that Syndrome insulated against the single challenge from that Demona will, nothing to pair with that Demona to remove it. We are going to see some more Omnidroid shenanigans. What is it going to be?
Well, he knows his opponent doesn't have Gaston or Raging Storm in hand, so if he was protecting, he's still doing it. He's still bringing in this 1/1. This, I need to talk to him after this event and ask questions.
I love it. You bring in the 8/8. It's susceptible to removal. It's susceptible to Gaston. You're right. And it's not doing anything anyway other than sitting there. And yeah, so may as well, I suppose. Why not? Just try to draw out some more of your opponent's removal. Hades looking for a deal now. Going to offer a deal. I can't see on what. I'm going to guess it's the Syndrome.
Yeah,
RMB saying, take the cards. You can have the cards. I'm setting up my play here. Dylan, probably hoping to draw into that Gaston, but doesn't. Finds a ham.
Yeah, he has a ham and the Lonwy and a Tigger in hand. And Tigger can reset or be a little bit here because he can bounce the 1-drop with it, and he may want to at this point. Because I really do think RMB has the 8-drop droid in his discard. Okay, he's not doing it though.
No, and no, Augustin coming down here. Augustin with that support ability does pair well with that Gaston if he does draw into it. But in this case here we have a Syndrome again, and now we have that droid on the board.
Now he's going to shift out the big one. Yeah, and he gets to put the 1-drop in his hand. So that's what he's doing. Is he's setting up where he can shift and quest that next turn and return everything under it back to his hand.
And a fantastic play here. Now that Omnidroid coming into play, immediately questing. It has resist to 8/8, ginormous body. And this is the payoff of this deck. It's the end game you're working towards, where Syndrome is just doing silly bot things. Lenny then will activate again based on Strike a Good Match coming into play and quest a second time.
So, yeah, RMB got to 20 off of that. He just didn't mark it on the thing. He went to 19 before the strike, and then Lenny got him to 20.
Well, there we go. There we go, everyone.
That's game one.
That is game one. I will be honest. I still forget about the Lenny trigger, and I saw him quest there again. But I was so fascinated by Ryan doing the droid stuff and trying to predict the lines that I wasn't even paying attention to his lore total. Terrible caster move. That was fast. That was great.
Liam, no, I don't think that was terrible. I think just as a case of it's like Katie said after round 2, there was a list of decks. And in her case, she was saying that she wouldn't see Buzz's Arm. We didn't think we could see Emerald Steel bots, but here we are.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the deck, and I highlighted this earlier, is there's no card on this deck which we are unfamiliar with. This is not like some random build that people are bringing in here and we're like, oh my goodness, how did this person find these cards that are good? Every single card in this deck is used in the competitive meta. They're just used with other decks. And R&B is saying, I'm just going to mash these two together.
It's starting to feel like we're getting packages of colors of the cards, and you can just mishmash the colors together to get a style of deck you want to play with.
Yep.
You just have a standardized package of I'm playing these 20 Emerald cards and these 20 Steel cards in almost every deck that uses those two colors. What can I fill in the slots with? Type of deal. It really feels like that because we have the Emerald package for red that is in almost all the different versions of the red deck running around. Amber, unless you're running the boosty build, the Amber package is almost always running Akud, Singers, and Circle of Life. If you're looking at Steel right now, you're always going to see Bolts and Raging Fires, or you're going to see bots. I think we're reaching a point where it's becoming like Legos.
So it's interesting. It's an interesting point. I was having a conversation with Fungus, who is actually playing in this event here at my live stream last Monday night, and he was talking about Coconut. And he was building a bunch of Coconut decks. And in doing so, Coconut is a singleton format. As he was looking to build out his decks and kind of perusing, the various cards and colors that he was building around, he was like, I really hit home for me, he said, that each one of these colors in Disney Lorcana the card pool is not deep. The colors are basically built around 4, 5 cards that are really the core of that particular color. And once you move beyond those core cards, there's a ton out there, but there's not a ton that sees a lot of competitive play. And it kind of highlights your point where when we look at especially in Core Constructed now, where we've lost half of the card pool that we had before, the depth of quality cards in each of these colors, it isn't too deep. And so you generally see, that's why Emerald, everybody's playing Eleanor. Everybody's playing the removal strength in Steel. There's just not a lot of options. And so, yeah, to your point, we have these packages that exist in most of these colors, and mostly they're uniform, and some there's some slight variance, but we have these packages, and you're likely to see the same, 16 or 20 cards be the automatic shell in some of these decks. We've always had that, and we've had that in Amethyst for ages. Where you have that kind of Amethyst core. We have that in the early game in Amber now. Steel has its removal package, which is pretty standard. Sapphire is in timeout. And you have that in Ruby. So yeah, it's a well said point. Really, you have these packages that each deck is bringing to bear, and now people figuring out how to mash different elements of these packages together.
Well, we're starting the game. It looks like we've got a Lonely inked for Louisa and a Lenny inked for an Omni Droid.
Yeah, that cute little Omni Droid until he gets big. This is Omni Droid.
Yeah.
Version 8. Coming to play her, Louisa, the shift target over on the other side. This is a mirror of game 1, I believe. And now,
I really am loving seeing R&B on a different version of bots after he started testing the PS bots list and came into the, top 4 of the CCQ in Florida a few weeks ago with it, because I love the bots lines. I think they're great. And I just appreciate knowing that there is another color combo that works well with it now.
Yeah, I completely agree. If you are joining us and you do see a little bit of lag there, we apologize. It's not the stream itself. It is the video coming out of the venue. It is occasional lagging, but it catches back up. So I apologize for that. Now we have Omni Droid version. I got to practice here. Is version 9 shifting in, dealing 2 damage upon entering play. Really, one of the reasons I think you run bots in this meta is the ability to deal that 2 damage on turn 2. To really ruin your opponent's tempo, especially in a meta full of Grandmother Willows and other early game ramp.
Well, he's going to cut down another tree because here comes a second willow.
Yeah, she planted a whatever willows plant, a seed to grow another version, and there she is again. But it definitely slowed down Dylan's tempo, and now back over to RMB.
I was going to say too, we saw Dylan with some hams last game, but they weren't ever deployed. It was always the willows we saw entering the field.
Yeah. I do think White Rabbit now into the Inkwell. We'll see the turn 3 play here.
It's on, like, I think he's deciding if he wants to Mushu or not, I think here. I assume he's on Mushu. I would hope he's on Mushu at this. Like, he has Mushu.
Yeah.
It's Todd.
The problem with Mushu, and you can count on the card draw, but Mushu a lot less good when you're on the draw, because your opponent, naturally has that lower hand size, so your opponent able to play around it a lot better. Todd coming into play, draw and discard, and we do see that 8-cost Omni Droid, the ultimate iteration of the Omni Droid there, heading into the discard pile, so that is available for later. We'll make note of that because it may come into play.
We'll see if it makes it into play. He's going to need the small syndrome soon to make that worthwhile. Dylan's now having to think of a way to play around that line existing or coming down. And he can't just shift Louisa for the big Louisa and take out that Omni Droid easily here. It's not possible. He'll lose Louisa then, and he needs that for the damage moving.
So he does set up this Dumbo here. We're getting the indication, of course, that Grandmother Willow was used for that discount. We get another card here. It's another baby Louisa coming in, and we're going to have 2 characters running that tree, running across the board. You don't usually see Grandmother Willow challenging, but she goes in and takes out that Omni Droid. And a really interesting play there because, that Omni Droid is sort of threatening on the board. It is a shift target for a bigger Omni Droid, but it also represents another ability to shift in a 2-cost Omni Droid to do 2 damage. And so there's a lot of little things it can do.
If RMB has a chance here to play 2 characters and Raging Fire that Dumbo, it's going to be backbreaking to Dylan.
May have that ability. It's 1-2. Does he have the Raging Fire? No, he does not.
Oh, he does not.
Almost. You almost looked like a prophet there setting that up, but didn't have it. So it is back over to Dylan. That Dumbo will be available for the card draw if Dylan so chooses to use it.
I don't think it's a case of if so. He has 2 cards in hand. He should use it.
Let's see here. And we'll play that Hades looking for a deal on that Mushu, saying, I've got my card draw, you've got your card draw. Do you want to keep that Mushu? And it looks like Ryan thinking about it. And then we get the classic open palm gesture saying, go ahead, draw the cards. I take the deal. Dumbo now. No ink available. Draw. We'll go on a quest here, which is interesting. It does make it susceptible to the evasive Mushu on the other side. But Dylan saying, hey, if you're challenging, you're not.
No, that's really dangerous for Dylan here, because if he would have remembered, I think it was like turn 2 of last game, RMB aimed an Angela. So he is Angela in his deck. If he plays Angela onto that Mushu, Dylan is going to lose the Dumbo. There's going to be no trade, and the Mushu will survive to next turn.
That's fair. Sometimes you gotta force him to have it. I almost thought we were going to see that, but no, instead we see the Angel coming down. Angel and Inkwell for an Angel. And without the Angela that you mentioned, now it's a choice. Do we offer the trade? Dylan offering up that trade on a platter, saying, hey, I will get rid of my card draw if you get rid of your card draw. And RMB taking that deal. Mushu for Dumbo there. It's back over to Dylan now. We see it. Oh, goodness gracious. There comes that Demona. It is.
I almost just said I think RMB needs to chuck 1 snowball here, just in case it's a Demona, and that is what happened.
Demona, it's the classic turn 6 play for Amethyst. One of the reasons you run Amethyst, she's going to clear things out there, refill Dylan's hand. Now RMB will have to rebuild. But we did see a similar scenario last game where RMB was down to a single character and managed to rebuild. So
RMB was down to a single character and he hit 3 Mushus last game.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Todd running across the board there, cleaning up that Hades. We're going to get our 6 ink, and there comes that Syndrome 6/6 body on the board with plenty of bots in the discard pile to choose from. And now it's back over to Dylan. Does he have there are plenty of answers in this deck for that card.
He probably has an Isis at this point. The chances of him not are so low. Yeah. So Isis is going to come down. Dylan's going to lose his Louisa, and Demona is going to end up with 4 damage on her.
And that is probably.
And Dylan has 2 cards in hand, so that Demona is readying next turn.
That feels good. So another backup Syndrome, where there's 1 running around. I don't know. It seems to be 2. Both games here, 3 in some instances. And now does Dylan have another answer? Perhaps a Gaston, another something.
Well, Gaston won't hit it because Syndrome is a 4/6.
That's true.
But
right.
the thing is, too, R&B, you can see that, too. R&B just inked a White Rabbit in doing that, too. So he's also saying to Dylan, if you Demona me here, because I think you may have it, I'm going to draw little extra cards. Yeah, so, yeah, R&B is going to get to draw 2 cards now instead of 1 if you're thinking there. And he has 1 more ink than he would have.
Yeah, heads up play there. White Rabbit, not a card, is going to do him terribly much good in that scenario anyway. But now Syndrome exerted, and Dylan will have to send a couple characters in unless... Okay, yeah, he doesn't have the ink to use the cat. All right.
Nope.
So now both characters going in, Willow and Demona cleaning up that Syndrome. But R&B with 3 cards now to play with.
Now, one thing to point out here, though, is like Dylan's doing a lot of things, but he's still losing characters and trading them, and only at the same lore total as R&B, and R&B still has a pretty big hand.
Yeah.
And now
Go ahead.
Now he knows that Dylan has an Isis as his only card in hand, so that's really good info when you have 3 cards left in your hand on the decisions you're going to make.
Yeah, really great point here. We do have that Omnidroid shifting in version 8 into version... excuse me, into what's this, version 10? Yeah, version 10 Omnidroid 6/6. While there's a card under this character, it gains resist 2. And it's a great point. And to be honest, it's one of the... Amethyst is usually happy to trade characters for characters. It doesn't, because Amethyst is drawing generally more cards than its opponent. But in this instance, yeah, R&B with the edge there. Although Dylan now managing to go pretty wide here with these mid-body characters is the old Amethyst Steel play of just, survive, swing the board state, and then just dump out a wide board, which my opponent has a difficult time dealing with because they're all fairly big bodies. And that's one of the problems for, R&B is there's not a lot of wide removal in this deck.
Well, there isn't, but you gotta remember that resist 2 on that Omnidroid is going to do some work here because it's still going to have 4 damage on it after challenging Demona.
That is true. Cleaning that up feels for free, basically feels pretty good. And now plenty of ink. Definitely. Oh, goodness. Here comes another one.
Yeah. And see, this is where things get a little awkward because if Dylan moves damage off of that damage Omnidroid onto the unshifted Omnidroid, like that's great and all, but you're still you're not in a good trade situation, right?
Yeah, and keep in mind that Omnidroid does have resist 2 while there is a card under it, so that Omnidroid that's been played from hand does not have that resist. Isis coming in now, and that 2 damage enough to get over that resist and finish off that Omnidroid. But again, what you said earlier, Mike, yeah, Dylan's trading, character for character here. And in that instance, 2 characters that Omnidroid took care of. So
yeah. Yeah, I was going to say he doesn't have the big droid, it looks like, in hand, because that could have been very dangerous there if he had been able to shift that onto the 6-drop droid, because then it would automatically just have resist 2 at all times and be able to deal with the Isis and put Dylan in a world where he can't just start moving damage around.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying these games. This is very reminiscent to me of the... I shouldn't say this. It was reminiscent of the Fabled meta, where you just had these mid-game characters like swinging the board state back and forth, and I'm really, really enjoying this. We do have this Ursula or this Vanessa Whisper coming down here. We'll get boosted to get those extra stats, and then we are going to get some questing here. Dylan in the beatdown role, pushing his lore all the way up to 9. And let's see.
How many cards does Dylan have in hand, or does he even have a hand?
I don't think any, if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly.
Could you imagine being an Amethyst player and not having a hand?
Yeah, no.
Like
No.
that's insane to me.
But we've already seen 2 Demonas. We've seen a couple guidebooks, I think. So Dylan, plenty of card draw, but through some of his burst card draw already. R&B now, strike a good match, filtering here. Going to draw to discard 1. That White Rabbit, not going to do much good here, heading off to the discard pile. Now we're going to see Mushu sing. And Mushu, great for card draw, but when your opponent is empty-handed, it ain't doing its quest thing. So, but good for seeing strike a good match here.
Yeah, but R&B, like Dylan's doing a great job holding back R&B. And what is he looking for? Keeping him from doing something. He must be looking for like a bolt or a raging fire that he can sing with that bot.
Or even just finding another at this point, finding another syndrome to establish next turn would also feel good. But part of the problem is Dylan now, with that boosted Ursula, she has 3 lore, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is significant. So yes, you want to set up some of your big combo pieces, but you really need to start finding some removal here.
LNB was trying, I think he was really hoping, I don't know what his list looks like, but I was really think he was hoping for like a bolt or some type of removal to use on that Isis. So he could exert the Omni Droid to some degree and not be afraid of Dylan getting free damage removal onto that Mushu.
Perhaps that might exactly be whatever he was looking for. He didn't find it. And so he passes the turn back over to Dylan. Dylan with 1 card in hand now available. Now, Dylan kind of looking, does he take the quest or does he banish the Mushu? He's going to challenge the Mushu. And I'll be quite honest. I mean, it does feel bad to lose that card draw, but Dylan was playing around it anyway. And sacrificing Mushu for Dylan's 3 lore that he would have gained off that Ursula quest doesn't feel terrible to me.
I am actually a little surprised that Dylan just did that still.
Yeah, he does enable him to get those damage counters to move around, though. We do have a Tigger, and yeah, that control. Dylan here now, firmly controlled R&B without many tools to deal with. The other benefit to moving the Mushu is it is a singer for strength, if we found that. But now, I just don't know that there's enough removal here for R&B. Ryan's looking, and that Ursula represents the biggest lore threat, but she is evasive.
And she's a 4/5 with 1 damage. So a Thunderbolt would deal with Ursula if it was available to him.
Yes, R&B definitely still some work that could be done. A Thunderbolt would be a great answer here, able to play that. You can challenge the Omnidroid into the Isis. We are going to get a Syndrome here, Mr. Incredible.
Is Tigger not a hero?
No, I don't.
Tigger is not a hero. He's just a storybound Tigger.
And we do have that strength there, so that did have it available. So getting that Mushu off the board,
double raging fire.
Yeah, getting that Mushu off the board actually feels pretty good here, because it would have fueled that strength and served as a singer. So perhaps a heads up play there. Sven coming into play here. That Tigger and that Ham are going to pair to do something here. Looks like deal with that Omnidroid. So, Dylan doing playing, I think, the conservative route here and doing a significant amount of board control every turn, as much as he's able to, while pushing his lore total. So very, very measured approach.
Yeah, Dylan's
working out for him.
He's being very smart about his decisions and lines here.
Yeah, very, very careful to give R&B just no route back into this. Now R&B looking at the lore, and Dylan does not have game on board yet. And I'm trying to think of any shift line or anything that could give him game this turn. And I can't think of any. There's that Angela you talked about earlier. It'll give challenge and resist to that Incrediboy, who will challenge and get rid of that cat. We did lose a guidebook and an Augustus Madrigal. Augusta. I keep doing that. And Alon, wait.
It really feels like at this point R&B is just holding on and saying, I need to hold on. I need to survive. I need to get through this.
Yeah, and to his credit, if he does manage to hold on, Dylan is top decking. So if R&B manages to find some sort of, net card draw here and he does not. Whatever he drew was not impactful. We are going to go to game 3. 16 minutes left in the round. That is 1-1. Both players, I think, taking the game on the play, if I'm not mistaken. And this feels like a really even matchup. I'm loving this round.
Yeah, this is good. I like this a lot. And sadly, I'm having to learn this matchup. Because I again, was not on my bingo card.
Yeah. But again, like it's neither of these decks are doing things we're unfamiliar with. I think, the Omnidroid deck is, if you're familiar with the Droids deck, you kind of know what it's going to do, but it does change how you play it when you put Emerald in there, because you're doing slightly different things. On the other side, though, Dylan's deck, it's kind of doing Amber Amethyst like it generally has been for the last couple sets. In fact, in terms of what's new, I mean, you do get the Gaston, which is I think a very powerful add to this deck. But like, really, what else have you added from the previous iteration?
I don't know. Honestly, I've been trying to think about it somewhat. Like,
yeah. I don't think it does. It's not doing much different. It does bring in, again, those powerful mid-game Amethyst swingy cards. The Demona, which is, again, one of the reasons to play Amethyst. And then it's giving you the ramp with Amber, as well as some good removal cards like Horseman Strikes and Gaston. And it's kind of it. It's just like Amethyst going to do Amethyst things, enabled by the, and unlocked a little bit by the Amber. So yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like we're getting ready for game 3.
Sorry, just checking.
I assume RMB
inside. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, the time's going to be really important here because we've got 13 minutes. And like 13 minutes isn't bad for 2 mid-rangey decks, but I don't think we can consider the Amber Amethyst deck here mid-range.
Yeah. Hold on. I apologize for the silence, folks. I'm just doing a little admin side. Little work on the admin side to get us set up for next round. All right. Yep. Okay. What did I miss? We're off to the races, Louisa.
We just inked a guidebook to play Louisa, and RMB inked and passed his turn. So we are now on turn 2, and RMB has drawn his card, and we're getting ready to go, man.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. Chat's hitting the nail on the head. The time is going to be important here as both players. I think these decks paired into each other are bound to go long, unless one of the decks just hits a really poor rocky start. We are getting the ramp off the Willow into the Elan Wii.
Here we go, and Dylan's saying, you know what, I'm just questing the Louisa anyway. I don't think you're going to be able to deal with her, and I will be able to shift her next turn. RMB's in a really awkward spot here because I don't know what he can do on turn 3 here that deals with the tree to prevent an Isis from coming down next turn. Because if I'm him, I'm assuming there's an Isis in Dylan's hand with this board.
Yeah, make it back to the game here. All right. Yeah, let's see.
He can't shift and sing. He can't bolt right now. I don't think there's any direct damage. I doubt he's running Smash or Fire the Cannons. Angel's not coming down either yet. Yeah, Todd. I don't know what you hoping you can get off a Todd that's going to make this worthwhile. All right, going Discord to Omnidroid. I think RMB's playing on the hope that Dylan doesn't have Isis.
Yeah, it does smooth out the draw a little bit, but it does. I did say these games are going to go long unless one of these players gets a poor opening, and it does feel like RMB is on his heels a bit here.
Well, I wouldn't go that far yet, but there's Oh, it's Tigger. It's not even Isis.
Now?
Like,
yeah, no. Yeah, and again, so one of the things that is incredibly powerful in Disney Lorcana, really any TCG, are these board state swingies cards. It's one of the reasons that Hades is so good. It's one of the reasons that Elsa the Fifth Spirit was so good. Anytime you can swing the board by establishing a character while banishing or removing one of your opponent's characters, it's incredibly powerful. That's why Blurple was always so good. It had cards in blue that did that. In Sapphire, it had cards in Amethyst that did that. And Amethyst, here is bringing those cards to bear. RMB taking a turn now to replay the Incrediboy. Now, we have 2 Incrediboys in play. We have Syndrome, who can shift out. I think we may be setting up for an early Syndrome shift here, potentially, which would be something we haven't seen yet.
And that Raging Fire taking out the Tigger is huge. Because there is not any good 1-for trades available to Dylan now to deal with those Incrediboys. Like he can boost a Louisa and deal with an Incrediboy, which is good, but not boost support, but we can assume that the shift line is coming down next turn now.
I would love to see it. I've seen a lot of Syndrome set up in the late game. I haven't seen an early game shift, and when you have managed to discard that ultimate iteration of the Omnidroid there, I mean, my goodness, can you think of a more... I don't think I've seen that big of a body established at this point in the game very few times. I would be really excited to see it.
It's almost as good as like accruing something out, right?
Yeah.
Like it is later than it could, but it's more powerful. But because it's later, it's not as upfront in your face. But like a turn 5, 8/8 that lures for 2 with resist 2 is kind of good.
Well, that doesn't come from your hand. I mean, Akudo does give you the benefit of drawing a card, but here, like, it does not come from your hand. It comes from your discard. So,
Yeah.
It's kind of neutral in that regard. We are going to see a question here, Dylan, trying to just push his lore total a little bit here, knowing that a big body is likely to come out. That's the way you get around like a single big body, is to just go wide and only allow your opponent, if your opponent only has the ability to deal with 1 or 2 cards per turn. Do we have it here? I can't think of a more impactful play in this moment. J-Bomb saying, Liam, you saw Big Mickey come out on turn 3 and triple deck tournament in the finals. That's fair. And we do have this shift, so that Syndrome is going to come into play here. Because it's shifted, it will be able to quest immediately. And we're going to.
What are we going to get off of this, though? I'm assuming he's questing. He's not actually considering challenging, is he? All right, actually, wait a second. There is a world, I can't believe I'm about to say this, where RMB challenges down the Elanwi and the Louisa here.
Yeah, I actually, you know what? Now that you say it, getting that Omnidroid feels really, really good. But here we go. We're going to get that Elanwi off the board. And that just leaves, it's a great point. There's just there's nothing to deal with the Syndrome, right? Like there's...
Yeah, he can't support or increase the power of anything's word. Like, and if Dylan inks and plays Demona here, okay, great.
Great. What do you hit it? Yeah, there's nothing to clear up that. That Syndrome is the biggest threat, and there's nothing to be done about it.
And actually, it protects him from a Gaston, which here we are.
Yep.
Right? Dylan's going to get to draw 2 cards, but he's still giving RMB a card, and he's already inked. He has nothing he can do this time.
Yep.
That was actually an extremely good, like, upfront just thought process that RMB just did there.
Yeah, because I mean, at this point in the game, getting that Omnidroid on the board feels like you're out. But now, yeah, Dylan, again, really ineffective Demona does give him a card. That Syndrome is still set up next turn, ready to go. And you're in no worse of a spot here. And you've really reduced how effective that Demona is. And again, to your point, insulated yourself against removal from a Gaston with that Augustin support being off the board. So, or that Elanwe support being off the board. So now we're going to see the quest, though. We see the lore total recorded, and we're going to dig there. I'm pretty sure what we know, we're going to get it to the ultimate iteration of the Omnidroid.
I don't know. I'm still afraid of a Gaston coming down here or a Criminal Mind.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
It could, but at this point, yes,
but like a Gaston taking out the 8/8, there it is, and now Dylan gets to support the Demona and take out the Syndrome. Or is he considering not doing that so he has another Gaston support line available to him? He's not going to do it.
And that is what we get. And now we're getting Luisa. Now, I do believe we have one card in hand, I think, off to the side there. So incredibly good return. And you were right. You called it that Omnidroid, fantastic card. It has resist too. It's a big body. It can hit things, but it is susceptible to a giant arrow from Gaston. We are going to see another Omnidroid come into play, version 8.
Oh, that's amazing.
Version 9 to blast that Demona off the board, as well as a follow-up challenge from that Omnidroid, getting rid of that ham. So just these swingy boards back and forth here. Now it's over to Dylan to see what he can do with his 2 cards in hand, but he's lost his ramp. Hades can offer a deal. 2 cards.
I don't like giving him those 2 cards. Oh, yeah, he's exerted out. Yeah, it makes sense. So, like, the thing is here, though, Dylan's going to boost the Luisa, and Luisa's going to trade with that Omnidroid because it doesn't have resist right now.
If you have an Omnidroid in hand now, you have enough ink to play that Omnidroid and pull back those other 2. That would actually be insane. No way. He did!
Oh my God.
He has the Omnidroid in hand, so that's why he took the deal. He protected it. He pulls back. Then this is what the Omnidroids do. They shift, and in the ultimate iteration, you pull them back, and there's 2 more cards in hand.
She's got to take out the Elanwe.
The Elanwe, I guess so.
It's the Elanwe here because I don't know. Like, the Elanwe, I guess, my opinion is you take it out while it's exerted and you have the chance.
I mean, goodness gracious, the Elanwe the Omnidroid already susceptible to a Gaston. What a fantastic play! Wow, my goodness gracious. And now back over to Dylan to respond. There's that resist to Omnidroid. You had the answer the first time with a Gaston. Does he have another? Vanessa coming into play. That's not going to answer it. Now, that's a great card. It's evasive. That card boosted Quest for 3, and Dylan already at 7 could just be the aggressor here and say, I see your 8/8 resist. I'm just going to quest with this Vanessa and force you to answer it.
I now see the error of my ways because he has the shift line back in hand. So he can play that for flat out of his hand right now, next turn, and banish the Elanwe with it.
And I think that might be what we see here. You could also just go wide with the Omnidroids just for fun, but really, really fantastic. So now, but that Vanessa does represent a threat. Dylan at 8. Vanessa quest for 3. You're going to have to deal with that eventually, and she is evasive. So Dylan will not be punished through challenges for questing with it. We are going to see another ultimate iteration head into the discard pile here. Now here comes a baby Omnidroid version 8. Version 8.
Man, we got 2.
Shift version 9.
We're getting 9.
I talked about how powerful that Vanessa is. There it comes. The perfect amount of damage with the shifted Omnidroid version 9 coming in, and then a Strength of a Raging Fire to boot. Omnidroid's not known for their singing. Not
man.
Voice, but scratching out a tune.
Gaston comes right back off, though.
Gaston off the top deck, getting rid of that. But it kind of did its job. It controlled that Vanessa here. Now we're back to the baby Omnidroids. What are we going to see? It's a Lenny going to take a peek. What do you got? It's a Horseman Strike. It's going to be banished. Now, not a super impactful card because there's not a lot of evasives in RB's deck. There's some, but that is card draw. And Sven going to come down here. Not going to do much on his own. Just sit there. But Dylan pushing his lore up to 11. But hitting that Horseman Strikes feels really good.
Sven doesn't do much here, but it's evasive.
That is true. That is true. And now nothing terrible top deck from RB. They're going to take a look at an empty hand. Get that.
Oh, no. It's a guidebook.
Oh, that's a great draw for Dylan.
It's another guidebook.
It's like docks and docks. That feels awful. But at least nothing played to board. A Demona heading to ink well here.
Here's the thing. Him inking Demona here tells me one thing.
Oh, what terrible.
There's another Demona in his hand.
And just an awful top deck for R&B back to back here with another version 8 onto the board. R&B knows that Demona is likely coming, going to get some value out of that Omnidroid challenging and getting rid of that Gaston, and just just feels so bad with back to back low impact draws while you watch your opponent double guidebook. Oof.
Oh, that's what purple does, man. Like back during set 1, I remember people saying to me, why would you want to hard cast Friends? It's like, I'm still paying 3 to draw 2 cards. And Guidebook's the exact same thing. Well, not the exact same thing. Like you can time it turn to turn, but you can still draw through. You draw them 2 cards for 3 ink regardless.
That is true. And Dylan now all the way up to 16 with his wide board here. Choosing to play a Dumbo, play a Cheshire Cat. Just a lot for Army to deal with. What did his deck give him this time? A Todd. It's draw, it's discard, but you're going to need some things at this point. And that's going to be it.
Man.
Really, really tough. Fantastic match. Fantastic match. Both players here, and really like well navigated by both. Some really big brain decisions there in the mid game. I don't know about you, Mike, but I enjoyed that very much. And really what it came down to is in the mid game there, you know, both players hoping they drew what they needed off the top deck, low in resources. And when your opponent draws into 2 guidebooks there, netting all of those cards, and your deck gives you an Ursula, and it's just, you know, sometimes your deck gives, sometimes it takes away. And in that instance, not helping out Ryan very much. So
yeah, I'll be honest with you. I loved every second of that match. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. It was something new, and we haven't had a lot of new lately.
Yeah, just really, really fantastic play there. I was glued to my screen. I was excited. And we got to see some fun stuff. We got to see Syndrome do Syndrome things. We got to see an Ultimate Iteration come in and do ultimately some awesome things. And they gave us a game that almost went to time. So really, really great. I'm going to bring in somebody else here to help us talk about this, who just watched that play. Somebody who is very familiar with Green Steel because he's been iterating on it all set so far. It's Franz again from Traverse Tavern. Franz, hey.
Hello. I am back after being in the audience for a lot of announcements and some lunch and even more laundry.
Emerald Steel bots. Did you get to watch that while you were in the audience?
I did. It was quite interesting. I despise the bots, just in general, because the early lists of Green Steel, the bots were a very annoying, difficult matchup for us to deal with. It took a while for us to like kind of figure it out. And now R&B just coming in and just like saying, you know what, Green Steel, no, let's play bots in Green Steel. So I was like,
I'm the bots deck now.
Upsetting, but like it was a very, very cool matchup. This is a matchup that I think like both Green Steel and bots like don't really want to see yellow purple as much because of the evasive answers that they're packing, as well as the strength based removal answers that they're packing. So it was surprising to me how good the Green Steel bots looked into that matchup. I thought it was really cool, really well played by R&B there. I thought he played very patiently. I thought both players played very patiently, but R&B specifically was not letting the flow of the yellow of the purple game really get to him, and he was able to really pull it out. I thought it was really impressive.
Yeah, some really big brain plays there. Mike, I enjoyed that very, very much. I don't know about you.
I'm stoked that there is an Emerald Steel list that has bots in it, because maybe I'll play Emerald Steel finally. I've never been an ES player. I have been an ES player, but that was before Diablo became a thing, and then I felt bad, so I stopped. But this is one of those, like, I did not expect it. I'm very excited to see that list, and I hope more people start playing it.
Mike, we are round 6 is up, and I am not in Melee right now looking at matchup. Oh, let me see if I can find it.
I'm on it. We won table 3.
Is that Josh versus Gabe at
Yep, we won table 3.
All right,
we won table 3.
Put it in the chat.
I already did.
All right. I think Katie was going to come in for this round. Let's bring her in from the green room. Katie!
Hello!
Hey, I hope you enjoyed that match, and I hope you're ready to go, because table 6 is paired, and they're going to get going here shortly.
Good. I'm glad for it, quite frankly. I was hoping for more Disney Lorcana today, and it has been very exciting. It boggles the mind how many things I've thought about today, between robots to is Amber Steel real to Buzz's arm. My brain could not hurt more. How are you guys feeling?
I love this meta as a caster and a commentator and a fan of variety. I love this meta.
As a fan of variety, but as a fan of certainty. There's 2 wolves inside of me, a wolf that wants chaos and a wolf that wants to say, so there's 3 decks and I know them and there's nothing surprising that could ever happen to me. Rotate back in Tramp. Just rotate him back in.
Whoa.
Everyone
Stop
scoot
it now.
over.
No.
Get him in here.
No.
Listen.
Whoa.
Do not manifest that. Oh, there it is.
I'm sorry.
Listen, if you get Tramp, I get Diablo. Like, that's the trade.
We all get one, okay? We can
That's
all
the
rotate
trade.
our
That's the
thing.
trade.
Everybody pick your favorite evil thing and then get him in here.
Bring back Hiram.
Sure.
I would take Hiram over
He wasn't
Tramp at this
rotated
point.
out. He
Hiram
was
wasn't even
deleted.
that bad.
You know what? I'm taking muses. Give me the muses.
Yeah, everybody grab
I'll
one.
take it back.
All right.
Everybody.
Wait. We need to slow our roll
I like
here.
how, okay.
Let's take a break. Let's take a breather. If we're doing all this, please give me unerrata Bucky. I want Bucky back.
Now that's not. We can't rotate something back in that was errata. Yeah,
Can't
unfortunately.
can't unerrata things that were
Yeah,
errata, right?
unerrata. That's not what we're talking about. Is rotating something back in.
I know, and I'm saying
an illegal target. But
we can bring him back. He'll be okay.
He can. But speaking of people that those that we talked about things that are not beloved, but we have two beloved people coming into the stream, which is very, very exciting. I think it's very rare that we say instant who's going to be on the featured table, but this was an instant select. I mean, share a little bit. I mean, Franz, one of these people has been known to lounge about. Share. Everybody say one positive thing.
Josh is, I would say, of anyone out there in the Lorcana space that is not qualified at the moment, I would say Josh is a top 1 or 2 level player who is currently not qualified for the NAC or any championship right now. I think he has gotten very close very many times. He's gotten a little bit unlucky in terms of matchups. He's gotten a little bit unlucky in terms of the decks that he's chosen for the metas that have been at these events. But I feel like almost every single CCQ and every single event that I'm watching that stream, he's in the top tables. He's in those top 8s, top 16s. I would really like to see him go to the LCQ and qualify in, so I could watch him at the NAC. But here I get to see him potentially play against another really good friend of mine, Gabe, to try and get into the top cut of CCS.
And Gabe is a truly delightful human. He is somebody that is a caster for Disney Lorcana, but he also is a player. He is in South Florida, so that is something he's really struggled through his whole life, and he's still able to do so well in the game despite being. I'm just kidding. It's fun to make fun of Florida. It's fun. It's easy, and I'm from Nebraska, so I get to do such things. But yeah, I think that both these players are people who love the game, and I'm very excited because it is not a mirror. And I do think going into this matchup, one person might be slightly favored, but I don't want to. Well, actually, no, we can already see. I think the steel nature of Josh's deck is going to give him a little bit of edge, possibly in this matchup. Franz, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not able to see the current deck that Gabe is playing. However, I do know that Josh is playing an Emerald Steel deck that is very close to the deck that I am currently on. I think that based off of the numbers, it's one of the best performing decks currently in terms of the meta. There aren't a ton of bad matchups, and even those bad matchups can be teched for fairly easily. And it's really cool because I think the green steel deck has gone through so many iterations in such a small time.
Yeah, it's got bots now.
Yeah, and we just saw last round that there's another iteration that I have to familiarize myself with.
Great.
But I believe Josh is just on the Darkwing Duck package. I don't believe he is on the Touch the Sky package. Sorry to Liam's viewer retention on a very good video, and I think it is still a very relevant play style to rotate back around. But about a week or so after that video, we really started to get into the Darkwing Duck package because we were already playing the two cost deal 2 damage cards, whether we were playing the Look What We've Done or the one that deals 2 through resist. So we decided that, well, what if we play the 2-drop that can sometimes deal 3 damage to something with the Darkwing Duck? And then we saw the new launch pad, and we were like, well, we've played Diablo before. What if this card is just kind of Diablo too? So we put in a small Darkwing Duck package, and we have gone from there. And the Emerald package with the Todd and Dixies to get the early singers onto the board alongside of Strength Raging Fire. And sometimes Mother Knows Best with Max Goof to get multiple procs off of those one songs has just been very good into a very variety of the format. And then obviously we have Eleanor as a very strong card. We have Angel as a very strong generic card. So this deck has a really tight core that can give you a lot of space to kind of maneuver around what you want to do, whether you want to go for a more consistent draw engine, or you want to go for like a really high roll draw engine, or obviously if you want to play the bots.
Yeah.
I
Well,
love.
I was going to say, with that, I think Mike and I are going to bow out and let you and Franz take this match because they are shuffling and ready to go, and we're going to head to the table.
Yeah. And shout out to that absolutely ludicrously capacious boogie board that Joshua has. I love it. That is a very large one. But I'm excited for this matchup because, like you mentioned, this Emerald Steel deck has access to, I love that you mentioned it's like modular. Like we have the duck package, the bot package, and what you're going to do is glue it together with a Todd. But on the other side, we have Amber. Spoiler, he is on a little bit of Amber Steel. Or not Amber Steel. That'd be crazy. I'm so sorry I said that. You got excited? Get that out of here.
I did get excited.
Amber Emerald. It's
Amber
Amber
Emerald,
Emerald. Get unexcited because it's the opposite of that.
Oh.
It is I mean, I think the deck name, I'll give you that, is We Go Fast. So to give you
okay.
of what we might be going with here. So I do think that there is, in any kind of steel matchup, there's a moment where you just say, I'll just go wider than you. And sometimes that can work. And so if he consistently can take advantage of the Plutos, the Grandmother Willows, he can technically go wider than Joshua can keep pace with. Maybe. So it's a very thin needle to thread, but it's a needle that aggro decks like to thread.
Yeah, it is a very interesting matchup. Josh, I believe, actually just faced this matchup last round against Zan, taking a L. We do get to see Josh go first. This is definitely where we want to be. We have the Todd being able to set up the 3-cost Singer potentially next turn with Vixie, as well as there's so many lines that this green steel deck can play through. It really just depends what your opponent's doing. Very excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting interplay here between these decks. He says, I see your Todd. I also have a Todd. This one's a Todd of a different flavor that is going to be able to filter some cards out. But in the meantime, there is one of the cards that's going to be able to be very advantageous. It is the Aurora Holding Court, which can offer a discount if he decides to go wide. Unfortunately, it's one of the discounts you do have to exert your cards for, which Todd would love that.
I believe the screen may have paused, I think. At least
they're just moving so imperceptible, sometimes. But no, that happens. It's on Wi-Fi. So a little behind the scenes. We are connected through the power of Wi-Fi. So any player that connects to the Wi-Fi is kind of endangering the stream if you think about it.
But yeah, while we're waiting for that, there's a few different ways that the green steel deck here can go about dealing with this green yellow deck, especially because we're on the play. We don't necessarily need to use a 2-cost action to remove this Aurora, although it will slow down Gabe quite a bit. We could use this turn to set up a 3-cost. We could use this turn to set up the Darkwing package. We could use this turn to even shift a Todd and Copper to start getting lore on our own. So there's a ton of different ways that this deck is built to be able to handle an early curve like this. And especially because the green yellow deck is trying to go as wide as possible, being able to set up for green steel to be able to answer a wide board and potentially answer an Eleanor as soon as possible is absolutely where Josh is trying to be.
Now, you did accidentally rage bait somebody in the comments who said Josh faced Zan and because then you trailed off. And so Josh faced Zan and he lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, Josh unfortunately did lose to Zan last round. They were both undefeated. Zan going on to be 5-0, and I believe he's probably IDing into Top Cut. Josh going down to the 4-1, hopefully trying to win this against Gabe, who is also trying to win this and also tried to ID into Top Cut as well, as this is there's a lot of money on the line in this 50K tournament.
Yeah, Zan is the only person that ID. Well, he's the only person that ID'd. His opponent wouldn't, but he did. No, both of them at table 1 did go ahead and say, You want to take 2 rounds off and then just call it a day? Because after round 7, we are done for the day and we are moving on into the top 16. We're working on getting that stream back up and active. So if you guys are wondering, it is not Joshua in the infinite tank. It is actually the Wi-Fi. So we are just taking a moment here. So we're hanging out, and thank you for everyone that's hanging out with us.
I do want to go back a little bit to that turn 1 ink for Gabe, that Todd 3-drop, the 1/2 to draw 2, discard 1. I don't believe I see that often in a hyper aggressive strategy. Have you seen much of this?
No, that is something that people like to pair possibly with that Chernabog because you're able to manipulate your discard. But there's not, in an aggro deck, traditionally, you're not doing anything with your discard. You're just kind of going fast and not looking backwards. So that is a little funky. And I'm trying to think if there's any, is he thinking about doing some shifting? I'm trying to think what other reason. Maybe because, I mean, filtering is not bad. I mean, that's something we lost Tramp. And
for
so
sure,
this is
for
a little
sure.
mini filter.
Yeah, like we have the filtering. So like the ways that I see like Todd be used would be in the Retro Evolution deck to be able to filter towards your items as well as your big bombs to evolve up into 5-drops. I don't think that's what we're doing here. In the Green Yellow Songs deck, it is a filter option, but it is a 3-cost card. That 3-cost being able to be very relevant for songs. That could be something of what we're doing here. Maybe we're playing a little bit of a Coods. Maybe we're even playing an Under the Sea for a mirror, or we are just trying to have a little bit of tech against the Chernabog decks to try and to get a character into the discard early on turn 2 or turn 1, depending on when we're playing it. So a very interesting tech that I don't see much in the aggro style deck. I wonder really where Gabe's mind is thinking here. I'm very excited to see what the rest of his deck is like.
Right. It does tell an interesting story because, I mean, you mentioned like the things to highlight is the singing ability, the digging towards something. Normally what you're digging towards is a song, but we didn't really see, I mean, we only saw one turn, so I don't, we didn't see much, but as far as like the story that it can tell is we know his deck name is named We Go Fast. And then that Todd card makes me think we're not going too fast though, because he is, like you said, he's a 3-cost, but he's a 1/2, very vulnerable to many things in the meta. And then he just quests for 1. So just letting you guys know that we are working on the freeze. The play was paused. So the players, you're missing not a thing. And so I don't know if Liam can hear us. If you want, you can probably go back to our stunning faces. If not, this is fun because people tune in and they have to wonder, are they broken?
Well, yes, but not because of this.
It's true. And we got bonus feature of Liam eating out of, speaking, capricious is the word, or capricious is the word of the day, a ludicrously capricious bowl.
Ludicrous bowl. So
yeah, we just, everybody have a large object that they could show off.
This is one part of this specific format that I do really enjoy is that we've seen 2 cards from Gabe and we know the deck name. And from that, we can immediately be like, well, the Todd with going fast, it's crazy. And like we can like refer back to like the 4 or 5 different green yellow decks that are currently being played in the meta. And I think it's really cool to just analyze, see, just to think about what exactly is going on. And even in a bit of a screen freeze, we can still have so much to talk about.
And I think thinking about tonight, I was like, okay, tonight I want to do like a look on like what the meta was, and just thinking about the fact that Amber Emerald, like you want to say Amber Steel, that's wishful thinking. Amber Emerald makes up a pretty big size in the meta, but if you say Amber Emerald, you could be talking about Amber Emerald songs, Amber Emerald aggro, or Shenanigans the deck. There's not I'm rejecting Fog and I'm rejecting Prison. Is there another name that we can go with?
There was one that I was talking about with a friend the other day that I thought was really cool. It was like a riff on Buzz's arm. I'm not.
I did Battering Arm. That was fun.
That's not bad.
That's something. We got to work on it because I understand other people have played other games. But this is Disney Lorcana. And speaking of which, we are so back. There is Launchpad. Speaking of drawing a card and discarding a card, he loves to do that. And then we have more discount. Aurora here questing. Does she have a princess with her? Or was she just doing that? She can. She's bringing in a princess. Here we come with Pocahontas.
Yep, we see the very oft-used strategy of playing down the Grandmother Willow first to get that extra discount, quest with the Aurora to get the Pocahontas down, play another card, and essentially we've gotten a quest for free because we still have 3 characters on the board for a potential Eleanor next turn.
Yeah, it's a little insulation. And like you said, the Eleanor is going to be very, very powerful because a lot of these going wide comes at the cost of using cards, and you need to refill on the, he's going to pay the full retail value of 3 ink for Strength of Raging Fire just because he knows if he can get rid of those discount cards, he can kind of chop off that gameplay. Now we can't do Eleanor for 2 reasons. Well, for one, we can actually do it, but we can't get the benefit.
Yeah, so the Greensteel deck very well positioned to take care of these early 2 and 3 willpower characters with Strength Arranging Fire, as well as Terror He Flaps with the Darkwing package. But here we're just going to go for a Mike Wazowski play, grabbing a Rapunzel and a Darkwing Duck 3-drop. The Darkwing Duck 3-drop being able to come down and deal a damage. It also turns on this launch pad to draw a card instead of draw a card and discard a card. We have another one, and we see Pegasus and Dale. That Dale, very, very important, because those Mike Wazowskis both have 4 willpower and could become very difficult to deal with for Josh next turn.
Yeah, I think when we talk about powerful maneuvers, we say, okay, well, do you have access to a board wipe? And neither, well, maybe they could. I mean, there's a chance that some of them have it under the sea, but I don't think that is the route they're going. And there we go. We're dealing damage with that Darkwing Duck who's able to come in, deal a damage. And then we also have second Darkwing Duck coming in as a pal here.
Yeah, and then Josh also taking the opportunity with the Todd to challenge and banish that Pluto before this Dale comes down and makes it a lot tougher to deal with. So now we are a little bit into a stalemate of a mid game here. Both players low on lore, which does favor Josh. However, there are 2 Mike Wazowskis on the board and a Dale in hand, which means that Gabe's board could become very wide very fast, and it could start getting out of control.
And out of control is kind of what he's hoping with, because if he can keep going, having a board where he's like, hey, deal with this over and over again, Joshua then is the role of being a control deck, and he doesn't get to get any inches as far as the lore total. In this case, we will go ahead and quest, get a Pocahontas Peacekeeper there. It's another piece of the puzzle that can slow down the aggression on Josh's side. However, we did lose that Pocahontas who was on the board previously, so we cannot shift. So she does go right into the inkwell for that Dale.
We also saw on Josh's side a Eleanor coming to hand, so that Mike Wazowski bringing some powerful royal women to the board here. For Gabe, his going into the inkwell, and for Josh, the Eleanor looming like just scary in his hand. And now we have Mike's sideways. We have a Dale on board. Those Mike's very tough to deal with. However, this Darkwing Duck is a 2/5, so we are able to take out that Mike without losing the Darkwing Duck. So we're in a bit of a situation where we need to navigate dealing with this Dale as well as these Mikes before Gabe gets too many cards in hand.
Yeah, and I think it's important to wonder, because I mean, Gabe also has access to some Eleanor technology. The problem is that he only has 4 ink, and he lost all his discount cards. We saw him have a Grandmother Willow and a Pluto and an Aurora, but those have all long since parted. So he does have to pay the full ink value, which limits him on what he's able to do turn to turn. Now, that being said, of all the decks in the meta, this one can explode the fastest. We know that they have the Pocahontas guiding the tribe that can come back down and bring in some friends. But this could present a problem. We have my goodness, Angel Experiment 624 coming in and immediately discarding Judy Hopps to deal 2 damage to that Mike Wazowski.
Yeah, and that's interesting because Josh did have the option there of sending the 2 damage into the other Mike and then using both Darkwing Ducks to take out both Mikes. So Josh deciding to keep those characters up, potentially for that Eleanor in hand, potentially for some other reason, maybe a Strength of Raging Fire, but he did decide to just take out that 1 Mike and keep those Darkwing Ducks healthy.
And those ducks, as you mentioned, it is part of what you call the Darkwing Duck suite of cards that do integrate quite well together. It's funny because we talk about Ducktectives, and that was an amethyst steel, but it's very fun to see it shift into the emerald steel shell here. The thing is I'm wondering, he does need to get some cards in hand. Mike Wazowski says, not this one, immediately sending Strength of Raging Fire to the bottom with this quest. And Gabe getting Thomas, who pairs quite well with Mike Wazowski. Or nope, with Dale.
With Dale.
Ooh.
they're all these 0/4s. It's tough to keep track of them, I understand, but also with this Darkwing Duck package, along with the Eleanor, we have Terror that flaps that deals 3 damage if there is a Darkwing Duck on the board, and alongside an Angel and an Eleanor, that 3 damage could turn into 4 or 5 damage depending on where we are aiming those cards. So that Dale could potentially be not long for this world.
Yeah, and he is definitely the tent pole holding up the strength of Gabe's deck right now. So he is the very, very, very tempting target for Joshua. And it had to feel good to make that Strength Raging Fire go to the bottom of the deck. We saw one be played earlier, another one get sent to the bottom. But here comes Rapunzel, who's going to swing on in and is a little bit of can be a down tempo, depending on how Gabe does it. And he does go ahead and discard the Aurora and is now going to elect on what he will return to Joshua's hand here.
Yeah, and situations like this, we are trying to get those the chip lures. We're trying to get to those situations where Josh is not able to put down a ton of cards on the board to answer Gabe's board. And this Rapunzel against a steel deck in general is helpful because of the Strength Raging Fire aspect. We are able to build more cards on the board now, and Josh is forced to decide whether or not he wants to put down that Angel again and use almost all of his ink, or are we going to do something else? Play two or three more characters. But until Josh gets more ink, he's not going to be able to do a ton. We do see a 1-drop coming down here, potentially an Angel coming down here, and that Mike Wazowski is continuing to fill out Josh's hand. But we know we have he hurled his Thunderbolt to finally take out that Dale, and then a double challenge into the Mike Wazowski to finally stop that stream of card advantage.
And we are seeing why this Emerald Steel can be so devastating. It feels just like the steel decks of yore, where you have the singers, you have the ability to claw your way back in, and that targeted removal can be so powerful. And Gabe doesn't have access to that. He doesn't get to pick what he removes. He doesn't really have a lot of options to remove at all. He just kind of can be the aggressor. And this is this game has been going on for several turns now, about 10 minutes, and at this point we are just 1-3 because it has just been Gabe saying, what about this? And Josh was saying, no, I have something for that.
Yeah, and now we see the Todd coming down alongside the Thomas and the Rapunzel, but we do know that there is an Angel in hand. We do know that there is an Eleanor in hand. So at least the Todd is not super safe with the Angel coming down, and then an Eleanor coming down could be even worse, depending. But Gabe's still trying to build up his board for a potential Eleanor of himself, but it looks a little bit dicey.
Interesting here is that he did go ahead and draw. I mean, he had some number of cards and he discarded the Pluto and then played the Pocahontas, meaning that what he kept, it could be a Peacekeeper Pocahontas, possibly, or something where he wanted to favor it. Because, I mean, in theory, whatever he could have discarded, he could have played that Pluto for free. So I'm very interested to see what he has in hand. All that long-windedness to say.
Yep.
But we're going to go ahead and discard a Pegasus to fling 2 damage onto that Todd here that we mentioned. He is a 3 cost, but unfortunately, he is a fragile willpower of 2. So he is no longer with us. But we still have some options here. That Peacekeeper we mentioned, if you shift her in, we saw her inked earlier. She can be very powerful if you're afraid of a wide board that can do challenging. The more songs he gets rid of, the more Joshua has to depend on challenging. So that could be a way he's going, but unfortunately, Gabe is just kind of running out of cards here to make that be super powerful. And I don't think he has it in hand based on what he just exerted.
No, if both of these are 1-drop cards, it's definitely interesting because the Pocahontas wasn't playing a 1-drop. I would have expected that's probably what it was. He was keeping the what is that card called again? No, I know that card.
Give me a hint.
It's the kit replacement. That's all I remember.
Todd. Is it just Todd? Or no, we're talking about Rapunzel? No,
we're talking about the 1-drop that Finnick. Yes,
Finnick. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Finnick.
So that was likely the card that was kept last turn off of the Todd because if we played it off the Cinderella, we did not have enough ink to use the effect. So this turn we are able to use the effect to bounce a Todd to get some of the board back. We are, again, out of cards, so now we're looking at for Gabe. We're looking for either a Pocahontas next turn. We're looking for the Eleanor. We're looking for potentially another Mike, but it is very scary here as Josh's board continues to just have a good amount of stats on it. We have the Angel on the board. We have the 2/5 Darkwing Duck, and now we are bringing in the Eleanor, the card of the format, some say, and this is where we're going to start to be a little scary. That we can take out either the Thomas or the Pocahontas. I believe we can probably take out both and then deal a damage and draw a card off the Eleanor and really start to get off to the races with lore for Josh.
I think, and then the biggest thing is, can he do that in a way where he does not get punished for exerting his characters? And I think at this point we've only seen one Dale. Dale is going to be a huge punish for turning sideways without a good plan. But we're going to just discard. We're going to discard that Strength of Raging Fire to deal 2 damage to that Rapunzel, and then go ahead and challenge down the line.
Yep, and then Josh, not turning that Eleanor. Oh no, I believe we just played the Eleanor. Yeah. But yeah, so again, the Dale is really what is going to get Gabe back into this specific game. We have that draw off of Eleanor, so Angel does not get the resist 2, which means a Dale would start to really get back because we can take out the Angel. Both players picking up some dice here.
They said, well, we don't need that. We're not carrying damage here any longer. But yeah, that was a very, very efficient turn from Joshua, being able to do a lot with a little. And I mentioned that there could be a punish, but if you're able to go ahead and use your damage and challenges effectively, then the punish is not too scary. Did Gabe just say?
He did indeed say pass.
No. And that is brutal. I mean, I'm trying to think what could be. Is it Pocahontas that he just doesn't want to? Because that one's only good if you shift. I mean, it could be a myriad of things, but I mean, it's hard to see because the damage is going to keep coming from Eleanor.
And again, we are turning sideways. We are dealing a 1 damage with that Darkwing Duck to the Finnick, and then the Eleanor will finish it off. And again, not turning the Eleanor sideways, just as a slight play around of a Dale to keep that value engine going for Josh. Very safe, very calculated. Ooh, no, we are just deciding to turn it sideways anyway. We have decided that we are at a high enough lore total that we think it is going to not matter even if a Dale comes down here.
Yeah, and that is when you start to feel the momentum shift. I mean, he's doing the patent bending. I'll rub the card on the mat. That's never a good sign. It's fun. It's fun because that generally means they're like, maybe something magical happened, but it usually means they have given up a little bit. But Mike Wazowski going into a Todd, which as we've seen, he's been using that card to dig through his deck to try to get to more tempting options in his hand. But he doesn't have infinite resources. He only has 3 ink left. That's only enough to play just that Todd, which then whatever you find, you don't have the opportunity to do anything with until your next turn.
Yeah, even if Gabe is indeed playing these 3 drops for potentially an Under the Sea, even if we played the Todd there, we wouldn't have Singer 8 to take advantage of it. So here we're just bouncing a card back, giving Josh 1 more turn, hopefully able to use that Todd next turn to find something to get us out of here. But we are turning Eleanor sideways. We do get the Thunderbolt to take out the Mike Wazowski, and we are just pushing everything onto the board here and really putting lore to board. And this is looking to be potentially it in the next turn for Josh, putting Lorthal on the board.
Yeah, when you start seeing your opponent like using like a hand to turn multiple cards sideways at a time, that is a sign that they are feeling pretty good. He's just doing a little audit here, saying, okay, how much do I have? I get my lore for questing my lore from the Eleanor. And now, like you said, we have game on board. There's really not much Gabe can do. We talked about maybe he has Under the Sea, and maybe he does, but he certainly cannot do anything with it right now. He doesn't have the assets to sing it. He doesn't have the assets to play it. And it would just be a temporary stopgap. It wouldn't even necessarily win him here. So unfortunately, that is it for Gabe. But fortunately for Joshua fans, that is a win.
And we are moving on to game 2, and being on the play versus on the draw for this matchup specifically is pretty important. That like we saw earlier, the green-yellow deck only had the Aurora on turn 1, which Josh did not need to necessarily answer on his turn 2 because he wasn't going to play Eleanor on the next turn. So we were able to take a turn and develop a launch pad of our own before we really needed to deal any damage. And then on Josh's turn 3, he could just safely play a Strength of Raging Fire for cost and then take out another card with the launch pad to stop the Eleanor. That won't necessarily be the case for Josh on the draw here, as those do not line up. We will have to potentially take a turn 2 off to pay 2 to deal damage to something, and even then it won't necessarily stop a full Eleanor from coming down on turn 3.
And that is the calculation here. Into this, my gut was that Joshua doesn't hate this matchup, but it can, like you said, it can absolutely get away from him in the sense that it went on the draw. I mean, for you, when you're sitting down, because you said you've played this deck, is aggro a matchup that you dread completely, or do you generally, as long as you are on the play, you feel pretty good?
Yeah, I feel like specifically if I'm on the play, I'm feeling pretty good. But aggro is just one of those decks where a stray mulligan that goes a little bit wrong, just anything that forces me to play a little bit off curve could just mean the difference between me absolutely steamrolling them or me getting absolutely steamrolled. It's just the nature of these aggro decks. So I would say I feel pretty comfortable playing against aggro decks because it's probably the most reps on this deck that I have. However, it is still scary every single time.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the term people use so much is high roll, where it basically just feels like all the stars align, everything goes great. And with aggro, it is so hard to come back. But Steel is one of those decks that has some tools. We saw that there's just so many ways for this deck to inflict damage without having to do any challenging between the Strength of Raging Fire, he hurled his Thunderbolts, then Angel, Darkwing Duck. There is just, and then Terror that Flaps of the Night. There's just a lot of options on Joshua's side. So I think here this altar is going to be very, very important to make sure Gabe has what he needs to put on the pressure. But Joshua, on the same hand, is looking for what he needs to apply pressure and then also keep his hand full as he deals with what Gabe is throwing out there.
We also saw from Josh last game a discard of a very important card for him in this matchup on the draw, and that is Judy Hopps, the 2-drop underdog for Steel, a 2/2 with a resist 1 that is able to be played for 1 if you are going second. That is a very crucial card in this matchup specifically because Gabe is putting a ton of 1/2s, 0/2s onto the board very early, but not this time as we are starting off with a Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas is a little bit fragile right now, but he turns into Thomas the Tank Engine if we were able to get that Dale down here. However, Joshua is now looking to see, did he get what he needs? Obviously, that underdog can be extremely powerful in really, right now we're seeing we talked about this early with Liam, that at this point in the meta, all underdogs are seeing some play except for Amethyst and Sapphire. But
yeah,
Splatter Phoenix will never see her.
Well, it's one of those things where Sapphire is not necessarily getting a ton of play itself in the format, and then for Amethyst, there are just a host of strong 1-drops almost all the time that you want to be playing because of those shift lines, because of, even if you're playing purple yellow, you can those willows to play the 1-drops back here. But here we see a double Thomas here, maybe showing that we are potentially going into a Dale next turn, but this is still, if we do have a Dale, this is going to be a very difficult board for Josh to remove.
Yeah, I think that this is, it's hard to say something's been completely telegraphed, but this is a strong telegraphing that there could be a Dale, because that just turns Gabe from an aggressive deck to a doubly aggressive in both ways. We talk about aggression meaning usually lower pressure, but then it becomes aggressive from a challenging perspective as well. And Todd's looking scared, quite frankly. He's all alone. So I think he will be calling for backup this turn. And we'll see if he's going to go the launch pad route he went last time. But no, we're going to elect to do some terror flapping in the night and dealing enough damage to get rid of that Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, and this is very important here because we only had that one form of character ramp on Gabe's side. So now we have essentially stopped any Dale or Eleanor from coming down this turn. This is exactly what Josh really wanted to happen in this game, is to slow Gabe down enough so that Josh could start getting those 3-drop characters on the board, start to get a chance to sing Strength of Raging Fire for when Gabe starts to put down those 4-drop bomb cards, and even potentially getting to turn 4 where Josh could potentially even just hard play he hurled his Thunderbolt like he did last game.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, sometimes taking your whole turn to play an action can feel very down tempo, but I think Josh is being very calculated and knowing that letting Gabe absolutely have the steamroll capability that his deck can is important, and getting rid of that Grandmother Willow, even though it feels like you're taking a full turn off, can pay off in the long run. In this case, we have our Thomases saying, well, what are you going to do here? You're just one fox against the world. So they can go ahead and quest freely in the face of Todd. And now it is going to be interesting to see, is Josh going to develop his board a little further? At this point, he really doesn't have many options other than to go wider. And there is that Vixie for a discount, along with another Darkwing Duck 2/2.
This was a bit of a scary quest here because we did see Josh a turn ago ink and Angela, the three cost card to on play, give something challenger 2 and resist 2 until the end of turn. So if that had happened, we were able to take out a Thomas, and then even if a Dale came down, it would no, those would still take out the Todd. But it was a little scary. So a little bit of a risk there that paid off, getting 2 lore for free. Josh forced to turn sideways, put 2 damage onto one of those Thomases, opening up Gabe for some potential text like an Ohana meets family to draw 2 cards if he plays it. But not many cards here, but we do see in Ursula coming down, taking out a Strength of Raging Fire, one of the core tenets of this green steel deck.
I do love that he instantly was like, well, I know you're going for this, so I'll get that out of the way. However, he did go ahead and show he does have some other options in his hand, not as much as the powerhouse cards we saw in the last matchup. He was able to absolutely keep Gabe at bay using his removal, his angels, in that combination. However, now Gabe he did it like we talked about down tempo. Playing that Ursula is not a super powerful move by itself. It is just kind of a preventing the pain of a song and giving you information. So in this case, he's not able to use all his ink this turn, but he has information.
Now, I do believe that we saw a 3-drop Darkwing Duck here, which does mean that Josh could potentially take out 2 of these characters on the board right now with sending the 2 1-drops into the mic, and then the Vixie plus the Darkwing Duck 3-drop would be able to take out that Thomas. And more importantly, keep Gabe off of potentially 3 exerted characters next turn. But Josh doing a little bit of math, just seeing what is available to him here.
Yeah, and now it is just a situation of being very calculated on what his prospects are. I think at this point, Gabe's explosive time is over, but he has 4 cards in hand. So he's been able to keep his hand very full with this unchecked Mike Wazowski. So now we're going to shift. It's not Todd. It's not Copper. It is Todd and Copper here.
That's true. Here, I believe we still have the opportunity to take out those 2 cards, not even needing to use the 3-cost Darkwing Duck here. And we're able to get another evasive 2-quester on the board. So now we have set up a board where Gabe can't touch 4 lore on Josh's board. And that could get out of hand very quickly, just like green yellows can sometimes get out of hand. Josh is really flipping the script here on this aggro deck, really starting to put lore on the board.
And I think that looking at Gabe's deck, I mean, we're at the beginning of the match. We're like, it could be anything. We were to the point where we haven't seen any other singers. We haven't seen any other hints of song activity in this deck. So it makes me believe that Gabe has pretty much built his deck streamlined towards characters. So at this point, it has to be scary to know that you don't really have any direct removal. You don't really have any evasive answers here. He is in a world of, can I go faster? And the board is getting wider on Joshua's side, which means you can't outpace him. You can't out-remove him. So what other options does he have?
Yeah, we're definitely looking for potential Rapunzels here, as well as setting up Eleanor's to try to get a turn where we can just bounce one of those evasives on Josh's board and then start to take over a little bit on our side. And then from there, just not give Josh the chance to safely set up those evasives again. This is really, that's the only real line that I can necessarily think of. Yeah. And that seems to be where Gabe is looking for. He's digging for those Eleanors, digging for those Dales, digging for those Rapunzels, and setting up a board to potentially wait until he can get that one turn to really take back over.
And I think that is difficult because, I mean, he wants to be able to keep pressure. So, I mean, he can get to the point where he's holding back to get back to the control roll to stop Joshua's aggression. But Joshua's been doing a really good job keeping very powerful cards. He has this Angel, which is able to get rid of one of his 3 characters on Gabe's side. All of the plans you talked about require support. So if Joshua is able to just pick away 1 or 2 characters per turn, that's enough to keep Gabe from doing anything powerful.
Yeah, this is like every single turn, I believe, from Josh is exactly how he wanted this game to go. Everything seems to be falling in Josh's lap here with how the flow of the second game is going. Hopefully, hopefully Gabe is able to dig a little bit more, find those outs, and get back into this game on the board. We see another Todd coming down, and then we can ink and play another 2-drop. Hopefully, we can start to push that. Push the board back and eventually get that turn where we can flip it.
Yeah, it's interesting because you say eventually, and then every turn that goes by, I'm like, ooh, because Joshua's board is just getting. We see these little characters in the beginning, and they slowly start creeping up to the larger and larger stat lines. Like you mentioned, if we can get to a Dale, we can do some favorable trading. Joshua has been pretty open about going ahead and questing with these characters. Let's see, he's able to go ahead and play or ink that Mowgli and then just keep going a little bit wider here, playing 3 characters this turn and trying to keep lockstep with these 2 massive boards.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that angel on the other side is going to be able to answer one of Gabe's cards almost every single turn, and if Gabe were to even play a Mike Wazowski to try to build up his hand, now he's just fueling up that angel on a board that Josh already has the advantage on. So that might not even be how we want to get back in the game. But Josh just answering the board with more cards on the board, we're able to play 2 characters, 3 lore on the board, while also taking out one of the cards Gabe was able to play last turn. This is just getting out of hand here, questing for another 4. Pushing ourselves up to, I believe, 8. And I think we have 6, 8, 10 on the board right now. If we quest 2 more, we would have lethal. Josh determining that is probably not worth it yet in face of a potential Dale. So he keeps that angel upright.
Yeah, and that I'm trying to think. Well, every turn that gets passed, I'm like, all right, Gabe, do we have what we need to get back into this? And it really does feel like we have. I mean, tools we talked about were the Dale. We also have Pocahontas. Unfortunately, Pocahontas, the Peacekeeper, is only so good if you're deciding to be the aggressor and you need 1 more turn to keep that aggression up. And right now, unfortunately, Gabe has lost the role of being the aggressive quester and now must be responding with challenges or possibly some kind of removal. We talked about Rapunzel being able to do some tempo. This is not super great. That is just a Mowgli, but it does show that Joshua doesn't have the scariest cards at hand, although that does represent even more damage on Gabe's side.
Yeah, and we are trying our best to start to take over the board. Josh not putting lethal on the board, which would give us potentially another turn here, but it just is getting close to the lockout of the decade here. We see in Eleanor, this does come down and could threaten some form of clearing the board here. We could look for a Dale, but we are turning sideways instead, looking to draw a card. This would give Josh some options to potentially try and clear the board. Important to note that even if those 3 cards are cleared, Gabe still has 3 on the board to turn sideways next turn for Eleanor. So this is about as close to what Gabe wanted to do. Hopefully we're able to push and draw maybe a Dale next turn. We do draw that extra card. Yep, we draw that extra card, pass to Josh, and Josh is going to look to see what he can do to mitigate as much as possible.
Yeah, this is going to be the math time where you say, okay, yes, you have 3 cards exerted. Do I want to take my time to deal with those 3 characters? Notably, there is no Dale on the board, so they are not the scariest things to challenge into, but you would lose some momentum, and he would make his clock go longer as far as how many turns he needs to win. And that's my favorite part where I try to count quietly in my head while making it sound like I'm not. I think we said there's 10 lore on
There's
Josh's
10,
board.
yeah, 10 lore on the board.
Yeah, so now we're doing my favorite. Wow, I like it because people will line up their cards and say who they're going to challenge. In this case, he's touching the Ursula with the angel in a way of saying, just kind of menacing a little bit. He hasn't decided yet, but he's going to match up and say, okay, if I go ahead and challenge, and all those challenges will be pretty favorable for him since there's not any damage to give back. So he will line up here. Unfortunately, he does have to send 2. 3 total.
Yeah, he is looking because those launch pads also could potentially go sideways to draw a card, maybe drawing closer to a Strength of Raging Fire or a Max Goof to get a Strength back to potentially remove that Eleanor. We see the Darkwing Duck here. We are putting 1 damage on Eleanor. That could be a little telling here. But Angel going under and taking out a unexerted Mowgli, and then we are going to turn sideways, take out these cards to stop that Eleanor from proccing again.
Yeah, and that is really using these cards into a way where you're able to, what's the term? Synergize, where you're able to basically get more out of the cards than they should be able to do on their own. He still has 1 Thomas left, but I think he's not the only other thing is, have we seen any bodyguards in for Gabe? Because if he doesn't go ahead and clear that Thomas, it is a question of, does he have any bodyguards that could, drift into place and help that Eleanor get 1 more card out here?
We have not seen any bodyguards. We have not seen any Mickeys, but it looks like Josh leaving up the Thomas potentially and then just questing, putting lethal on the board, saying at this point it doesn't really matter if Eleanor can trigger because I already have 6 lore and evasive creatures that you can't touch.
And that's why taking these moments to do the math is so important. It's so easy to get tunnel vision and be like, okay, am I going to quest out or am I going to challenge? And he did the kind of hybrid approach here where he's able to deal damage with the Darkwing Duck, deal damage with Angel. And there we have it. Josh Satterfield saying, yes, I might have lost to this match or into this matchup last round, but this time he was able to 2-0 the victory here with his Emerald Steel. There's no bots in here. It's just ducks, right?
Yeah, I call it a quack for 2.
A quack for 2. That's fun. There's too many deck names that I haven't. I realized casting today, there's so many decks I don't have names for right now that I was like, the classic decks. And now I'm like, I don't know. I couldn't know what to call some of these decks right now.
Could be a quack for 2. Could be the Flappening.
The Flappening.
There's a lot of good ones out there.
There's a lot. So, I mean, that had to feel very good to watch that round because, Franz, like you said, this is a deck. Not only do you like the person playing it, but you like the deck quite a lot. It had to be a very satisfying one for you.
Yeah, it's one of my best friends in this game against another person that I really respect in this game.
Right.
It is a deck that I have spent probably close to 500-ish games in this format playing, both in terms of Touch the Sky and the Quack for 2 list like this. I love it. Everything that Josh did felt perfect. That game 2 was just an absolute masterclass in preparation. I'm sure his mulligan was really interesting as well. But it shows the power of even just a baboom on turn 2 to deal 2 damage to stop these yellow decks from getting to exactly where they want to be, which is a 4-drop on turn 3.
Now, Liam's making a face where I think he might have a pun that he was wanting to do, but he didn't know if he could do it. Am I correct?
Oh, I was in the chat making him.
Oh, good. Okay. So that was the face of a person with a pun, but you're like, wait, I found an outlet for it. Yeah, you did. Foul play.
Yeah. And then the Darkwing Deck, I thought was another fun one.
Darkwing Deck. Yep. That's a good one.
That's a good one. All right. I was like, I've seen that face before. That's a Liam with a pun.
Sorry, I was just winging some duck puns.
If you're playing the hybrid list with the ducks and the Paradise deck, you can terror that flaps on the grass.
Wow. Liam laughed so hard the mic couldn't perceive it. I love this is pun appreciation hour, and that was. I mean, I shout out like we said, Gabe is a member of the community that we do like very much, and I don't think he's out of it. I do think there is a chance X2. A couple could make it in.
I would assume because it's top 16.
Yeah, it is. So top 16
that a few X2s make it in, and Gabe being X1 all the way up until this last round could mean that his tiebreakers are pretty good. So I think he's very live for Top Cut still, and he's playing a very good deck. He lost to a very good player who is currently X1. I would assume one of his other losses was someone who is either X1 or undefeated at this point. So a lot to play for Gabe still, and potentially even some payouts depending on how far these payouts go. But hope he does well in the next round, and I hope he can sneak in. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, top 32 I think is how far pricing goes out for this tournament. So
yeah, very live for top 16 and super live for top 32.
But yeah, we are, as far as Disney Lorcana goes, this has been a very exciting day. I have right now I have the Illumiteers Twitch, Illumiteers YouTube, the Disney Lorcana Twitch. I have the Melee pulled up. I have the deck list. My computer is absolutely overclocked with Disney Lorcana right now.
That RAM is working very hard for how pricey it is right now.
I have a lot of dedicated RAM just for Disney Lorcana.
Wow, a lot of dedicated RAM just for Disney Lorcana. That's more of a flex than your giant cards.
Yeah, right. You gotta flex on them. If you have a giant card, the only purpose of a giant card is to flex. And I've been intimidated by the people in Europe. True. The Europeans have flexed on us for too long. This is really a flex against the Europeans who are like, oh, you know how we just are given a giant card every month.
We have our giant cards.
Yeah, it's
they hand them out for free. All our cards are giant over here. Yep.
Yeah. Or maybe everyone in England's really small and all the cards were normal size. But they're like, here's my card. And you're like, we didn't realize they're tiny people.
Yeah. That's just how big they are. I wish Kim was here for that joke.
Do you feel like you know more or less about this? Because here's how I feel, Liam. I'll be honest. Going into this is my first tournament of the meta that I've sat down and I'm like invested in. And I feel like I know more in the sense that I know that the meta is fraught with chaos, not fraught, blessed with chaos. Mm-hmm. But as far as like, I thought that maybe I'd be able to walk away from today and be like, yeah, I think I get it. And I'm not so sure I could say I fully understand this meta yet.
I still don't. Franz probably understands it the best out of all of us on right now. But yeah, there does seem to be, the one thing I will say, is that I was talking with Mike earlier, and there does seem to be, and this is true of like all Disney Lorcana metas, I think, to this point, the quality of cards in the different colors only goes so deep. And so what you do see is people mixing and matching different packages together to make some fun stuff. There's some random exceptions, like you have boosties coming in with some cards which you may not see in other decks, but not many. But in general, that's what each color is doing, is it's finding that core package, like the Amethyst core mid-game package or the Steel Removal package or the Emerald Evasive package, and then you're just doing different things with them. And so for me, as I'm looking at it, as opposed to like back in the day where I would go into a particular tournament and I'd be like, all right, these are the 5 decks that I need to learn, and maybe these 2 decks on the side, and then if something else comes up, we're all learning together. And I actually need to learn the script of these 5 or 6 decks. It does feel like instead this time I'm just looking at packages and I'm looking at 10 to 15 cards in each color. And if I learn those 60 cards, probably pretty okay.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, to your point, it feels like a very modular meta where you're kind of like taking these little modules and you're like, all right, I can integrate this one with that one. I'll take out the robots. I'll insert, some villains possibly. I don't know. I don't know what the villain module is. So don't ask me what the villain module is.
It's like the Diablo Maleficent. The Diablo Maleficent.
Yeah, but I didn't know who else goes in there. So I don't know the module, but I have seen
Hamster
it.
I was just about to say Hamster Veil.
All right. So there's a villain module. Because I knew that people, I saw, wasn't it a B Squared that had the villain?
Well, you have like the Hades 5-drop. You have Demona.
So yeah. It's a module actually. So this is now my brain. You just unlock something in my brain that to approach this meta by decks is haunting. Like I made a list and I got to the bottom and I didn't have enough room. So I had to double tier the list of like the decks that I wanted to study. And to your point, they rhyme. They're not identical, but when I saw Emerald Steel as ducks, I was like, this is just detectives minus the blue part, the sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially where the idea came from. Is when we were testing Green Steel early on the format with the Touch Paradise version of the list. We played a little bit of the discard focus strategy with the Flynn and Rapunzel line. We found that Blue Steel Detectives was a little bit tough for us because Terror That Flaps really specifically targets that Green Steel Evasive package with the Vixion 2 very, very well. And us, we were playing into that, and I was playing into that, and that kept happening to me. I was like, can we just play these cards? Can we just play the Darkwing Duck 1-drop, the 3-drop, and Launchpad with Terror, and that be enough? Like, we're already playing a 2-drop that just deals 2. Why can't we play a 2-drop that deals 2 and has a little bit of an upside just for the deck building cost of playing some of these Darkwing Duck cards? And we could, so we put them in. We're working on there's like 4 or 5 different people in the Green Steel chat and the loungers like playing a little bit of a different list. There's the pro He Heralded Thunderbolt sect. There's the anti He Heralded Thunderbolt sect. People like Mother Knows Best. Some people don't like Mother Knows Best. Some people like both the Touch Sky package together with the duck build. So it's really cool. It's really fun to see how this deck has evolved so quickly over the course of even just a few weeks.
It's funny that you mentioned the He Heralded Thunderbolts, because sometimes I feel like that Dev 8 devolves into, but it's not as good as a Long Q Zeus. And it's like, well, we don't have that option right now. So sometimes it's remembering that this meta is the meta. That sounds so dumb. I'm about to say this meta is the way it is right now, but it's post-rotation. So sometimes things that seem suboptimal, you can run in tests. You're like, well, it sounds in theory suboptimal, but it is the best we have right now, which is very, very funny that you have the most enriched time in the meta where you're like, wow, we have the most actions we can ever do. We can play Lilo now, into right now where it's, I don't know, is this something we're able to? For example, I mean, I don't want to dog on Gabe's list, but that like,
but I'm gonna.
But the Todd inclusion, you start to think, was that because I mean, we saw the most streamlined, beautiful decks at the end of post or pre-rotation, and then now you look at this and you're like, huh, I wonder if that's the best card. And the answer is, well, it might not be, but is it the best card we have right now?
Yeah, and like it's very matchup dependent too. Like that Todd could be very good into a mirror,
right?
It could be very good into like the Circle of Life decks, but into a Green Steel list where they're playing Angel and you're also giving them cards with Mike Wazowski every turn, playing a 3-cost Todd to cycle, and like you're like paying 3 for that card just to get it like hit by a snowball by Angel. It doesn't feel great because it feels like you've used 3 ink to essentially do nothing.
Yeah, Liam is looking at a list of some of the greatest Disney Lorcana players of all time. Wait, no, these are just the tables of the people at this tournament right now. What's standing out to you, Liam? What are we seeing here? Report on the ground.
Oh, I just thought I'd bring this up, give us something to check as we get into it. I'm looking at the results from this round right here. Notable things, of course, Zan piloting his way into the position to draw in. And of course, actually, at the end of this round, there were only 3 players undefeated, I believe, meaning one of them was paired down, which is why we don't see more intentional draws. The pair down choosing to play. Well,
I believe he lost, too. I believe Dominic was the other undefeated.
Bummer for Dominic. Yeah, so now pairing down and losing, but good for Tyler, getting really good opponent's win percentage there. Should that come down to it. Gabe, if Satterfield, we saw that there was a 2-0 there, moving down. Tripp beating David Nunez. We're still waiting on one match reported here. And we can see just across the board, most of these tables reporting in. There's still about 6 games left that haven't reported at the time of refresh. Some other notable names: Kendall taking his round 2-1, Blazing Asian there on Slab Sharks, I believe, winning 2-0. Let's see, Alex Hansen.
Yeah, he is. It's funny because I was looking through, and his deck name, I mean, this is terrible, but it said, "Is this Amber Steel?" And it wasn't. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. So I was like, "Is it Amber Steel?" Spoiler:
I know his 60, and spoiler is not.
I know, because I mean, Alex Hansen is somebody who quite loves Amber Steel, and he, in this world, you have to probably get off Amber Steel.
That is the wrong Alex, Katie.
That's not the right Alex Hansen?
No, that's Alex Hudson.
Oh
no! Up here there was an Alex Hansen.
Oh, is Alex Hansen here?
Yeah, he's right there.
Yep.
You just scrolled past him. He's under Markov.
Yeah, right here. Alex Hudson, Alex Hansen.
Wow.
Yeah.
God,
Alex. If you love Alex, name all of them.
Both those guys, I love them.
But Markov, another player that always shows up to CCS, and I know him from playing Amber Steel. So it's funny you talk about that.
Right. Yeah. I like that we're talking about so many players that you're like, no, you're talking about this guy. No, that guy's also here though.
Fun fact: Alex Hudson was invited to the lounge by Braden, thinking he was Alex Hansen, and he thought that and I believe he thought that for like 3 weeks.
But you have both of them in there now, right?
We do have both of them now. Yeah.
Collecting Alex's like Infinity Stones.
Yeah, all Alex H's, please report to the lounge. We have Ryan was against Freddie. Freddie is is Illuminati still a team, or are they done? South Florida, you never know. They're just really coming up with and disbanding teams at record paces down there.
Teams, game stores.
Right, whatever. Well, because I mean, they had Freedom Gaming. Freedom Gaming.
I'm sorry.
I know, right? Liam, stop! No,
We are
but,
not allowed to speak on pending litigation.
Yeah, right. Liam, I'm not. I cannot be catching litigation at this hour.
you just have to laugh.
You do, because it is now R&B. I didn't get to watch his match. Was he in the bot version?
He's
Bot
on
Emerald?
Green Steel bots.
My goodness. We're up to shenanigans. But like you mentioned, if you can memorize the bots, then slot that into the amethyst is good colors. I feel like amethyst is generally, people have decided what the best amethyst cards. There is no Illuminati. Now that's confusing, Stefan.
Well,
Stefan's
there
saying there is no
There never was.
Yeah.
there never was a limit, but we have Manifest now, right? I think Freddie's on
and
Manifest.
Triad. Which I think
Manifest,
is both
one of
a
those.
crime organization and a team in Disney Lorcana.
Right.
Awesome Nerd Dad. That's somebody you know.
Yeah. A player out of Austin, as well as Bryant Zarita, another player out of Austin, both showing up. Awesome Nerd Dad winning his, and Bryant Zarita both winning his round. So good round for Austin here.
I know. I'm hoping we get to see Brian Zarita play, because I feel like you would be excited about his deck. Liam.
I am sad that we didn't. Maybe if he's still in the hunt, we pull him next. Let's pull him next.
Did he win his game? What was
he did win his game, but I don't know what his standing or his record is yet. So let's see. Bryant Zarita here. Bryant Z winning 2-0. And so standings last round, where was Bryant at?
I think he lost maybe 1, maybe 2. But it could happen. Anything could happen here. But by anything, I mean you have to have at least 1, 2. So he's still in the running, kind of.
4-2. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I will be excited about his deck, I'm more than willing to. I'd love to.
I need to double check. I'm gonna say that, and it's gonna be Amber Emerald aggro mirror. And I'll be like, honestly, it's been a long day, Liam. I've had to drink the entire meta like a fire hose, and it's been scary. It's been honestly terrifying.
A couple of the players that we know. So King Jeffrey, I just want to shout him out. He's another Austin player. Started, I think this is his first TCG, and big fan of his. And he won, not reported yet.
He won our hearts. Well. He won our hearts and minds. How humble do? How humble do?
Humble lost this round. So humble. So humble did not great today. On his, it looks like.
Sadly, the boosties are losing a little bit of the luster.
But kudos to him for believing in it and bringing it in and saying, like, I built
and winning with it when it mattered. I mean, he's now qualified for the championships in North America. So that is exciting. But that is one of the things that's so funny when his deck won. A lot of people are like, wow, this deck won. But it's so the first tournament of the meta, I'm always like, well, that's just chaos time. Because I mean, you get to see what's good, but you also, it's just, the smaller tournaments, the first day of the meta can be very, very not misleading, but certainly not the only data point you need to say that the meta solved or not.
Well, and it's also a point, and I'll put another player here to echo your point a bit. Jonathan Williams, one of the most consistent players in all of Disney Lorcana, multiple Golden Mickeys, had a rough day coming in with a bye. And then, according to his record here, winning only 1 game or 1 round against Brandon Baxley, and then having a rough day. And this is not to rag on Jonathan or on Humble or any of these other players, but like even some of the best players, sometimes it's just not your day.
Well,
you know?
I mean, to count out, I mean, Sky and Diego, I think, has similar, because I think Sky, unfortunately, is definitely out. He was up a little bit there. Diego, we saw round 1. He's on the Retro Evolution device. Is Diego gone? He's been. To be fair, I mean, it is possible. You can just drop and stop playing Disney Lorcana. It is not. They can't force you to stay and make you keep playing forever and ever.
Yeah,
so
it seems like Diego is gone.
Valid, and you should, because there's a Fogo to Chow. But yeah, Skylar had a little bit of a rough day here, but he played against Gabe. So he played. I mean, I can say behind the scene information. He played against the Joshua's deck, and then also Gabe, and then JRL 33 was also playing Amber Emerald aggro. I don't know what Spinach is on, but I know whatever deck Sky is on, he probably might not be on it again.
Spinach probably on Emerald, you know.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, certainly he got his chlorophyll of the meta.
Another player here, Luke Goodwin. We all know, aka Wonderland. Also a bit of a rough day, running into some good players, and drawing early.
I mean, Luke, Sky, and Diego are all on the same deck. So not the same deck, but they both have something in common that could be a takeaway message from this weekend. That maybe a deck that people were hoping might be big up is not as big up as we had.
I did hear I feel like this week there was definitely a concerted effort to try to tell me that this green purple retro evolution device deck was very, very, very good, like secretly broken. And then its worst two matchups are two of the best decks in the game.
So here's the thing. You're allowed to have dreams, okay? They can't take those from you. Someone will tell you can't have them, but you are allowed. And I think that in a meta like this, there's always the hope that you turn a rock. You're like, it was under here, guys. And I do think the Retro Evolution device was a rock that people are like, it might be there. And I think if you like doing things like, if you liked Sapphire, Emerald, of the Fungus and Sky finals, then you would love that deck. But unfortunately, I just think this meta is a little too fast right now.
Yeah. It is a very cool deck and does a lot of very cool things. It is just unfortunate that I think that green steel and green yellow are probably going to be 25+% of the meta. And
it feels good. I mean, those two decks, if I was psychologically, those two decks feel good to play. And unfortunately, the Retro Evolution device doesn't feel psychologically. Like you talk about feeling safe when you play a deck. I don't feel safe with that deck. It feels like you are driving a car that's engine might explode at any moment.
True. I will say playing that deck, if I pair into like a purple card, like I see a purple card, I just sit back and I'm kind of just like, I'm chilling. Unless it's the mirror. And then the mirror is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
The tradition lives on of everything's fine unless it's a mirror, and then how dare you play the deck that I'm playing? You're sick. You're a sick person.
I can't believe you would pick up these cards that I am currently picking up. That's crazy.
Shout out to Fungus tweeting. What if we all stop playing Bend to My Will? Blend to Your Will.
Yeah, we all agree.
Yeah.
You don't do it.
How the mirror is so toxic that we have to self-ban a card because
see, the only person that would publicly say that is the person that would still play it.
Right.
I know what he was trying to do. He would play that card.
He's like, you finally bent to my will.
Prisoner's dilemma, right? That's for I mean, if all of Magic Commander can agree not to play land destruction as like just a rule where you get excised from the community, I feel like we could pull that off maybe.
Maybe.
Question mark?
Well, you say that, but then people were still playing Ink Geyser.
That's true.
The most toxic card ever invented. Ink Geyser is
one match. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Ink Geyser is just the definition of so you don't have anything planned later, right? Because it is truly just ensuring that you're both going to sit and
taking
suffer.
Some time, you know.
Let's go back to turn number 3. I really like turn number 3. Let's just go back, start there, and go. I guess turn 4. But yeah, it is a room filled with people who are. I cannot wait. Well, I can see all the deck lists, but it's in my favorite format. Not even alphabetical. Yeah, it's text. It's not even alphabetical. It's not based on the count. It is truly the most harrowing thing. It might be based on ink count. Actually, yes, it is based on that. Very confusing. Either way, I was telling Franz that I want to do a breakdown of what decks are in the room, but it's going to be so insanely misleading. I guess the only deck where it's truly misleading is Amber Emerald, right? Is there any other decks that have as much conflict about what the identity is of the ink pairing?
I mean, green steel. Okay, that match is done. That should be in the round. Green steel.
There's so many. Like
I mean, like green steel has like 4 decks, but like all 4 of those decks occupy mid-range, essentially the same tempo green purple style, but with steel songs.
Yeah,
they just have slightly different ways of like drawing or winning the game. Like the green yellow difference is like there's an aggro deck. There is a
no characters.
There's a no character control deck. There is a mid-range control deck, and sometimes there's like fusions of the mid-range and aggro deck. So I would say probably not in Lorcana's history have we had this much variety in a single ink pair. Maybe like a blue steel in like set 7, but even then it was like kind of like aggressive kiwi and then a few different flavors of items.
And that is why I am so excited to have to pull up every single Amber Emerald deck and go, but what kind are you? And if I see Buzz's arm,
kind of look under the hood, you know?
Yeah, I see what you are, but what are you really?
I do, speaking of what are you really, we have an idea of what the standings really are in at the end of this round. Everything has been reported, and this is where we are at. Zansied at the #1 seed, along with Tyler Burdett there, both on the same record. And Ryan had a draw and must have won up but somehow winning his way into a 501 position. I don't know how that worked. But we also have a bunch of 5-1s here. And so we were talking before about how X2s will make it in. They certainly will to the top 16 because a number of these 5-1s are going to lose next round. And I mean, or will they all draw 5-1-1?
Well, there's there's 9 5-1s though. So there's 9 5-1s and then the 3 XO ones. So that'll be the first 6 tables can, I believe, all safely draw.
Yeah. And I imagine after that, people will be playing. So there's 4 spots open, and there's a lot of people playing for it right now.
So we're going to have to find a match further down in this area, unless some of these folks choose not to draw. You said Brian was on an interesting deck, Katie. Is this a deck we should grab?
Amber Amethyst, do you like that? We haven't seen it today.
Amber Amethyst, you saw it once.
Then never mind. Then get it out of here.
But it didn't do well.
Whoa.
I'm asking, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. Are you guys good with table 9?
Who's that?
I don't know what that is.
That is Markoth
versus King Cole.
Versus King Cole, and it's a winning in.
I don't know.
Is it,
well, it's a winning in for a lot of these folks.
As long as it's not an Amber Emerald Mirror.
I currently am only seeing 3 IDs at the moment.
Yeah. But there are 2 that are near the top that will have to play.
I mean, what are they on? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not really. So you're talking about King Cole. King Cole. You know, King Cole.
Mariel Soul.
Yeah, King Cole is.
I just asked the judges what they're on.
Okay.
Well, I can look it up.
If that doesn't work, I think I'd like to pull my local Bryant in on Midge. Because people have been asking for Midge too.
Yeah, people have been asking.
But Markoth is a good player too, and I know both those. So either one of those matches will be good.
I don't know Markoth's government name, which is making it difficult to find them. Does anyone happen to know the name that Markoth was a sound up Earth?
No.
No, but King Cole was probably easy to find. We'll see. I guess I'm not looking at chat. So if somebody was saying
Markoth, I think, is Robert.
Okay.
Oh, we'll watch one of these here soon. Yeah, the problem is some folks said
Was that Robert Midgley? Or no?
No, that's a different Rob.
Robert Midgley. That's a mirror.
That's a mirror? What? Oh, it's Amber Amethyst Mirror?
Yeah.
That could be fine. I'm not going to
So we have 4 IDs. It looks like tables 2 and 3 have not reported as an ID, so they might be playing.
I mean, if you're trying to play for a higher seed, if you're an aggro deck going into day 2 at a higher seed would feel pretty nice.
Is Markoth on Amber Steel? He's usually on Amber Steel.
I can't find that, man. There's 5 Roberts in the tournament.
It's Robert Miller.
Okay, I wouldn't mind Markoth then.
He's playing a deck called Blue Punch Buggy. It is Amber Steel. Get him in here.
Yeah, table 9.
More punch box. Yeah, no, it's fascinating. I said right up front, Markoth is known. I've known him as an Amber Steel player ever since I've seen him at Charlie's every time, and so not surprised.
He's true to it.
Yeah, and he's about to pilot into a top cut here, which is the hero that Amber Steel players.
Katie, where are you getting these deck lists from?
My heart and mind.
True.
No, I'm working with the judges.
Yeah, there's a lot of great decks out there, folks. Who's in this round here? Katie, do you want in this round? Do you want to sit out?
I'm okay sitting out, and then I'll come back tomorrow. I've got my squishy dumpling. I'm gonna go get chips and queso. I've had a good time. Get me out of here, I say.
All right. Well, a pleasure as always. I'm sure we'll be back tomorrow with some fun tournament math, etc. Yeah, Katie, thanks so much.
I'm gonna sit in my bed and look at every single deck list tonight. So everyone, get excited for that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for tomorrow.
I know. Don't be excited. I'm excited for you to have no life tonight. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, in a good way.
In a good way.
See you later, Katie. All right, Franz, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Maybe if you're free tomorrow, we'll have you back on for some analysis, etc. It'd be fun.
All right, man. Enjoy the last round. I will see you guys potentially tomorrow.
Yeah, you're the best. Franz is such great people. Franz is one of my OG Lorcana friends. I've known him. He was part of the original community, when the game was first announced, way back in 2022, and also a great content creator back in the day. Traverse Tavern used to put out some banger Lorcana content in the early days. So big fan. But Mike, we're gonna close this thing out. It's round 7. Hey, folks, if you're still hanging out with us, tell your friends.
Yeah,
if you're one of the 9,
I'm being quiet because
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm being quiet because I'm fixing Warbot.
Okay,
I'm trying to get Warbot going.
Yeah, fix Warbot. While you fix Lorebot, I'm going to say all the things. Shout out to everybody hanging out with us today. If you're one of the 200 plus people on Twitch, if you're one of the 300 plus people on almost 400 people on YouTube, or one of the 900 people on Twitter, or one of the 2 people on Facebook. I always like to do those numbers because you Facebook folks, I admire you for holding it on the fort over on that platform. Appreciate you hanging out with us. I know there's a CCQ going on as well, a fantastically well-produced stream, but we also have some top-tier Lorcana going over here. So hopefully you're watching both. This is round 7. Everything comes down to this. We are going to cut to the top 16, and I do believe for both of these players, it is win and in. And so their chance at a portion of a $50,000 prize pool, the biggest prize pool ever in Disney Lorcana, the biggest cash prize pool in Disney Lorcana ever comes down to this game right here for these folks. Tell your friends, get them on in here. Let's we'll close this thing out. And then if you're watching, don't forget to stop back by tomorrow. We're going to do the top cut. We're going to get to see who takes down the very first Charlie's Invitational. We'll have it here on these same channels, plus maybe some more. And it's your chance to see how this story ends. So I'm going to bring it into the table.
And if you're watching and you haven't subscribed or followed to Illumiteers on whatever channel or platform you're on, you should do that right now.
Oh, I appreciate you for saying that again. Like I feel bad for everybody who's like subscribed or followed, and there's been a few gifted subs today too from you folks on Twitch, which I super appreciate. Normally it does like the little like ding-a-ling-a-ling, jingle thing and makes a big deal, and I like to thank folks, but it kind of happens in the background because I don't want to interrupt the gameplay. But just know that I do see that and appreciate you all. So thanks for the follows and the subs and all of that. It means a lot. So, and if you're watching on one platform, jump on the other platform and hit the button too, because I don't know, because you can do that. With that, it seems appropriate, these sleeve colors here, that we're going to watch some Amber Steel, because we have some Amber Steel sleeves going on here. And Markoth on the left, King Cole on the right. Markoth pairing up here, which I do believe means he is one of the strongest tie breaks in the 4-2 bracket. Oh, no, never mind. We're fixing it. Okay, both 4-2.
No, I'm fixing it. They are both 4-2 right now.
Cool. Yeah, but we did see they are on the higher end. They're table 9, so they're on the higher end of the 4-2 record. And so these players both have a chance to make it in here. I'm not going to lie, Mike. I have seen Amber Steel played in this meta just a couple times. It's just a color I think that a lot of people thought would be really good post-rotation. And it just hasn't overpowered some of the more prominent decks in the meta that make use of Amber. So I'm interested to see how this works, although I'm going to venture to guess that we're going to see a lot of the same core cards that we see run in other Amber builds as well as Steel builds. And so probably not a lot of surprises, but used together in different ways here.
You weren't there that night when senior reporter Joseph Quigley was live streaming the top 2 of the Rochester CCQ 2 weekends ago?
I was not.
I'm kidding.
I'm sorry.
It was great. He was live streaming it from his phone.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Beat reporter out there. As a Stitch comes down here on turn 1, that's fun. No, I was not, but you know, it is a deck that has legs. So the thing is, like, all the colors in Disney Lorcana except for Sapphire have some fantastic cards that are good, and it's just a matter of how you pair them up. And so yeah, so I'm not surprised to see this color pair here. Yep. It's just the colors, each one and what they're trying to do seems better matched with a different color. But Markoth here saying, no, watch what I can do. King Cole,
oh man,
paying a Pluto.
I think we've got Amber Emerald princesses versus Amber Steel. This is going to be a fun match.
Oh, I'm here for it for sure.
Because the Amber Steel list is meant to handle this deck pretty well.
This is a best explorer ever here heading to the discard pile. Not a card I've seen played like a good card, but not one I've seen played terribly often.
And yeah, she's actually amazing in this matchup and a few other matchups where you run into standing characters. Because Markov's deck, we saw this in turn 1, he inked a Pleakley. He's running a lot of aliens in the deck. So that Lilo lets his aliens challenge Reddit characters when she quests.
Is absolutely phenomenal in a game where you end up, or in a meta where you oftentimes, we've seen happen several times here, end up with wide boards, characters staring at each other across the way. And that's what a lot of times happens with these Eleanor builds if you manage to threaten them early to keep them upright. So yeah, that's great. So it's like it's doing Demona a slightly different way. Pluto does come down, does quest here, discounts the David coming in here in bodyguard position.
As a really good follow-up there, though, for King Cole. because he's got 3 characters on board, and he's going to be able to already start setting up the Eleanor line this upcoming turn now.
Yeah, and you mentioned those aliens. Here's this Pleakley from Winterspell, the Arctic Naturalist. When you play this character, if you have another alien character in play, you can draw a card, so you can see that synergy there. Stitch is an alien, so already Pleakley a 2/4 that's already replacing himself. Back on the other side, you pointed out there are 3 characters here that are ready to go on a quest or do something else in order to make use of an early Eleanor.
One good thing about that Pleakley, though, is it not only draws a card to replace itself again, it can sing Raging Fire the next time. So it is a way to set up a Raging Fire and still keep a little bit of tempo in Steel Song right now.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like in Steel decks that run Strength of Raging Fire, how much 3-cost characters matter, and how much players will go out of their way to remove your only 3-cost character if it's over there, because of the threat that it represents. And so, yeah, and it's well statted too. You know, the 4 willpower is relevant in this meta. So, yeah,
you can also use it, like, grab 3 damage on it, use it as a Ohana Means Family target. You can also end up treating that Pleakley like your turn 4. If you're burning through cards real quick, you can Akud with Pleakley and play a Goliath.
Yeah, and paired with that Lilo too. So he got Challenger too with the Lilo. So yeah, it becomes a 4/4 that cracks into a ready character, eats Eleanor.
And then, yep, in this matchup, that's what it's meant for.
Well, I'm excited to see if that happens here, because we do see the Eleanor come in King Cole's turn here with those 3 ready characters. We're going to make use of its ability already. She will replace herself. So this deck doing exactly what it wants to do. I think this is one of its ideal opening lines into that early Eleanor. Now we're going to see the shift, Lilo and Stitch coming into play. This new card, and Thunderbolt coming in, shifting with the 4-cost character, hurling the Thunderbolt across the board at that Eleanor, getting her off the board. And I'm not going to lie, the Lilo and Stitch pair here is one of the team cards that I was most excited for when I saw it. Shifts and sings anything 5 or less. But the resist 1 with 3/5 stat line makes it really difficult to remove. It's just a fun card.
Not just that, but like that support means you can quest with that Lilo and Stitch and target a lot of characters with a World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
That's fair. Pairs really well with that, or Gaston if you're running them. And I don't know, do these Amber Steelists often run Gaston in that?
They can. Okay. I'd seen a few that will run like 2 Gastons, not 4 of, but it's there. They're more likely to run Criminal Mind because you can pair that with Aerial and a lot of your other senior capabilities.
That's fair. And that makes sense. And so this Lilo, tricky to remove for damage-based removal, and is going to be able to do some work. It's just such a utility card. It can challenge in this deck. It's an alien. It can crack in with Lilo Best Explorers Ever. It can use support ability. It sings. It does a lot of stuff. So
it has so much capability because it's a 3-lore threat on top of all of that. So like your opponent now always can quest that thing for 3. Now,
go ahead.
Dale's a problem.
Yeah. Hashtag Dale's a problem should be a bumper sticker. He's coming in here. He's going to allow all these characters to challenge for their willpower. And with that bodyguard in play, that becomes really tricky. Not a lot of other strong challengers, but that David there really hits hard with that Dale in play. And there goes that Lilo, quick as she appeared. One quick question I was going to ask. At what point are we allowed to or supposed to call this a Lilo and Stitch deck? Because I
think they're approaching it because here comes Angel.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call it that. This is the Lilo and Stitch deck. We're gonna go there. Angel coming into play here now will hurl snowballs, and also I like the winter spell theme going on over there. Pleakley through the snow while Angel is hurling snowballs across the way.
Now, one thing to point out though, I know we just lost the Lilo and Stitch, but King Cole lost 3 characters through that Lilo and Stitch being on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It sang a Thunderbolt, taking out one of the Eleanor, and then King Cole just had to crash a tree and a David into it to deal with it.
Yeah.
And this is amazing too now, right? So Pleakley is going to sing Akud. And I know I mentioned that a bit earlier. He's going to sing Akud, and then you're going to be able to ink and play another Pleakley to draw a card. So Markov has gone from having just a damaged Pleakley on board to Angel Pleakley, gained an ink, and still drew a card.
Yep. Yeah, fantastic synergy here. It's almost as if these Lilo and Stitch cards were meant to work together. And we are going to discard an Angel for Angel to fling a snowball across the board, get that Pluto out of there, removing that ramp possibility, as well as the third character. So if another Eleanor comes down, we won't have 3 characters to activate her ability. So heads up play there. I'm really enjoying this alien synergy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's the deck's very good. It usually converts, like you'll see 1 or 2 in a top 8 cut or a top 16 cut, just because it will usually eat away at more aggro decks like what we're seeing here. Now, King Cole having the Dale changes the math a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so we are seeing the benefit here of getting that Pluto off the board. Eleanor comes down. There aren't 3 characters to exert, so not being able to use her ability. It's back over to Markov. Let's see which alien shenanigans are coming down in here. That Lilo and Stitch again, not being shifted into play. No targets for it, just being played at full cost, but still fantastic character to establish.
That is Markov's third Lilo and Stitch, though.
Is it?
He's
We had one
inked
ink earlier, yeah.
Yeah, he's inked 1 and he's lost 1, so that's his third. So there's only 1 left to him, and he's only maybe 21 cards through his deck now.
That's fair. That's a good point. We do have 2 Pleakleys going after Quest, driving the lore total a little bit here. Does put them at risk with that Dale on the board. Does put them at risk for some challenges here. But I think Markov's saying, hey, if you're
those challenges aren't that big of a risk though, right? Because if Cole has to challenge one of those Pleakleys down, they're going to do 2 damage back, and then Markov can just chuck a snowball to finish the character off next turn.
That's fair. I do think David is the biggest annoyance because it's not a high impact character. But if Dale or Eleanor does any challenging, then yeah, I mean those are you'd love to trade a card to get one of them off the board usually. So it's a great point.
And I'm really curious what Markov is holding because he's protecting that 1 card.
Yeah. Yep. Could be the other Lilo and Stitch. Who knows? But yeah, it's really really fun match here. Really enjoying this round 7. And we're in game 1. King Cole thinking this through. Yeah.
Well, he has 2 cards in hand. So I think there's a part of him that's questioning, do I play out and quest out and start forcing my opponent to challenge in or deal with my board or not?
Yeah, it's just so challenge. I mean, there's just a lot over there, and Lilo with her support ability enables Pleakley to crack in and remove things pretty efficiently. So it's tough. It's a tough call because you want the card from the Eleanor, right? That's really what it boils down to with these Emerald decks. A lot of the time is they need to refuel here because they're dumping everything onto the board, and if you don't have that consistent card draw, no,
that's dangerous.
Well, what's better than 2? Or let's put it 1 card, 2 cards. David now will challenge in. That's the first exerted character. Here come 2 more. And now it's not just 1 damage, but it's Fire the Cannons. It's Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. And it's Friends from the Other Side all at once here with both Eleanor triggers. That seems really good. And where's this damage going to go? Onto the Angel.
Because the Angel doesn't have resist because of that 1 card, that 1 card in him. That is probably the best thing that King Cole could have had in that situation.
Now, stacking up damage is always risky in against Amber, a deck that's running Ohana some of the time as an alternate form of card draw. So just something to think about. But now Markov really, really wants to get some stuff.
Oh, here it comes.
Aerial Ethereal Voice, and we're going to pair that with a song. We're going to boost it here, so its ability will be online. That's probably the card he was protecting, I'm guessing. And we are going to pair it with, oh, no, we're not. We're just going to fling a snowball across the board, get rid of that David. And now there's some challenges available here, but you will have to make your Lilo and Stitch vulnerable. You could quest, give support to the Pleakley, crack into the, I mean, what do you get the Dale, right?
I take that every day. I take that every day of the week. You quest the Lilo and Stitch, you boost the Pleakley, and you deal with the Dale now.
Do you get rid of the Dale, or do you get rid of one of these cards? Well, she won't have anything to be able to exert unless she drops a bodyguard, so you kind of run the risk. But there goes the Dale, and that's the risk you run here, is now both Eleanors won't be able to activate unless you draw into a card that can exert upon entering play. Usually
if he has a David in hand, that helps him, but all of Markov's characters have resist except Ariel.
That's true.
Right now. So the only thing he can hit is the Ariel for 2 damage, which she'll survive. And then Markov is really at this point hoping to hit a song where he could start chaining off some removal to deal with Cole's board.
That's fair. It is the card draw. I feel like that's most relevant with Eleanor's right now. As well, let's not discount the lore either. He's at 9 lore, and squeaking up another 2 would feel good. But instead, we're getting a Willow here. We are getting the Nani, so no bodyguard coming into play. We are going to look, though. He's going to try to find a 2-cost character. It looks like there is one because we're taking a look at what's in hand.
Now, Malkoff doesn't know this, but we can kind of see it. King Cole has only one option in his hand.
Is that Pluto?
It's just the Pluto. I see it. And the Thomas. Okay, so there's a Thomas. I didn't see the Thomas, but there was also a Eleanor and a Nani in there. So King Cole now knows if he loses these 2 Eleanors, he's probably not seeing another.
That's fair. We are getting an Ursula down here. We are going to get a Bobby Zamursky draw and discard. King Cole going wide here, and all the way up to 9. And the lore is starting to become relevant here. All the way up to 9. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 showing on the board, plus 2 Eleanor triggers. That's 7, all the way up to 16 next turn. If nothing changes.
Oh man,
we are going to boost an aerial, and it feels really good to get them on the board, but you need a song.
He needed any song there to make that worth it. So what he's doing, what Markov is going to do here is still quest up 3, go to 9, and he's going to pass. I don't think it's wise to exert the Angel at this point because the Nani will just trade with it.
Yeah, and trying. So you had a choice here, right? Depending on the lore math, you could have slowed down King Cole by another turn by throwing, or just a little bit by throwing the aerial across the board. But in this case, playing for, I think the better move here, playing for an even more powerful turn. If he can draw into any song next turn that he can sing, both those aerial ethereal voices will trigger. He'll draw 2 cards, and if he can draw some more removal, can do some damage here. But the other thing is you have a lot of strong challengers over there too. So if King Cole chooses to take this turn to quest out, there's a lot of good challenging that could be done. And with 1 or 2 removal cards, Markov could do some significant damage to that side of the board.
Yeah, and I will say, I like Malkoff's decision there to not chuck the aerial, because something the Maelstrom team has been pretty much pounding into my brain the past month as I've been talking with them about some decks is that you need to play at round 7 tables like this, not with the intent to survive a turn, but to win. Mm-hmm. And Markov's making the call that I need to win. Oh no!
That's a bummer.
What he needed.
That's what he needed, and this is a character-heavy deck. The fact that you missed and you lost the song feels extra bad. Mike Wazowski coming into play, sometimes really great, sometimes I don't know. And in this case for King Cole, really great. Getting on the board, getting him another character, especially
that's
one.
like a dream come true for him. Wait, he's exerting 4.
Well, it's the Rapunzel that he just got, which is
right. Just on bounce to Lilo and Stitch.
Yep, incredible top. I mean, that you couldn't have asked for a better top deck, I think, or a better card to send away from Markov. The entire game changed off the Mike Wazowski.
King Cole's going to go to 16 here. He's going to go to 14 from the questing and then 16 from the Eleanors. And oh my God, the Angel goes down too from the Rapunzel bounce. I did not think I forgot about that.
How so?
Because the Angel no longer has resist.
Oh, yep.
He drew a bolt.
Yep.
Did he draw a bolt? Is that a bolt?
He did draw a bolt. Now, really, really good, but you would have loved to have that Angel to sing it. In any case, we are going to bolt the Eleanor here. That's going to draw 2 cards. Drew into a World's Greatest Criminal Mind for 1 song. I
think that's a Raging Fire.
Well, that's something. But man, look at the impact of that Angel getting 1 more
Game's
card on
over.
board, or 2 more cards on board, and that could have been fantastic. But oh my goodness, that Mike Wazowski, how brutal, how absolutely brutal.
The Mike Wazowski into the Rapunzel, honestly.
Yeah.
Because the Mike Wazowski got rid of a bolt, but Markov top deck a bolt right after that, right? But then the Rapunzel just set it up where Cole could remove that Angel with the resist.
I mean, even drawing into the bolt, I mean, he does draw into the bolt, right? But imagine where you bolt and then top deck the bolt. Off the bolt, the other aerial that can then sing that song as well. And if the Rapunzel isn't there, then the Angel's on the board still, and the Lilo and Stitch. So now you have multiple singers. That is, man, imagine the turn without that, right? The Rapunzel coming into play, because Markov's top decks draws the bolt, sings the bolt with the Lilo and Stitch, draws 2 cards, draws the other bolt. Then Angel can sing the other bolt. Now you have 2 aerials upright that can challenge. You still have a net, another card, and all of your ink available. If it is a Strength of a Raging Fire, you can play that for 4. Like, the entire turn becomes absolutely bonkers. But instead, the the Rapunzel comes out, messes up your board, you lose one of your songs, and wow, that was cool.
Markov was quite literally a draw away from popping off with that deck. It was like right there. Like even if he didn't, even if he just lost the one bolt, he still had a good chance, because then the angel would have still been there, and the Stitch would have still been on board too, right? Like if King Cole doesn't hit that Rapunzel, that's a completely different next turn, and we'd still be in game 1, hands down.
Yep. Oh man, it's really crazy. I mean, it's the value of that Rapunzel though, and again, it's any card that enables you to impact your opponent's board while establishing a body is just really good in Disney Lorcana. And that Rapunzel, one of the most, I think it will end up being one of the most impactful cards from Attack with the Vine that we've seen. I've seen it do a significant amount of work the last couple days, and I think it's going to be around, for a while. I think Cloud Kicker is a deck that single-handedly made a lot of Amethyst Emerald decks viable in previous metas. We kind of got that light with Finnick, but now Rapunzel is filling that role, as well as giving you like a discard mechanic that works well with a lot of cards that want you to put 2 cards in your discard pile each turn. So yeah, it's a great card and fantastic top deck after that, Mike.
It's like I said earlier, discard matters now, and it's great.
And now we're opening. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we've got that turn 1 Stitch. What's interesting is he's inking into Ursula to do that.
Yeah, it's interesting, but there's not a lot to pick over there, right? I mean, there's World's Greatest Criminal Mind. I mean, you could have the Under the Sea if you're running that route, but this seems to be running lower to the ground. So,
No. He was inking the yellow Singer Ursula is my point. The Singer 4.
Oh, Vanessa. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Well, let's see what the turn 2 play is here. What is the alternate choice here? We get the Thomas on the other side, not a super impactful.
Is that double Akud? Markov has double Akud.
Looks like it. Is that triple Akud? No.
No, I think that's an angel.
Yeah, in the middle.
I think that's an angel or a Pleakley, but he's got double Akud.
100% double Akud, yeah.
He has a chance to do some disgusting things.
Well, you'd think that Vanessa would be palatable on turn 2. We getting the Aerial in this card instead. What do we have here? An angel. Okay, makes sense.
Okay, so he wanted the 2 power.
Yeah, just in case. It gets rid of Willows, right? Or Plutos, or
not just that, but if he shifts Lilo and Stitch, it becomes 5 power and can take out anything King Cole has.
Very good. So I'm really excited to see this next turn. Ursula gonna come in. We're gonna see 1 Akud and 2 Akuds. Like, which one do you want? It's still gonna be an impactful turn, not as crazy as it could have been had we held on to 2 Akuds. The upside is it's uninkable, so that retains some flexibility. So, but the Lilo and Stitch, this is gonna be a really fun line. Akud Edamudi sung by Angel. It's almost as if these 2 cards were meant to work together. We're gonna draw.
They just gonna Maylin off the top from that? I think he did.
Yeah, interesting here now, because now you have choices, right? I think you were gonna ramp into something big. You could go wide instead and start digging, but yeah, interesting choices here.
He's got he can Maylin for 1, for 2 here. Well, no, I guess. Okay, so he is picking the angel route.
Get that angel on the board. It is a strong challenger. It can shut down some early quests, and really, King Cole is representing here a lot more of a control line. He's this deck, we've seen it go really wide quickly, trying to get to that early Eleanor instead. Turn 1 Thomas is not super impactful, and followed by an Ursula. I mean, a great play there to get that Akud out of hand, but it is a really low tempo play for King Cole, and so allowing Markov to be the beatdown here, that's not where King Cole wants to be in the control role. And so
the lack of Willow or any type of ramp is starting to hurt him here. Because he can't even Dale this turn to make like a 4 power attack or a challenge, I guess, in this situation.
Yeah. And I'd be interested to know if Ursula was the preferred play there, because I do think against Steel Song, oftentimes you look for it, but it is really low tempo. Although, just as we say, there's no Willow. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Bam, bam, bam. We are going to get a Guiding the Tribe off the top deck there. And on the other side, a little baby Stitch. So again, these decks kind of nuts. They can go wide quickly, and all of a sudden next turn could be despite the slow start, next turn could be really good. But
yeah, but Cole just gave him a card. Like in this situation,
snowball,
he didn't
right?
hit a
Gave him a
song.
snowball.
He gave him a snowball. Like there's probably Ariel. Okay, Ariel. At this point, Markov may not even consider snowballing the Willow yet, depending on what's in his hand. Because I think he's got 2 cards, and those 2 cards may be worth more than removing that Willow in this situation.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially when you're representing an aerial. If either of those is a song, they represent extra card draw. I think we had the Lilo and Stitch shift earlier. I think that's still in hand, and I don't know what the other one is.
It is. It should still be in. Oh, it's Malin, I think. I think the other one's the Malin we think we saw.
Yeah, and that you absolutely want to keep, because now you have your singers on board, so you can chain next turn Malin into a song to then trigger aerial.
Yeah.
No, but we are going to throw the snowball. So Lilo and Stitch heading across the board there, whack into that Willow, knocking it down. And now, we're reducing the flexibility on King Cole's turn here.
And Markov's respecting the Dale now. He's not questing out because he knows that a Dale could appear this turn and would completely change the situation.
Yeah, really, really fascinating there. I mean, I would love to go back and rewind and take a look at the impact of flinging that Lilo and Stitch across the board. I actually really like that conservative play, especially if he's sitting on a song. Well, he's sitting on the Malin. And so, yeah, you're setting up for a really high impact turn where, you're chaining the Malin into a song that you can sing, immediately impact the board while drawing a card off the aerial and then perhaps playing another card. So, like,
he's able to combo off next turn because King Cole doesn't have some this like discard chosen character. I'm assuming he's not running like Sudden Chill or something that's just like the opponent chosen opponent discards a card, right? No. So if he's not running that type of tech or capability in his deck right now, Markov knows that he gets to see the next 5 cards of his deck and hopefully hit a saw.
Yeah, the problem though for Markov, as I'm looking at it, is he has, being on the play, burned through quite a bit of resources. He does have the 1 card in hand and is gearing up for a pretty good big turn next turn. But King Cole is still like 3 cards in hand, 5 cards on the board. He has inked every turn, and so he has quite a few resources left that Markov will have to deal with.
Oh, keep top deck Angel.
Interesting. I mean, if you do have if that is a Malin Lee in hand, I don't know why you still don't go that route. Because that feels like
he's building such a wide board that King Cole will not have a way to remove his board. Think about the lore pressure being applied here, right? If King Cole quests out here, Markov can dump his hand with both angels, and then they both have resist too. And they will survive any challenges regardless of Dale or not being dropped.
Yeah, really. And you're highlighting the lack of wide removal in King Cole's deck too. Let's see. These boards are going to get crazy. And there comes the Eleanor, but to your point there, with that angel, the second angel play especially, really unpalatable. So there's that Malin lead that he saved in favor of the angel last turn. So we're going to take a look. I do see a strength there, so that's at least 1 song. He grabs it almost immediately.
That was an angel, a Plakely, a Malin, and a strength. So he took the strength.
Yeah, I mean, you could have taken the melee just for fun, but instead we're going to boost the aerial here, waiting to get the card before boosting the aerial. Great sequencing there. And now we're likely to see that being sung. And where is it going? I guess an Eleanor? Or are we going to hit the mic? Eleanor, yeah.
Not Eleanor.
And then drawing a card with the aerial. So great sequence there. And unfortunately, you sang with that one angel. And now she does not have resist. But I'll say this, like, unless you top deck a Dale, allowing that Thomas to like crash in, like, it doesn't feel bad to have anything over there. Like,
yeah, I'm very interested why he sang with the 4-drop angel, not the 2-drop angel that's Singer 3.
Same. I'm wondering, Ariel is a once per turn ability, so if you draw into another song, maybe he's hoping he can sing another song and then dump. I mean, maybe the plan was to dump the hand to the angels at the end of that, or sing another song and then just choosing not to based on the draw.
The only thing that I could have. Oh, he hasn't passed his turn yet.
Yep. So it looks like one
so
angel
he is doing it.
Angel blasting the mic, and then are we going to empty the? No. Okay, so we're just flinging one.
Okay, I'm willing to bet that he has a Malin in hand, because if he isn't dumping that last card into that mic, It has to be something that's going to draw him cards, and I bet it's Maelin.
We'll find out shortly, but not before King Cole does his own form of card draw here, playing a Nani, a card that's been incredibly popular in Amber ever since she was revealed. Looking for a 2 cost or less. Thinking about it, we're going to get that Pocahontas guiding the tribe.
That's the second Pocahontas he's pulled from a Nani this game.
Yeah, they run in pairs, those two, apparently. Get second ink, and we're likely to Pocahontas immediately becoming ink, and we're going to see that David Snowboarder coming down. Nani's going to come down, clear out the Angel. I feel like that's a great trade for King Cole, one he's happy to take. And yeah, an interesting point, because Angel is a singer 3, the baby Angel, and could have sang that song. It's an interesting choice to go with the Steel
I think it's because he wanted the trade. Because the Nani would have been able to challenge the Angel and survive the challenge.
It's fair. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a good one. That sucks.
It's the same thing. Song going away, and he found the Rapunzel.
Rapunzel.
Again, not quite as impactful in this moment, but still will be able to bounce. Although,
I called it, didn't I? I called it.
You 100% did.
Oh, man, that's...
Now, does he find a song, or did losing that song do it? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. Is there not even another panda?
Oh, that feels so bad. And once again, Mike Wazowski with his shenanigans coming down, sending away that Strength of Raging Fire, which Markoth desperately wanted this turn. Instead, we're going to get Angel coming in. We're going to clean up that Mike Wazowski, saying you've done enough damage this turn. And, that feels so bad. That's twice now songs have been sent away by Mike.
This is just, Liam, this is turning into a stare down. Like it's the OK Corral. We're just staring at each other saying who's going to go first.
But and when this happens, it usually comes down to who has the better card draw. And so far this game, King Cole has been hitting it with all these cards that managed to replace themselves. Markoth relying on songs to replenish his hands with that aerial. Keeps getting them sent away. He's managed to hit 1, but needs to find more, and he's missed off the Maelin Lee. So King Cole hitting on the Mike Wazowski, hitting on the Nani. It's just it's going to be a battle of resources here. Who finds the most? And Eleanor coming down here. She's going to be a card that helps you do it.
Yeah, if you exert your things. Are you exerting into that board here?
I mean, without that a second Angel, it's not quite as scary. That aerial can hit for a bit, but everything else not super strong. Although your Thomases don't fight back super well either. So Nani, although has done some challenging this game, both variants or iterations of her. This one coming across cleaning up the Angel, and we're going to get a little bit of a quest here to put King Cole in the lead, I believe, at 3.
He's going to quest the David, right? He isn't questing the David.
No,
so that makes me wonder what's in his hand.
That bodyguard not available, but King Cole definitely wanting to hit that Eleanor trigger. That's the only purpose of the quest. Well, gather lore, but it's really the purpose of the quest here. Does get the Eleanor trigger, puts a damage on the Angel, which does not have resist, courtesy of the card in Markov's hand. Now we're going to get another Akud. Fantastic top deck if that's what he drew.
That's amazing.
We're going to get a card off the arrow, get a card off the Akud. We're going to discount the Akud to the Pleakley, who will draw a card because it sees an alien. That Pleakley was discounted by 2, so it cost 1. And now all of a sudden we have a bajillion cards in hand.
Shift Lilo and Stitch would be insane here.
Oh my!
Because he just drew a Criminal Mind, it looked like, and he'd be able to support the Eleanor and take out the Eleanor.
Well, let's see what we're gonna do. It's gonna be
it's Raging Fire. That's better.
Clearing off that Eleanor, it feels really good. What a sequence there. And there's more to be done. You did point out there is World's Greatest Criminal Mind is one of those cards in hand. Now you could save that. Yeah, so World's Greatest Criminal Mind, not a lot of good targets over on King Cole's side, unless you manage to leverage some support. But I think you can sing it with no targets, correct? In which case, in order to trigger the aerial.
Yeah, but we've already triggered the aerial from the coup.
Right. I'm talking about save her next turn.
Oh yeah, later next turn. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So again, not super impactful, but when you have an aerial around, which leverages songs of cards, it's basically exert a character, draw a card, which is not nothing.
Malkoth's deciding if he's going to challenge down that Thomas or not. That's the discussion he's having in his head with himself. Or if he's going to ink the Criminal Mind and snowball the Nani and then challenge down the Thomas to leave the Angel with resist.
I mean, there's an argument to be made for you hate to put your card draw at risk, but you can clear out a good chunk of things here.
Nobody else.
What is
Snowball the Nani.
How did the Criminal Mind? Oh,
He discarded it he discarded it with the snowball ability.
I was like, how did the Criminal Mind? Yeah, snowballed the Nani. And now we're gonna get the finesse on the board, and that, I mean, great turn, but nothing left in hand here. He is going to.
Oh,
yep, I thought it's a great turn to clear things up, and now the scary part is, right, if he top decks into a Dale perhaps, and all of a sudden the Thomas and the David become pretty significant challengers. That's the worry. But we're not going to see it yet. Bobby Zamursky coming in, draw a discard.
Hey, Kinko's looking for it. Right? He's looking for that Dale right now. He wants that Dale so much because he'd eat up almost all of Marcott's board. He'd eat up all of Marcott's board. You know, the David and the Thomas would take out the Angel and the Ariel, and then you would be able to just like clean up a lot of the threats that exist.
And that's the thing in TCGs, especially Disney Lorcana. Sometimes, I mean, you see the out. You know your opponent could have it, and you say, you know, if you've got it, you got it. No, okay. That's the Rapunzel he's had for a while. That's not as it's good. It's not as bad as the David. It looks like that Thomas is going to be discarded. But again, what do you bounce here, right? Like, you could get rid of the Ariel, but you give him the boost card. So instead, you just get rid of the shift target, and that's really what you're doing, is getting rid of the shift target Stitch.
And Angel loses her resist now from that.
That's the second time this tournament we've seen a card bounce back to hand in order to take away Angel's resist and then challenge in. So, I mean, great sequence from King Cole with what he had available, but it still feels like not as much. And here's another draw engine coming on board here. This Stitch Snowboarder, which will draw a card whenever whenever he quests, if you have 2 characters on board. So now with what he has on board, Markov will be able to draw 3 cards a turn if he manages to find a song. And I'd be venture to guess there's at least, what would you say, 18 in here?
Yeah, I'm going to guess that we're looking at what, 4 Raging Fire, 4 Bolts, 4 Coup, that's 12 alone. Let's say 3 Criminals, so that's 15. There's probably at least 15, 18 songs in that range.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he's going to be running Look at This Families or things like that.
Sometimes run a sneaky Ohana or 2.
All right, so Cole just drew him past.
Oh, that feels so bad. And it makes me wonder, what is it that you would hold on to?
Do you think he just drew a Under the Sea?
Ugh.
Oh no, it's a Thunderbolt. Yeah, I take out the David. Yep.
And again, it's pretty innocuous, except it's paired with that Ariel, so now he will draw a card to continue to fuel his hand. We did see the Stitch quest there to draw a card as well. Pleakley gonna quest here, and he did have is he inking that Criminal Mind? Okay.
He inked the Criminal Mind, and he just quested with Pleakley there. Like, he did get the Stitch quest in, but I'm surprised he didn't at least quest with like the 2 Maidens. They've done their job.
Yeah, interesting choice, because the Criminal Mind also fuels the Ariel. So interesting. But also, you know, possible to be picked with the Ursula or whatever. So I don't know. But back over to King Cole here, and you know, it felt for a while like King Cole had the edge, but now just drawing into, he needs to find cards to replace themselves. He needs to find cards to net gain cards each turn. And he's not doing it yet.
And he just had the hard play that Pocahontas, the Peacekeeper. That is the worst way and time you want to play that card there, because you do not get her ability unless you shift her.
Yeah, World's Greatest Criminal Mind being thrown across the board at Bobby Zamursky there. Pleakley gonna go to quest here too. This card drawing card, and she's gonna quest every turn. He's Markov's like, answer. Like, come on.
Come on, man. Quest the Maylins.
And King Cole taking a look here. That Snowboarder Stitch also quested last turn in order to leverage its card draw. And the thing is, there's just not a lot, you know, King Cole doesn't have a lot available over there. Now, Adale completely changes the equation here. That Pocahontas all of a sudden hits for 6, that Thomas hits for 4. It completely changed the matchup here, but he just hasn't managed to dig into it. And I mean, he's snapping too.
Markov just needs a top deck Grab Your Sword. It's a Mike Wazowski. And it's the Infrascan Ultra Pink Specs or whatever that thing is.
Remind me what this does.
I can't tell if you're testing where you actually need the reminder, but I'll tell you. So it's
I
a one drop.
legit need the reminder. I'm about to show
It
it.
is a one drop steal item that when you play this character, you may draw and discard a card, and then choose and discard a card. It looks like the round has gone. The game's gone to Markov, by the way.
My goodness gracious.
The thing with those specs, real quick, is they allow you to do two things. One, they allow you to put something in your discard to deal with Charnabog early game. So if you're running, like, let's say if you're running a big list like this with like the 5-drop Lilo and Stitch, right? You can discard that and filter it on like turn 1, because if you know your opponent's on Amber or Emerald Singers with Akud Chernabog lines, they're just going to use the Chernabog ability on your characters. You could say, all right, I'm playing this Lilo and Stitch from my discard for free, right? The second thing it does is it does allow you to also give any of your characters alert by banishing the item. So it's very good against evasive decks if your deck doesn't have a lot of ways to answer evasive characters, because you can give anything evasive. Well, alert. So it can challenge like it has evasive.
Yeah, that fascinating card and tech here. I love both the things you just said, and the thing about it too, like you do it in it's an item, right? But because you banish it upon play, it doesn't come into play exerted. It doesn't require an exert. You just basically says pay 1, give something alert this turn, which is I don't know.
It's not even pay 1. It's just banish it.
No. I mean, because you have to play it for 1. So
like, that turn. Yeah.
From your hand, it's just like boop. Here we go.
Yeah.
And crack into your Vixie or whatever, which can completely change games. Like when your opponent's game plan is built around, certain evasive characters and a certain clock, like removing an early game Vixie or surprise removing their card draw, their Dumbo card draw, like it can completely change their lines, because in this deck, they're not expecting any evasive characters, right? In Steel Song. So, yeah.
Yeah, you can just ink that every time. Unless like you just have a really bad card that you want to filter out of your hand for some reason, then yeah, sure, play it. But you're probably inking that in this matchup 99% of the time.
But and the filter ability is not terrible. Like here's the thing, like there's a lot of cards. When you look at some cards, you're like, you evaluate them and you're like, okay, in the early game, this is great. In the late game, this is awful if I draw it. Like, in a game where Markoth is top decking and he draws like a baby Stitch in the late game, it's like terrible. You're never really sad to draw these ultra specs. I'm thinking about it, because even when you draw it and you're like, it's not a great card, you just cycle it.
I am sad to top deck it and I have no cards in hand.
That's when, yes, sure.
It's the same as the 1-drop Mulan in that regard.
That's fair.
At least though, the 1-drop Mulan is a character, right? And you have some type of lore presence. This doesn't have that same capability, but your trade-off is you are getting to give the alert. Oh no.
Yeah, once again here on turn 2, King Cole picking an Akud. Always a danger to keep a card in hand. Oftentimes you send them away in the early game when there's Ursulas around. But really fascinating here, right? Because let's say Markoth chose to keep it. It is one of your most explosive openings, especially when you have an Angel that you play courtesy of our underdog ability. But when King Cole is the aggressive deck on the play, you kind of expect it to take its more aggressive line going into the Willow, into another 1-drop, and then into the Eleanor on the following turn. And so you don't always expect it to take a breath to play that Ursula. But in that case, if Markoth did keep it, it was punished there. If he mulliganed into it, it's a bad beat.
Yeah.
But really bad to lose it.
Markov's doing a good setup here, though. He's still threatening to have that Stitch and Shift Stitch and Lilo and Stitch line available by playing the 1-drop Stitch instead of going for the Ursula there.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like it's David or Pluto are his two choices. And King Cole just had to throw Pluto, a Eleanor, and a Dale to the bottom.
Goes back to lose the Dale and the Eleanor. We'll start to do that math. Those not available for the rest of the game, most likely. And now the no ramp here at all, and so 3 characters available. Now Markoth thinking if he can get one of these characters off the board, he prevents an Eleanor trigger on the next turn. Perhaps, and
there comes
we're gonna shift the Lilo and Stitch. You called it. He's representing that shift line. There it is.
I don't know why Cole quested there like that, because he saw the Lilo and Stitch.
That is true. And now that Ursula looks like a tasty target, I feel like. Really, your consideration here is obviously you want to do board control whenever you can, but you really want to shut down that Eleanor trigger on this next turn if Cole has it. And so
no, I think your target's the Thomas.
Thomas?
Yeah, well, you don't have to double. It has support. So you can just quest for 3, boost the increase the power of the Lilo and Stitch, and challenge down Thomas.
Well, there you go. And that's exactly what happens here, getting the lure out of it. So I forgot about the support ability. Support into the Angel and then clearing off that Thomas. Now, Angel's susceptible to the crackback, but the real big impact here is you're insulated against a strong Thomas-Dale combo challenger, as well as that Eleanor trigger. So really fantastic shift out here. And yeah, King Cole kind of punished there for putting those 2 cards at risk. We'll see.
Yeah, this is that Lilo and Stitch has a paragraph of text on it, and it really shows off in these situations,
which I really like when it comes to these team cards. It has basically 2 abilities with the resist and the support, and it's kind of like the both characters teaming up together. A lot of fun from a flavor perspective. There we are. And now, do we have something to pair with it here? Either a free 1-drop.
I hope he does, because King Cole should also remember there's an Angel in Markov's hand.
And now Nani going to come in, look for something.
Oh, Cole has a lot of good answers there. There was an Ursula, a Pluto, an Aurora, and a Dale.
Yeah, but not all of them able to be snatched. That's 2 Dales to the bottom now. Yep. And grabbing that Ursula, that'll come in use later. But the problem is, like, you have to show, right, that you did grab a legal target. So Markov knows what's available and can play around that Ursula as well.
Now, this is going to be really interesting here, because Markov has the ability to shut down a possible Eleanor by inking, playing an Angel, and chucking a snowball at the tree, and then challenging the Nani.
Yeah, it'd be really, really interesting. And the upside there is there's not a lot of strong return challengers, especially with that resist. Nani can do damage, but that's it. So
the resist 1 means that the Lilo and Stitch will survive getting challenged in by everything on King Cole's board.
Right.
Now, the punish that Markov will be thinking about there is the Dale. Right. If a Dale comes down after he does that, he will lose the Lilo and Stitch. Looks like we just lost. There we go. Fixing that real quick. Sorry, chat. We lost the lure bot for a second there.
We did. We're back. We're going to do our best to keep this together, bringing you this stream down from CCS. If you're just joining us this round, we have a very small team on the ground out there, a small team of 1. But the judges working together with us to bring you this CCS 50K Invitational today. So appreciate everybody who came together last minute to make this happen. Otherwise, what happened there would be a mystery. But we're getting to see it. We're getting to see Markov here play this Pleakley, who will see that alien character draw a card. Now, we are going to remove that Nani. 1 damage getting over the top of that resist. And that is going to be it.
That's so risky to me. Oh, wait, I'm wrong. Because not even Dale punishes too much here, right? Because none of those are 0/4s on King Cole's board. So that means he would have to challenge with 2 characters still to take out the Lilo and Stitch, even if he plays a Dale.
Indeed.
And resist 1 really messes with the math. Like, people got used to dealing with Calhoun, but the 3/5 with resist 1 is such a weird line to think about.
Yeah, resist 1. This is why this Lilo and Stitch is so good. It is not only the resist 1, it's also the 5 willpower, which is kind of a wonky stat line for the point in the game where you're sometimes shifting her in. There's a lot of cards like Thunderbolt meant to deal with 4 damage. There's like double Snowball, which can deal with a 4 willpower. There's all sorts of things which deal with 4 willpower. David's, paired with Dale's, deal with 4 willpower. And so anything with 5 is just a little bit more difficult and a little bit off. And then you put the resist on top of it. All of the answers that are teched in for the early game to deal with specific things just have a really, really difficult time dealing with this basically 6, 7 willpower thing. I don't know.
Cole just sat there and said, "I'm building my board back up. Good luck." He played a tree, an Ursula, and a Pocahontas off of floor rank, and just he whiffed on Ursula. Markov had no songs in hand.
And
now one thing,
not surprised because Markov did see the Ursula and was able to play around it. But go ahead.
Well, like another thing here though is that he keeps inking his aerials. That's the second aerial he's inked this game. Last turn he inked aerial. This turn he inked aerial. So I don't think he's going for. I don't think he wants to rely on aerial draws. I think he wants to rely on the snowboarder stitch at this point to draw all of his cards.
Yeah, the downside of the snowboarder stitch is you have to make make it vulnerable to the crackback. But without the Dales, and we know that 2 of them have sent to the bottom of the deck. Oh, but this is what you're setting up for. A really fantastic quest line here. This Peacekeeper is going to shift into play, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Quest going to go all the way up to 9. And again, this isn't going to win you the game here, and you're still, another big quest away from winning. But it's free. It's free.
Did you say 6, 7? I think I heard 6, 7.
5, 7, 8, 9. I don't know that I did.
All right, let's see.
6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, really, really great play there. That Peacekeeper, the way you make use of a wide board here. So, and again, like one more top deck of those, and all of a sudden this game is over. So
yeah, but there's like if he hits a World's Greatest Criminal Mind here, he can just support the that Pocahontas and deal with it now.
Well, we will see the Snowboarder Quest that went on a quest. Snowboarder Stitch went on a quest to draw a card. Malin Lee coming down, looking at the top 4, and Markov making decisions to be made here. Trying to figure out what do you think he's choosing between?
It's I don't know. There has to be. I guess there's 2 songs. I don't think he'd be. I'm assuming there's a Raging Fire in there, and he's doing math if he can deal with something with the Raging Fire.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. I mean, I think the threat you really like to take care of here is the Pocahontas, and it's not necessarily because of what it represents, the shift target that it represents.
It's a cood.
It does take in a cood. So if you don't find the answers you want, you keep looking. There comes Pleakley, going to draw a card, and we're going to discount an Angel. That's not nothing. You've got 3 cards in hand. You can deal with a couple cards or 1 card here if you want. Let's see.
He can deal with the tree.
There it goes. Stitch being flung across the board into Grandmother Willow. We're going to get rid of that one. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on the board.
Oh man, I thought he was about to sing something. So he's just questing to 8.
Yep, and going to pass back over, and a little bit of breathing room here. Now the really the amazing top deck here is another Peacekeeper, right? That you can shift in, but no cards in hand. So we'll see what it is, how much the Lorcana fates favor Cole today, and he's not snap playing anything. So
yeah, I was going to say I think if he drew it, we would know by now.
Yep,
I would have thrown that down so fast.
Would be thrown so quickly.
Yeah.
So I really want to know what he's got. Because, I mean, you'd love to be able to close this thing out here in the next turn or 2. Markov's drawing, 2 cards a turn right now with that Snowboarder Stitch.
Yeah, one thing is, too, like, Markov has been really careful about questing here because he didn't want to lose anything to a Dale. And if he had quested one of those turns, he would possibly be at win on board right now.
Yeah, perhaps. That is true. And Cole would have drawn Dale by now if he hadn't, sent 2 down. It's really interesting.
You and I and chat know that from like us calling it out.
Right.
Markov has no idea.
Right.
He has no way of knowing that at this point.
Yeah, really fascinating. I want to know what's in Cole's hands so badly. What a fun round 7. Like get 1 game each. We're in game 3. And this could I have just the feeling that this could go either way.
Yeah, something's got to give here if Cole wants to have a chance. Because if Markov gets the quest next turn without Cole questing this turn, it may be over.
Yeah.
Like he's got to likely challenge in and start dealing with Markov's board and start turning this into like a slug match of sorts.
Yeah, it does. Man, it does feel like at some point Markov would have benefited from some extra quests, and I do think playing around the Dale is really what he was trying to do. Just worried about getting crushed should Cole happen into that card, and I just think that unfortunately he's just a little further because that's one of the ways you answer this, right? You force Cole into the beatdown roll, or I'm sorry,
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah, and the thing is, Cole has to. I don't think Cole realizes yet. He has to challenge with both Pocahontas and Nani to deal with Leela and Stitch here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because of that resist one with the 3/5 stat line. It's so awkward.
It is.
Like even in Infinity, right? And the Long King Zeus would not deal with that Leela and Stitch.
That's right. Oh, there's what it is. It's nothing. It's a Bobby Zimmerowski, which is going to draw and immediately dump a card. A terrible top deck for him. Does get another character on the board, but now forced to deal with the board with just what he had established last turn. So
is he just questing out?
Everything turning sideways. That's right. Questing out here, now saying to Markoth, you have to answer this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board. So Markoth up to 16. And yeah, I mean, even just like 4 more lore, if he'd managed to squeak that out earlier, that's game, right? I don't know if he had it in him, but I'd have to go back and look. Pleakley now.
That was the math that was the math Cole was doing there was, can I get through this by questing? Like, does he have the remover needed? And Markov's looking for it.
I feel like it comes down to this.
It's a Raging Fire.
That is something that's fantastic. I mean, you need a song, you need a lot to deal with what's going on.
Yeah, but he really needed that Raging Fire. Oh wait, no, we're in great shape.
Yeah,
because one of the Maylins can sing the Raging Fire onto the Pocahontas. So that Pocahontas is dealt with. Then you can snowball the Bobby and start challenging in to remove things.
And you have a lot of strong challengers. I mean, especially with the support there. And just not a lot of big bodies over there. So
this may actually be a board wipe.
It's going to be close for sure.
I think it is if he sequences this correct, because he can sing the Raging Fire from the dry Maylin. That takes out care of the Pocahontas because she's a 3/6 and he has 7 characters, right? Then he can snowball the Bobby because the Bobby is standing up. At that point, the Angel has resist, can challenge in and take out the Nani and survive the challenge. Pleakley can deal with the other tree. And then the Stitch and the Lilo and Stitch can deal with both Ursulas or the Aurora. So he can take out all but one character.
Well, let's watch him do it. I'm excited. Like, I think you're right. Now that I've heard you go through the lines, I mean, this is going to be... And my goodness, what a terrible top deck for Cole. A lot of cards could have helped him. Even another card that found him another card, like a Nani or something else that allowed him to put a couple characters on board when you're at 16 feels really good. But here we go. Here it's starting. We're going to get that challenges going.
Wait,
here.
What? Did he not snowball something first?
Did not. We'll see. Maybe.
He may be valuing what's in his hand as extra removal for next turn.
Could be.
Oh, this is dangerous. I don't like this. Oh, wait. What did he go to lore wise? Because that just quest. Did he draw off a Stitch?
I don't know, but this is an Eleanor top deck away from Cole winning the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. And Markov did not draw with. I don't think he snowballed with the snowball of the Willow. Because there's damage onto the Angel.
The Angel did take damage in the challenge. So, yeah, not sure. That happened very quick. The challenges there. I was kind of trying to do lore math at the time, but yeah, at the end of the day, when all's said and done, leaving 3 characters up, and that's interesting because it is an Eleanor, a top deck away from King Cole winning the game. But given the fact that he hasn't slammed that down yet and said game, it looks like that it's probably a low impact card again.
If he snowballed with the Angel first, why is the Angel of damage? He would have had no cards in hand. Is that just like a miss? I'm not looking. He got it.
He got it. All right. Use Pleakley to snowball the tree. Okay, yeah. So anyway, doesn't matter. Look at that. The Angel challenge Nani took 1. Okay, so that's it. Daxor says. There we go. Challenge the Nani, Mike. In any case, that was a really fantastic last sequence of turns. What a fantastic game. Like that. all in all, like fantastic game, fantastic match. Really, really, wow. That was intense. I couldn't have asked for a better round 7 here. Both these players should be, or I'm sorry, one of these players out. Markoth, I think, winning his way into the top cut tomorrow, and King Cole. Unfortunately, I think that will do it. But a fantastic match played by both players, and to be quite honest, it might be one of my favorite that I've seen today. That back and forth all through both games was just phenomenal, and I really loved it.
Yeah, that was great. I just completely missed that I saw that. That's great. I completely missed that challenge, and that kind of, I feel bad for not seeing it, but hey, I don't understand why it had to go that far. Like, I would have taken at least one more character out to avoid the top deck Eleanor, but I mean, she still won, so.
Yeah, no, I'll be quite honest, and this is on me after a long day as well. I was watching him line up the challenges, and I was trying to do some math and stuff like that, and I wasn't paying exact attention to how things were lining up. So a lot going on there the last turn. But congrats to Markoth for navigating successfully. What I want to know, like going back and watching it, if I were to do it again, I want to know if there was a way to get more one extra character off the board in order to prevent that one out. That would have felt really good to me. But in the absence of that, I think just fantastic game by both players. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. It's a great day. Mike, thanks for the rounds. Thanks for like being here all day. For those who didn't see, so Mike is one of the people who helped pull this stream together at the very last minute. We almost didn't have a Charlie stream, and Mike called in one of contact, called in Skipper, and we've worked the last few days, Katie, Mike, Skipper, and I, to pull this together at the very last minute. And even when Mike wasn't on camera, he was in the green room, picking matches as well as working Lorebot. So it was a real team effort. And Mike, I can't thank you enough for helping to make this stream happen. So
I'm tired now. The past few days, have been stressful trying to figure this out. Like, okay, is this actually going to work? Are we sure it's going to work? Do we have permission to do this? It was a lot of back and forth. Hey, it worked though.
Yeah, absolutely did. It was it was great. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for watching and being here with us all day. There's so many folks, like almost 1,000 on Twitter at one point. All of you, 500 on YouTube, 200 on Twitch, where there's other things to watch. I appreciate you for hanging out. And as always, that one person out there on Facebook, whoever you are, kudos to you. I also want to say a big thank you to the staff at Charlie's, as well as the judging staff. Their job is to judge. Their job isn't to help us get stream matches on here and find players and all of that and work the feature table. But they jump in and do it anyway. So shout out to Taryn, Joe, Googly Glimmers for helping us to grab these feature matches and making sure that we had entertainment for all of you today. Shout out to the other casters and people who are helping behind the scenes. Shout out to Katie for coming on here, Franz for making an appearance. Justice, I know you said you wanted some rounds. I apologize. Hit me up on Twitch if you're still watching, or on Twitter or on Discord, and we'll talk about tomorrow. Get you around in here as well. So thanks, and thanks to all the viewers. Like, you all are awesome for being here. Mike, do we know what time we're going live tomorrow with the Top Cut?
I was just about to ask you to say what time we're going live, so I was hoping you had. I can see if I can find it real quick.
All right. We will find that for you very, very quickly. If you're watching on well, one thing, if hang on, we're going to let you know when to come back here tomorrow. We want to make sure you can watch the Top Cut.
9 a.m. EST is when day 2 starts.
That's 8 a.m. my time here in Central. So 8 a.m. it looks like we'll be going live no later than 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern time. For those of you in Pacific time, it's going to be early. But join us anyway. And we're going to be watching the Top Cut here. They do cut to the top 16. So we'll have 4 rounds tomorrow as well as the finals. Now, top 16 is prizing. So everybody in the top 16 has won something. And it starts to get real the further along you go, because the prize pool is $50,000, which is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. Top 16, you're guaranteed $450 at this point. So, top 32 is $450.
Yeah.
Top 16, you're guaranteed $750. I need to correct myself there, but it scales all the way up to first place is $14,000. That
is wild. That is wild. So plenty to play for tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. I will actually, real quick, before we all go, let's take a look at the standings real quick. So here's what it looks like. Now, this is not the final. I can't confirm that there aren't still rounds going on. I haven't perused it yet, but this is likely to be where we settle.
That's it.
That's it.
That's round 7 results. That's it.
This is round 7 results. You're right. So here it is. So Zancia taking the top seed. We knew he would. He drew in. So we have 3 players undefeated on 2 draws. That's Ryan and Tyler Burdett coming in 1, 2, 3. Garrett Martin coming in 4th. We're into the 5-on-1s now. Barber, Dominic, Gengar, N Trip, Nate, Nathaniel, somebody Trip, Turbo, Stomp, Incredibles out of Dallas, I believe, if that's a team member there. Haymaker, Dylan Brown, and Joshua Saddlefield all in the 5-1-1, getting into the top cut through 12 there. And now we're into the 5-2s. Here's your bubble. Markoth, 2-game Nathan, Dylan Crowley, and Bryant Zarita out of Austin, Texas, rounding out your top 16. So shout out to them. And just outside the top cut, Kendall Burdett from World Class Cards and Ryan Beaupre, 2 players we absolutely love here on this channel. 2 of our favorite players, Brian Beaupre from Maelstrom RMB. We saw him earlier with the Emerald Steel bots, just on the outside looking in at 17 and 18. But as you pointed out, players to the top 32 earning prizes. So let's give them their just due. Roger R, Nadas, David Nunes, Soup Dog, Brandon, Wiggly, Potato, 622, Alex Hansen on 25. And let's keep going through the top 32. Case Mind, Blazing Asian with Slab Sharks, I do believe. Alolan, Emule, King Cole, who we just watched, Frivera, and Broken Shadows rounding out your top 32 and prizing, getting some cash prizing there, which is really fun. Look at this. The 4 and 3s bubbling into cash prizing there.
That's great for them, honestly.
Yeah,
it's awesome. And also real quick, because chat asked, and I'll explain.
Yes,
we weren't watching the top tables because they were doing intentional draws.
Yeah.
So because they just want to guarantee that they're making a day 2. So we were specifically picking tables that we knew would be playing to get that last win they needed to secure they go in to tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They all draw in, Martin. And so that's the problem in round 7 anytime you're watching a tournament, because the other problem is you have to grab them early before they start playing. And so when you look at like the top, depending on the tournament, like the top section of games, you can almost virtually guarantee tables 1 through like X are not going to play. And so you have to go down. But we always find a player where it matters for like a win and in. And so that game mattered for those players. So yeah. And where did he land up?
Where did who land up?
Markoth. Yeah, Markoth 13.
Yep. So he made it in. That's why we picked this table.
Yeah, one of the top players there. So anyway, really, really fantastic day. Thank you all so much. Again, 9:00 tomorrow Eastern time. Show back up. We're going to stream this both on Twitch and YouTube. Tell your friends. Come out and watch. We're going to have some great commentary. And appreciate you all so much. Any other shout outs we need to do?
Skipper. We should really actually shout out like Skipper real quick, because he bought his entire shops. Like, so I'll if I can spend 30 seconds on the blurb.
Yes.
So FPG Skipper is part of the Family Pro Gaming store that is in Livonia, Michigan, near where I live. And she took the setup that they use in the store to stream, like once or twice a week for either Riftbound, Lorcana, Magic, whatever, and literally took the whole setup and brought it down to Atlanta for this tournament for us. So lots of love and support to him. He is starting to get his own channel going anyway. And he is actually qualified for nationals too. Like, he won a gold in Mickey at Indy. So really, thank you to him and his team for making this possible.
Absolutely. This would not be here without him dragging that rig down there and setting it up. And it looks absolutely fantastic. So this would not be possible without Skipper. You see all of us on screen, but he's the one who did the real work to make this happen in the physical space. So once again, shout out to all of you for watching. If you're not watching, we're just talking to ourselves, and that is really boring, but we'll do it anyway. But it's more fun with you here. With that, we'll see you all tomorrow. Don't forget to check out the Disney Lorcana CCQ stream, which I believe is still going on. If you're on Twitch, hang out. I'm going to raid those folks over there real quick before we go, because that's what you do. I think I got it.
Are we sure we want to raid their chats talking about the Kevin and Buzz's arm deck right now?
Oh, really?
Do we want to expose the Illumiteers chat to that right now?
Sure.
Thanks,
sure.
everyone.
Yeah.
We will hopefully see you tomorrow, though.
Did I get the raid right? I'm really bad at this.
I can probably trigger from my
Yeah,
side
here
if
we
you
go.
need
Nope,
me to.
I got it. 94 reviewers heading over. I think most people have already migrated over there already, but
Yeah.
stand by and let's get the raid credit here. Here we go, and we're gonna raid right now. So thank you, Twitch viewers. We'll see you all later. But I can't send you anywhere better than to the official Disney Lorcana stream, right? That's where you want to go. All right, all other platforms who are left, including one of you who is still out there on Facebook. I appreciate you all. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thanks for the likes and follows and subs, and